ground right now. And let me quote something from that letter. They said Nigerians are appalled that the president's speech was a complete waste of time as it did not address issues or provide any solution to the myriads of economics and security problems created by the APC government for which Nigerians are hurting. The PDP has said. Now, that would be a wow kind of thing because the APC have always insisted that it was the PDP's fault all this happened. Well, trading blames back and forth. Hello, comrade, are you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, good. How are you doing this morning, comrade Shore?
Yeah. I'm doing very well.
Very well, very well. I can see that you're still tired, even though I didn't join. Even me watching and hearing all those things, I'm feeling tired from yesterday. But did it meet your expectations? Because the papers have it all written out. A lot of the papers were saying that the turnout was low in some parts of the country, while some parts they didn't even allow. I'm having a holdback. While some parts of the country they didn't even allow them to come out to be a part of the protest. From you, your own point of view, how was it yesterday? Could you share with us? Did it meet your expectations?
It completely met my expectations. I actually had lower expectations than what we saw yesterday. Typically, protests on a public holiday we're going to have a low turnout because most people are not out, apart from the fact that things are hard for people, they can't get out there. So the fact that we had such a turnout in Lagos was impressive. And in Abuja, the people were starting to head towards Eagle Square, and the police attacked them. Police attacked people in Jos and arrested them. There's protests in Ondo, Akure. So some protests in Benin City. Our colleagues in police before they could get to the venue of the rallies. So in general, what we set out to do was to bring people out in a continuation of protests against bad governance. And contrary to what the government had expected, that people would not even come out due to threats and previous arrests, I was quite surprised to see the turnout yesterday.
And you know, the fact that Port Harcourt, they weren't allowed to do much, people were beaten and some other parts of the country. But Lagos State had it quite easy because the report we got from the papers was that the CP even brought out refreshments and shared with the people. Was that really true? Hello? Did we touch something there? Thank God. Can we? I think something just went off there. Let's try and sort it out. Okay. I think it's refreshing, comrade. If you don't mind, if you can hear me, let's try and get it back on because it just disconnected just like that. Hopefully he'll be joining again shortly. And yes, that was what the papers had this morning, that the CP Lagos had shared refreshments. And I want to find out if he will also be called what a particular senator was called the last time, where the senator had gone on and shared refreshments, water, and all that to protesters in Abuja. And they said, oh, okay, I have a holdback. And sorry about comrade, the line just went off, the Google connection just went off. Right. You are going to respond to what I had said. I wonder if you heard everything.
I didn't hear what you said before I got disconnected. What you're talking about Port Harcourt?
Yes. I was saying that Port Harcourt, unfortunately, we got the reports of people being beaten up and so on. But in Lagos, it was said that the CP even came out and doled out refreshments that has refreshed the protesters. Was that something that really happened, or was it just hype?
I don't know what it did when I was not there, but there's no way our convoy or our march would have accepted water or refreshment from police. There was heavy police presence, and they did what we've always asked them to do, to protect protesters, and I heard the CP was ahead of me, but there was no time that I was there that they distributed the refreshment. We've always warned our people not to accept refreshment from police, because one day they are going to serve you poison. There's no question that people who can afford to shoot and kill you during peaceful protest, people who can charge you for treason, for peacefully expressing yourself, will have no problem lacing your drink one day with poison. So anybody who foolishly continues to pick police water and gala, if something happens to you, don't say we didn't want you. The police that can pay salaries to their own, to their men and women serving protesters gala, you know what that means. This is to real the protesters in the eyes of the world.
Now, if I may take that from another angle, you know, the last time during the August protest, the End Bad Governance protest in Abuja, a particular senator, right, had shared refreshments to the protesters. She just saw it as a part of support. But the minister of the FCT referred, and they were saying that, oh, we know the part of the people who sponsor this, basically because of that, they were trying to call her in. So will we now say that if the commissioner truly did what the woman in Abuja did in Lagos, should he now say that he too bankrolled the protest too, if we follow the way the FCT minister went last time?
You know, that's why before the protest, they invited us to a meeting with the commissioner. And I said, taking back, we did not go. We were invited across the country because it was a strategy. And you saw that they sent out a signal where they actually asked the CPs to engage with protest leaders as a strategy of ensuring that the protest didn't happen. So is it not the same police force that is shooting at people in Abuja that is sharing gala in Lagos? There's no difference between the police in Lagos and the one in Abuja and the one in Port Harcourt. This is not the same police force that went and ambushed protesters, got thugs to beat them black and blue. So I'm just saying it's a matter of time that they will spike your drink with poison if you're collecting drinks from police. Even the senator you mentioned, our people never took even, a drop of water from such a senator. So I'm not even aware of the Senate providing water. So I think Nigerians understand very well who their friends and enemies are, and the police has always been an adversary, including what they did in August. We still have people in detention as we speak because they cannot meet their bail condition, which was imposed by the judge in Abuja against peaceful protesters who were charged with treason.
Okay, the issue that I also would like us to look at is the youth conference.
And the charges were filed by Nigerian police.
Okay.
So keep drinking the Kool-Aid. One day, you know what happened in Guyana in 1982.
Kool-Aid. You just reminded me of Jim Jones.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, clear. Good, because it was breaking off a bit. I said when you said Kool-Aid there, I just remembered Jim Jones, and that was a very sad thing to have happened. Now, let's come back to the one we had yesterday, the presidential speech. One of the things the president had talked about was the fact that they'll be having a confab for people that will last for like 30 days. And young people, some are saying, okay, it's a good one, we'll be part of it. Someone say, what do you think of that? Should it be a part where we'll sit down and have a dialogue with the presidency? Do you think is the way to go, having a 30 days youth conference?
I think they want to organize another NAS convention and call it a youth forum. And to make it very clear since yesterday that this is going to be a jamboree. The problem of Nigeria is not a problem of youth alone. It's a problem of adults, youth, and children. Whatever category of age you can place Nigerians at this point, whether you're a newborn baby or you're 100 years old, you're afflicted by the problem of the country. They're trying to dock it from what is necessary, which is one of the conditions we had put forward in this protest is that there must be some sovereign national conference to put together a brand new constitution. They want to divert attention away from that very crucial confab by introducing another youth confab. And they will, of course, invite their friends and the children of their friends and their cronies. These guys will be in Abuja, they will be drinking and happy. If they can be happy for 30 days and they will go and present on their knees a resolution of the conference to the president, and will go the same way every other confab they set up went, which is to the dustbin.
And the speech in general, a lot of knocks have been received by the president as concerning that speech that he gave. Some people have commended, and some are just saying there is not much to that particular Independence Day speech. What do you think of the speech itself? What were your takeaways from that speech?
I didn't listen to it, so I don't know. I don't know what he said.
Oh, sorry, you didn't listen to it at all. So, okay, so we'll just keep the speech and move on to the other bit since you didn't listen to it.
I don't listen to speeches that are generated through artificial intelligence, ChatGPT.
But they have beautiful speech writers in the Aso Rock.
It said ChatGPT can do a better job than any speech writer these days. So it's garbage in, garbage out.
Okay, let's just pretend it wasn't a ChatGPT that did it. Were you expecting, or should we have expected to have heard anything about the fuel, NNPC, Dangote, hunger, and all that addressed in the speech? Should those things have been addressed at all in the speech? Because they weren't mentioned.
Let me be very clear. I don't have any expectations to be fulfilled by the Tinubu regime. And people have asked me this question, I think also on this show, if I would attend a dialogue set up by these people. I said no, because I know it's going to end up as a monologue, it will be a time waster, so that they can keep distracting you from how fast you should think through your salvation or redemption or liberation, as the case may be. That's all this is all about. So, it's not as if even if the speech were not to have been written by ChatGPT or artificial intelligence, they would do whatever they have to do. They know that people can be fooled and brainwashed, and that's what they set out to do all the time.
And during the protest, or this period of the protest, you had said that we were on course, talking about the fight for freedom. You believe that the whole fight, the whole journey is still on course. What gave you that boldness to believe that everything is on course, not minding the fact that people believe that there is a lot of cracking down on free speech, cracking down on journalism, cracking down on whistleblowers, but you still believe that the fight for freedom is still on course? Where is that, should I call it, boldness coming from?
We have all symptoms of a system that is afraid of falling apart. And the crackdown, the fact that this crackdown hasn't discouraged citizens, that's only emboldening more people, should tell you something, that more and more people are going to keep joining the struggle. And one day, like I said yesterday, I told you that when I was giving my speech there, and journalists were asking, the number is not big. And I said, one day, there'll be so many people that will come out that nobody can count, and that will be it. So there's no struggle of this nature that doesn't take time. But, it's not going to be industry. You still have to engage in the struggle to fix the right people in the right places and start work. So it's a continuous struggle. I keep talking about the US because I live there. And every day, even when they have good roads, their schools are better than, other schools I've seen anywhere. So better than ours. Of course, smaller countries are better schools than the US. People still protest. You see parents still protesting about food. Students, they protest about electricity, but it's not the electricity of there's no light because it's electricity of, energy saving. I went to university. The students have been fighting for 6 months to get the authorities to buy bulbs that saves energy. Some are fighting to get buses that use electricity.
electricity.
So they're not fighting for what we're fighting. They're not fighting for water. They're fighting to conserve water. They've entered the stage at which they're fighting to protect the environment. But it's fights. They still wake up every day and fight. The university that I attended, Columbia University in New York, the students shut down the school for months over what you would say did not even concern them, which is the struggle in Gaza, the struggle for the liberation of Palestinians. So what is your excuse here? What is our excuse here?
Okay, let me read a couple of messages now. I must commend Sowore for his steadfastness and courage to always stand with the suffering masses to speak truth to power, where other presumed activities or lives in quote kept mute in their comfort zones. You are indeed the Nigerian leader of my dream. That is according to Onyekachi. And this one is a question that Sowore, you dared the FG to arrest you if they can or attempt to stop the protest.
I think they have a network issue.
Yeah, can you hear me better now? Can you hear me better? You can, right?
I can hear you now.
Okay, great.
Your network was
okay. Okay, so let me read that message again. I don't know if you heard when I was reading that message.
I didn't hear that.
Okay, so I'll read. Okay, the second one. Let me read the second one. You heard the first one. The person says, Sowore, you dared the FG to arrest you if they can or attempt to stop the protest, and they never did. What gives you the growth or confidence that you wouldn't be arrested, persecuted, or jailed very soon? That where do you get the confidence from?
I got arrested, prosecuted, and they tried to jail me before it didn't work. So they did not know it's a waste of time. And I didn't start today. I keep telling people of this younger generation that you can actually stand up and fight the system and the system will collapse. But a lot of you are still afraid because you're afraid of the discomfort that will come to you if you assert your rights and your privileges and your existence. You have a right to protest, and that nobody can take from me anywhere. I even protest outside the country. You've seen video of me, protesting against Nigerian officials abroad. If I was in New York yesterday, where those some of our diaspora clowns were dancing on Independence Day, we would have gone to do our own counter protest. So this is something I've done. In fact, it was our protest while I was in the US that stopped Nigerian officials from celebrating independence in the US instead of celebrating them here. We used to go and disrupt it. We see you, we won't place. And police in New York know us very well. So it is nothing special that I dare the federal government. I'm exerting my right to be different, to say, speak truth to power, to organize. And if all of us do that, we would solve our problems faster. But those of us who still analyze and overanalyze and paralyze themselves with analysis is why these guys are getting away with blue model. There's nothing special about those in power. There are less than 70,000 public officials from president to councillor. Why is it that they are holding 2 million security officers? And so many of them actually are part of you. They want to be part of, but they want to see the numbers so that they too will drop their uniforms and join you. But you are there saying, "Oh, I don't want to join. I'm afraid." I don't want to mock people. While we're protesting yesterday and around the country, 150 million people that died in a boat crash in Niger State.
150, 100, 150,
no, 150 people. Sorry.
150, 100.
150 people. Yes, 1 people died in Niger State yesterday. Just in a boat accident. So if you don't die in front of the protest, you could die in your bathroom. You can fall, like, on your head. You could die in an accident, because this country is an accident waiting to happen to anybody, anywhere you are, whether at the protest ground or you're at home. Your building could collapse, because a lot of buildings have no integrity. So what are you afraid of?
You had the protest yesterday. Again, some people were arrested. The ones who were arrested before, they're still facing different forms of trials and so on. With these ones added now, what is the way forward for them? Because you see the one for the
everybody that was
NSAS.
arrested.
Yes, I'm listening.
Everybody that was arrested, everybody arrested yesterday has been free. That was in Jos.
Okay.
And there were some of our colleagues who were arrested from Kano driven to Abuja, because they had the call from the CP to have a meeting with them in preparation of the project. They went. They respected this. The CCP lured them to a meeting from Kano. Now been released. So we don't have anybody that we know of that's still on arrest from yesterday's protest. If you know, please be kind to send us information so that we can work.
Hold on.
Yeah, the rest of them.
Sorry. Walk me back a bit. These people were invited to come for a meeting and they were now arrested. Was that the picture?
In Kano, yes. That's what the CP did. And that was why we have sent messages to all our affiliates across the country. Don't attend any meeting with the police at all. If they are desirous of a meeting, make it a Zoom meeting. Lagos invited us to a meeting too. We wrote them that we don't want to hold a physical meeting. We are busy planning protests. Let's have a Zoom meeting. Of course, they figure out we know their trick. So we never met with them. But some of our people in Kano, well, not our people directly, but our affiliates, our collaborators, went to meet with the police. And one of them was the lawyers who was helping out with the detainees there. After they finished the meeting, the CP didn't let them leave before they drove to Abuja.
So are they aware that this kind of attitude will make it difficult for dialogue to take place at any time? Because people wouldn't want to trust.
In that. I keep reminding you on your show that government is not interested in that. They're looking for people to compromise. That is the meaning of dialogue to them. Once you go to a meeting, they will give you money. If you don't accept money, they will find a way to blackmail you. So the solution is, don't expect something to come out of dialogue. Keep the struggle going until they are defeated. These people can be defeated. They can be defeated. I mean it.
And what about those who were held since August, the end bad governance time? Some are still behind. How is the struggle going? And the NBA said that they were going to join in the law case to, stand for those arrested ones too. Any positive light from there so far?
What the NBA, I must say, has done commendably well. They set up a whole committee that has been traveling around the country to help out with detainees. Yesterday, they were part of people that helped in freeing those people arrested in Jos. They have freed a significant number of persons from Kano. They are part of the lawyers that are working in Abuja. I can tell you that it most likely will get Pidon out of prison today. They've helped us to fulfill the bail condition. And we know that over 4 people will leave prison today in Abuja. But there are still 3 persons that their bail conditions are still being processed, because it is very difficult, the conditions that we're giving for them to get released. But we're expecting Pidon to get up to date to breed freedom. But it's been granted bail, but the conditions were such that it took a while to meet the bail conditions. But now I was told this morning that Pidon will probably leave prison today, and we're looking forward to that. So there will still be 3 persons left in Abuja. I think the number of detainees in Kano has been significantly reduced because of intervention by the NBA. In prison to ensure that no innocent person is in prison to ensure that no innocent person is left behind bars. That, and like I said, I want to commend the NBA. I don't know what they will do tomorrow, But this NBA has been very, very supportive. And I heard this under a new president who has done commendably well by attention to human rights. The NBA otherwise used to be almost useless on these matters. And I say so because I've experienced it. In 2019, the American Bar Association used to send representatives to my trial. The NBA in Nigeria, under William Parker, never did anything about it. They didn't even mention my case in their meetings. The worst president was McHale, the one that just left. That one was like complete APC lacking. But the new guy has been doing well. If he does something different tomorrow, you better will criticize him.
With the calling of NBA in this whole session we've just had, it reminded me of Nance. Nance used to be something different from what I seem to be seeing now. In all of this struggle, in all of these protests that the team has been putting together, where has been the place of Nance? Because I was seeing Nance, they were celebrating the independence, commending the administration and all that. What is the role of NANS in all of this? Has NANS, that is the Association of Nigerian Students, have they shown any form of support, or they are standing or sitting on the fence?
NANS is dead as an organization who, as a vanguard of or the conscious of the nation. That's to them of NANS of blessed memory. The only thing they do these days is to collect money from government officials, and they also give awards. NANS officials will go and make plaques and start moving from office to office in Abuja and the National Assembly, collect money and give the award. Sometimes they don't even know how to rightly spell the name of the senator they are giving an award to. NANS is dead. Forget about NANS. But from that carcass, a new movement of Nigerian students will rise. Because even the independence that we're talking about yesterday, it was Nigerian students who fought largely for youths and students that fought largely for the independence from colonial rule. But unfortunately, NANS doesn't figure into the conversation now because it's just made up of a bunch of hustlers.
I have a message here from AY. AY is in Mushin, and it's saying, "My greetings to His Excellency Omoyele Sowore. More strength to his elbows," and is asking, don't you think the real demand will ought to be agitated for is INEC, because bad governance begins with corrupt politicians using election through INEC to get into power. If we have a good and credible election, then we will have confidence in the people in power, and someone like Tinubu, Akpabio, Wike, etc. won't be in power if our electoral system is standing firm. I commend you, my brother. I wish I can do what you are doing too. Thank you for doing what you do. May God Almighty continue to protect you from the vampires out there. Amen. That was from AY in Mushin.
Thank you, AY. I object to being referred to as Your Excellency. There's nothing excellent about their excellencies. So just call me by my name. I hate all these titles. But having said that, you made a remark. That's a remarkable comment about what we should be fighting for. But if you fight to have alone salt, you have forgotten that it is still the president that will appoint the chairman of INEC. It's the one who will appoint the commissioners in INEC. So no matter what you do to the current INEC without solving the fundamental problems of Nigeria, INEC, whether you change the name, the director or directors, or their state coordinators, INEC will still remain INEC, just as police will remain police. So if you want to stop, don't pick one problem. It's just like someone has cancer. You don't treat the cancer, you are treating the runny nose that accompany with it. You're just deceiving yourself. I hope you understand this.
All right, we'll be wrapping up shortly. And the last time we spoke, you said the protest was going to be maybe more than 1 day. Is that plan still there? And what's up going forward? What's next?
Yes, we were supposed to have more than 1 day, but it will still be more than 1 day. What I said is that there will be a series of protests going forward, starting from August. We kickstarted it. Yesterday was specifically designed for the Independence Day, but don't forget that This October is also the day of NSAS shooting at Lekki Toll Gate. So you're still going to hear more from us in October and subsequently going forward. Anytime a protest can break out in this country, because there's no way people are going to take or keep accepting their life being rubbished by this government and these policies. They're going to keep accepting the oppression, the subterfuge, the corruption and ineptitude and incompetence that has ruined the country. It feels like we're at war in this country, even though they're not. We don't have the second country firing rockets at us, but our own leaders or rulers are firing rockets into our lives and demolishing and decimating it on a daily basis. So we have to fight back. We have no option than to fight back. So you should expect more. You should expect people. There will be an uprising in this country. Nobody can escape it because I know these people are not going to change their ways and there will not be a change of trajectory of leadership. And the more people actually change, the more they'll get determined to fight back and fight back strongly someday, soon.
So on the last note, this you just referred to rockets and all that. I had that in mind to actually find out from you your own perspective, your own take as concerning what is going on between Israel, Iran, Gaza, and all that. We saw the missiles, the number of missiles that Iran fired at Israel yesterday. What are your thoughts on that?
If we're going to talk about this, we have to do another show. But I think, a new world order is imagined. I just can't sit down here and tell you that we can have that conversation in 30 seconds I have left.
Sorry, the line broke there. I didn't really get the last thing. That time is not long enough.
I said that I'm not sure that we can. I'm not sure we can have a reply to your question in 30 seconds that we have left. So let's talk about it another time.
All right, we're going to have time for that for sure. We're going to look at that because the escalation seems to be coming faster than we even thought they will come.
And it's going to start. It's going to start affecting us very soon because somehow every country will need to take a position and take a side, and ultimately, so many countries have to join the fight. If you don't join the fight will come to you.
Okay, the lines have been buzzing. Maybe I'll just take one or two calls before you go. Hello, how are you? Hello? I've taken your call, but I can't hear you. Hello? Okay, all right. And that Ewa was asking you that if you had somebody who had the same ideology with you, would you be able to support such a person to become the Nigerian president, or is your ambition to become the Nigerian president? That is a question from AY.
I would imagine anybody who wants to lead Nigeria now should not be hiding. Nigeria has real problems and its leadership intervention, if it's not political. So you cannot expect that people are suffering, we're fighting with them. And when the fight is over,
they come out.
You want me to support somebody who will just jump out of the bush. But here is the fight now. They're not intervening. People are in detention. They are not helping them. People are hungry. You are not talking about economic policies that can work with them. You are hiding around. You don't want to offend anybody. Those of us who are on the offense, who are in the firing line, when it's over, you now say, oh, I'm a good man. Come and support me. Does that make sense?
All right. Hello, how are you? Hello? Hello, what's your name, please? Okay. All right. Peter from Abaranja, you have 30 seconds. Go ahead. Hello? Hello? Okay, that one up. Hello?
The school of thought have said that you are a beneficiary of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That content became offense with Sunday Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu. Yet, you and Sunday Igboho are while Nnamdi Kanu is still in detention. So I want to know the difference between your own offense and Nnamdi Kanu. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's all. Okay, you heard him, right?
I didn't hear the question. What was the
Well,
question?
he was saying that Sunday Igboho, Nandi Kano, and yourself were all said to have committed the same offense, but both of you are out, but Nandi Kano is still there. Could you share with him or with anybody who has that question in mind too, what's the difference is that both of you Sunday, you're out, but Kano is still in there?
Well, I don't like to make comparison of this nature, but I'm totally in support of the struggle for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. It's part of the demands of August protests and even now. So I'm not interested in having this divisive conversation about who deserves to be in prison, who is out and who is in. Sunday, Nnamdi Kanu is being treated differently because of his city, of course. The leaders of Nigeria believe that the Igbos must be sacrificed continuously for the unity of Nigeria. And unfortunately, the Igbo leaders who should stand up are also complicit. They are part of it. They are the ones prolonging Nnamdi Kanu's detention.
Nigerians are now becoming politically more aware than before. So it is needful we have a synergy across the 6 geopolitical zones. Stay blessed, and I wish I could meet you in person someday. That was from Momo, and that'll be the last message I'll be reading as we wrap up. You heard him, right?
Yes. Next time when you want to meet me, come to protest, I invite you to. It's the easiest way. But I'm sure it's something. I'm not sounding political, but why don't you just survive 2024 first before you start? These people, if you don't fight them to stand still in 2024, 2025, 2027 is guaranteed. You just come and go again and be whining. And you look at the time and you've grown older by 4 years, and your life still remains the same.
Thank you so much, comrade. I smiled when you said if you want to meet me, let's meet at the protest ground, because in my head I was already giving that answer. Well, Momo, you heard that. So the next one, let's see how you can make that work from your own end. Comrade Omoyele Sowore, thank you so much for being a part today and for sharing with us yesterday's protest and the way forward. But before you go, last line, what would be your word to that average Nigerian who's listening now? Maybe can't afford to buy anything, is hungry, is tired, and is practically hopeless. What would be your word for that person?
I don't even know how people are surviving in this country. I don't know how people suffer this much and don't revolt. But I hope you tell the person that we should use our last energy. I take a last stand, and liberate ourselves.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much, Omoyele Sowore. Have a beautiful day and talk to you.
Greetings, everyone. Greetings. Good morning. Good morning to you. Happy Wednesday. I think today Wednesday or Tuesday. Wednesday. I'm right for the first. I'm right. I usually get it wrong. Oh my God. See, Nigeria matter. Oh, Nigeria, my country. I want to cry sometimes when I see what's going on in Nigeria. I honestly feel like crying. I really do. I'm not even going to pretend. I feel like crying because this is not the Nigeria that we know. Nigeria has crashed. I wonder if anybody is aware. I because sometimes I feel like you know I feel like I'm alone. I know there are a lot of people, but sometimes Nigeria has crashed though. Hey God, nothing is working in Nigeria. You people don't understand. In the same breath, the person that's supposed to be the president is gone on 2 weeks vacation in the UK. My own propaganda is that he's gone to the UK to go and report how successful it has been in suppressing the people so that they can come and take the resources. He's going to go give reports to them, to his masters. It's crazy, oh my people. Nigeria is gone. Otilo. Nigeria don't ofone or se. You don't finish. Nigeria, as you know, it does not exist anymore. It does not exist. Somebody was telling me, you can't even talk like before. You know how you used to live like neighbors, that camaraderie, support for each other. It doesn't exist anymore. Oh. Everybody is just locking their doors now. If you come and knock on somebody's door without first of all letting them know ahead of time, they won't open for you. Oh. They will not. If you remember back then, you could go and beg your neighbor for salt. Please, I beg, give me small salt, give me small maggi, give me small water. You can't do it. You try am, you can't do it now. I'm sure you guys saw a video of a single mom who was crying like she can't go into prostitution, but things are very hard for her. This woman was literally crying. Businesses are being destroyed, demolished. Even small scale businesses, all those people that sell pepper and tomatoes, they are all crying. Do you people understand that Nigeria is gone? Hey, oh, okay, now here we dey. Hmm. Make I go share with you now people when they dey discuss whether there is hope for Nigeria or not, because omo, what is in my head I can't begin. If I start to dey talk am, I go dey shout, and I no want to dey shout. You understand? Because you guys are going on about your businesses and you're just tuning in. So I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna play a space for you guys to listen to. That's what we're gonna do, so we can help each other out here. It's crazy. I don't know. And we don't have leaders in Nigeria anymore. We do not have leaders. We don't. There's no leader that has.
Coloration that has come into politics.
Mm.
I yield.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Peters, can I speak? Sorry.
Please, what's the name of the
Yeah.
book? Can you rephrase the name of the book?
Africa is Pride.
Good. Can I do that?
Yeah, sure. Just say the name of the book.
Okay, it's called.
I missed it as well.
Okay, it's titled "How Civil War Starts." Okay, I'll go and type it in the comment section. How Civil War Starts by Barbara Walker. Reading this book, my brothers
All
and
right,
sisters.
Africa is Pride. One question for you quickly, because you made the insinuation that there's no hope at the ballot box. So I'll give my opinion once you respond. Why is it that during the elections, we've seen that APC is able to pre-populate results, right? They are able to pad results. Why is it that APC still hides their accreditation data from the IREV? And I have proof to show that the IREV can show that. I'll show you from the presidential elections. As the IREV is uploading the photo, it also tells you how many people were accredited to vote at that polling unit. Why is INEC hiding that data so nobody sees that? So they can control everything, but they can't change that. And then speaking to people, they were like, that's the only thing right now that APC cannot change. He assured me that they can't change the accreditation data. But it was like, God help Nigeria if APC is able to figure out how to manipulate the accreditation data. So my question to you, Africa is Pride, why is INEC hiding the accreditation data from the beavers?
Okay, I will answer you that question. If for any reason, APC up to today have one regret, is allowing this issue of introduction of technology into our elections. If they have any regret at all, is allowing that to pass through the National Assembly and for Buhari to sign it into law.
Like I said, they made that mistake during the presidential election. I have a screenshot, and they realized and they took it off. It never appeared again ever on the IREV.
Okay.
They've now shown us that the IREV can show us that number. People can even start tabulating. You can even predict, not even predict, because the IREV will tell you how many people as per the electoral law are meant to vote.
Yes.
It won't tell you the votes distribution, but if that result for that LGA goes up by 1, it should be not the whole LGA, but that polling unit needs to be cancelled. So they've shown us that the technology is there.
Yes.
The IRF collects that data and then sends it to INEC. But INEC, for some reason, would not let us see that data.
Yes.
So rather, what you rely on
Mhm.
is what somebody has written on paper
Yes.
and then upload.
Okay.
And that, he assured me that APC does not know how to deal with that problem.
Okay, let me, Greatest, can I quickly tell you, this, you are right. We are not doubting technology. Technology is faultless. That is the reason why in the United States, media houses project a winner of an election even before the elections are all over and before it is fully announced by the organizing body. But here's the point. INEC is with the ruling party, okay? These people knows that we, the Nigerians, are aware of what they are doing. But you know that thing where they talk for Nigeria, says they don't see us finish. If they have not seen us finish, how on earth can you and I explain to anybody, or INEC explain to anybody, that Nigerian people's taxpayers' money, over 350 billion, was spent on bringing this technology? And you are telling me that Amazon Web Services had a glitch, and Nigerian people again, we all loved P2P, but I can tell you that the reason why we are where we are today is because of P2P. If it was Shore that got what that people followed the way they followed P2P and won the election, which we all know, today 1 or 2 things would have happened. This government will not be there. So here is the point. If you say AWS had a problem, you spend this money for AWS to make this thing to work effectively. Have INEC sued AWS for their system failing us?
In fact, Africa is pride. Now you've mentioned when they used that glitch was when they took off the accreditation data. And why I keep referencing that is if the accreditation data is there in real time, APC cannot write results.
But
like people are not really understanding.
I know.
For you to be able to write results, you have to predict with certainty how many people will turn up on that day to vote. That is what the accreditation. So 10 people can be registered to vote, eligible to vote, but you can't predict how many people will come on that day, on election day, to vote.
That is true. Okay, here's
so
the
that
point.
the person assured me was like, this is their only headache. There was like, I cannot guarantee you that APC would not be able to find a way around. He assured me, was like, I can tell you that accreditation data for now, he was like, for now, because I speak to people a lot on the other side. He assured me, like, for now, there is no, backdoor to how to manipulate those figures. It was like, just for now. So they will hide it. And that was what Osta Chinuka did. He said to INEC, give me the figures of what the Beaver said. And for those 3 elections, Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa, it was different overvoting.
Yes.
In fact, Hope Uzodinma murdered Imo states.
Yes.
The way they padded the result by over 100,000.
Yaya Bello did worse in Kogi State, my home state. Okay.
And but it was like if in Kogi states actually did what they did in Bayelsa states and then start cancelling those polling units at the coalition center, he was like SDP would have won the elections. But I has no idea why SDP did not do what Bayelsa did.
Okay. So finally, because you and I mean, this is an interesting conversation. I wish I can stay for a long time talking, but I will have to respect other people on the queue. Here's the point. These people does what, this thing that they call robbery in the broad daylight. You are seeing them rob you, okay? You can't catch them. because they have the security apparatus around them. All right. Let me tell you guys again what these people are going to do going forward. Greatest, even what you're saying, let us just assume for the case of for the sake of this conversation that they are not able, or people are able to find out those strategies that Bayelsa used to block them from rigging. These people will shut down that IRF entirely. We will now go back to the way election was being conducted, maybe during Obasanjo's first time. They will do anything to retain power because you and I, as Nigerians, can challenge them. They have done it in broad daylight. Stood the election in 2023, and we all kept quiet. The judges ruled. And again, look at what the judges ruled after the 2023 election, even to the Supreme Court. It is in the prerogative of INEC, whether you have IRF, whether you have BVAS, to conduct the election any way they want to and give you a result. That's what that pronouncement of that court has already clearly told us, that whether you have IRF, whether you have BVAS, whatever, INEC can decide that, okay, on that day, we will not use IRF, we will not use the BVAS again. No, we just decided to count people's head.
No. They can as per the electoral guidelines.
I think I'm exaggerating.
Yeah, you can't. So APC knows that.
I know.
It's clearly there. They can't use any other method. If I only have 3 tries, if that person cannot be accredited, they cannot vote. There's no other way to.
Greatest, my concern.
Please, Greatest, can I say something?
Yeah, let's move the mic.
Okay.
So
please,
Africa is Pride. I'll come back to you. I don't know, DG. DJ, have you spoken and do you want to speak before I move on? DJ, are you there?
I would like to speak.
Can I say something, please?
One second. Okay. DJ, are you there? Because I know DJ has been waiting. Okay, I don't think DJ is there. So, yeah.
Okay, can I go on?
All right. Okay, 1 second, 247. 1 second.
Okay.
I know Uromi first son has dropped off. If we take Naughty Obedient, Sam Vivo and Mr. Juggler, is then going to be an open mic conversation because everybody have spoken. So let's just give them 3 minutes so it's an open floor conversation. So let's go to, I think somebody has dropped off, but let's go to Sam Vivo and then Mr. Juggler. So Sam Vivo, the mic is yours, Mr. Juggler, and then it's an open mic conversation.
Okay. All right. So good evening, everybody. Yeah, I think everybody has spoken well, and I think we are getting to that melting point wherein we are putting aside our differences. I think it's okay. But I just want to use this moment to plead with those Nigerians who have forgiven Aisha Yusufu, who have forgiven Kenneth Okonkwo, who had forgiven Patutomi, who in fact have forgiven Peter Obi to also do the same with Shore. I am not conceding that Shore supported APC in any way. Okay? Neither am I conceding that Shore is an innocent or is a saint. But he's a Nigerian. He has proven over the years. He has invested his sweat and a lot of things that so many of us will not do. Showore is a perfect definition of who a Nigeria is. You find yourself as a Nigerian in other countries, they will tell you that Nigerians are arrogant, we are confident, we are brash, we are this, we are that. And I think we see all that in Showore. They say that Nigerians don't like to be intimidated, and I think we see that in Showore as a person. I just want to use that this time to plead, because if you can believe in Peter Obi, who of course is bowing down for Obasanjo. I mean, we all know the atrocities Obasanjo has committed in this country. We know how Kenneth Okonkwo was so close to even the APC, which I don't think Showore was. We know how, what is it called, Aisha Yusufu campaigned rigorously for even the APC. when the PDP was in power. However, today I don't think anybody is seeing them as an enemy. So why are we so close-minded towards this guy? So I don't think there's anything I have to say more than that. I posted something on the Jumbotron. I asked Showore, because I was on the protest ground yesterday, and I was the one that asked him this question myself. I said, Showore, yes, we know that APC had to go into an alliance, whatever the case is. What about you? I mean, you want a better Nigeria, you want to topple this APC. Have you thought about going into alliance with the Obedience? I want you to go and listen to that video. Yes, I think this guy is thinking about it. But the only problem he has is the Obedience needs to understand that we need
Sorry, Sam
not
Vivo,
to
what was his response?
believe
If you
in the
don't
system.
mind sharing his response with us.
Okay. His response was, the problem he has is with that name. You can't be obedient in this corrupt system. Everything about Nigeria today is set up for you to be corrupted. It's as simple as that. The system has been set up for you not to get a new Nigeria. So you have to be disobedient to the current system. I just want people to go listen to the way he presented it by himself. But you see, that's why I keep saying that you have to be disobedient. You cannot be obedient in a Tinubu's Nigeria, whereby Tinubu said he's paying 77,000 and the corpers are getting 3,000, and you are obedient to that cost. I mean, I just hope that Nigerians will outgrow whatever. I don't know, maybe because of Jonathan. I don't know the point. I don't know, maybe because he was attacking Obi then. And I think Comrade has been able to do justice to that. Of course, you expect him to tackle and attack his opposition. He did the same thing with Kingsley Mohalu. I've seen the video where he lambasted Kingsley Mohalu. I mean, many people have seen how he lambasted fellow Drotoye. So I don't think Peter Obi should be an exemption. But moving forward, what has this guy really done not to be forgiven that others have not done? I think we need to ask ourselves those sincere questions. Everything everybody has against him is just an allegation. I think APC will be the first person to present something if they really have something against him. Yeah. And this idea of he's probably working for APC, I understand. This guy is too true to be good. Perhaps we are projecting ourselves to him. Perhaps we ourselves are not good people. Perhaps we ourselves don't love this country like he does. So we think it's probably being paid, it's probably being used. But can we please just forge ahead? If you can forgive all those people that I've mentioned, then why not also him? Why not also him? Everything that we want as Nigerians is what this guy represents. Everybody will not speak without saying revolution. This guy has been chatting. He has been leading that cause since 2019. He has been at the forefront. So, I mean, I don't know, but that's just my take. I just hope we will not be like those who crucified Jesus. And then when he left, then people now understand his value. I just hope Nigerians will not be like that. And I want us to check ourselves again. Let us have that in perspective. Who is a Nigerian? If you have ever had the opportunity to travel out, ask those people, how do they see a Nigeria? What do they think about other African countries? See us as superior beings. They see we are so brilliant, we are so confident, unapologetically arrogant. I mean, all these matter of things. But again, we cannot be acting like cowards back home. We shouldn't. We have to stop it. When we see anybody who tell us not to fulfill our full potentials, we have to stay away from such people. We can't be unnecessarily quiet because it seems we are being manipulated. That's it. For those who are in diaspora, they must have heard what I'm saying, that Nigerians are brilliant, they are confident, they are not easily, they don't cow, they don't give a damn for intimidate. How you want to intimidate me, Nigeria? You can't. But then at home, I don't know what the matter is. We are not, maybe perhaps we don't love the country. I think that's the issue. Maybe perhaps. But I think that's just what I have I mean,
All right,
so
thank you very
thank you.
much, Sam Viva. Brilliant submission there. The only issue I have is when you said Shore's response was like, you can't be obedient to this system, you have to be disobedient. So this is where I have an issue. Not everybody would conform and then go the way of protest. Some people, even within the movement, would say, look, let's go to courts, and all that. Not everybody has the stomach to let it be something of a free will. Those that aligns with you. So what are you saying is, okay, does, let me not ask you because you're not sure, so you won't be able to give me that response, but I'll just ask a rhetorical question. Are you now saying that there's no need for an election? Because based on the current system, yeah, I understand it's flawed. We're not even thinking of how to do things right or how to call for reforms of the system or ask INEC to do what's in their own guideline. Are you now saying there's no need for an election? Is that the meaning of disobedience? Are you saying people should go out there and then topple the governments? Is that the meaning of you can't be obedient, you have to be disobedient to the current status quo? So this is, you understand, where I find confusing, where everybody has to.
Okay, good. No. Let me probably say something about that. Right now, I don't think anybody is focusing on the electoral reform. Right now, I don't think anybody is pushing. Even the Labour Party guys. We just saw what happened in Lagos State, where a Labour Party state rep sued. I can't recall the guy or that lady. He sued her just because she was demanding for accountability. So in situations like that, you shouldn't keep quiet. What it means is you don't keep quiet in the face of brazen suppression. Right now, we are just keeping quiet with the current electoral act that we have. And like that, they go take carry us handicap for 2027. So what it simply means is when you see things going wrong, you don't conform with that shit at that moment. Your capacity to reject it, as it hurt, you reject it, is what is that about? He's not saying go and topple. He's not saying, I mean, have you seen him fight anybody? As far as we are concerned, we know that Joel has been getting beaten all his life. So he's not saying we should go to Aso Rock. It doesn't have any affiliation with the armies. Those who topple the government don't announce it. Reawakening the radical spirit of Nigerians is very important. You know that every developed nations have their citizens conscientized. Most of them know what is good governance already, and they are radical about. They are ready to radically defend it. And that is what this guy wants. He's not saying we should go and dagger them. No. Let's look at electoral reform. Why are we not aggressive about it? Okay, if we want to wait for election, I think that should be our major conversations right now. That should be our major topic. Nothing else. Electoral reform, immediate transmission of that, and we have to see through it. Whether come rain, come shine, we have to see through it. But when you just propose and then you are laid back, you want things to just flow. You know, these people who are in that Senate are the biggest cabals, actually. We all know that. If we had a functioning National Assembly, it doesn't matter who the president is. And this is why America keeps, moving forward. I mean, so to speak, because they have a very strong National Assembly or House of Congress, as it were. So I think that's just my.
All right, thank you very much, Sam Viva. I think you explained that well. And yeah, I hope we're able to go within that line. Those that believe in protests, fall during that line and then come out in numbers and then show dissatisfaction. Those that want to be chilled, like Pio, like I said, is an opinion. Stay chilled, go about court processes. All is fine. We all just want, a fair electoral process. I agree. And I also believe at the end of the day, during 2027, let's say it was to happen the same way like 2023. I don't want to see a situation where the monopoly of protest now lies solely with just PO. So Suori can come out there and then say, you know what, based on what has happened, hits the streets, and those that fall in line with that ideology will join, and not everybody. So it's a matter of choice. So that's just how I see things. That if his ideology aligns with you, then fall towards that. If you're aligned with PO, say you want to go through the court process, I'm not gonna beat you down for that. Align with that, and then let's all just forge ahead and just ensure there's an electoral process that's free. Let the best man win at the end of the day. So yeah, thank you very much, Sam Vivo. So let's go quickly to Mr. Jogula and then Naughty Obedient, and then it's then an open mic.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear
Yeah, I
me?
can hear loud and clear.
All right. I'm sorry, I joined the conversation a bit late, but I think something that we need to emphasize today is that APC is a terrorist organization. APC is after the lives of every hardworking Nigeria. Why am I saying all this? I always remember one thing that is crystal clear is that APC as a group of rascals, I would use that word, permit me, all their policies have always been geared towards making people poor, stifling the middle class. And then if you listen to what the national chairman of APC said recently, Ganduje, after their snatching of the Edo state election, he said they will use the same template in Anambra, they will use it in Ondo state. For me, that is just making us feel that we've succumbed, we've given up. I just want to encourage everyone here today that we need to do two things. One, just like the previous speaker said, fight for electoral reforms. The energy we are using in discussing Bobrisky, very dark man, we should channel that energy towards fighting seriously for electoral reforms. And then also, I'm also pushing for a united opposition. With a united opposition, APC cannot stand a chance. I mean, they've united all Nigerians with hunger. They've united all Nigerians by their useless policies. I think our unity should also transform and manifest in the ways we unite our voices in fighting against this, our common enemy, which is APC. So arrogant, so passionate in terms of making Nigerians poor with their useless policies. I want to just encourage us today. How are we going to do this? Galvanizing our efforts through a united opposition. We do not need to divide our votes again. How are we going to do that? Showore has his own means. I don't really subscribe to his own pathway. He has his own point, but for me, I feel we can channel our energy towards pushing for electoral reforms, complete total transmission of the results, and forgetting all these useless collation of results at the collation centers. I think I'll yield the mic at this point, and then we can continue this conversation. But for me, APC is after my life as a Nigerian, and APC is a terrorist organization. We must unite our efforts in fighting them with all our energy. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jogula. Good submission there. So let's go to Naughty Obedience. After Naughty Obedient, then yeah, it's an open floor for conversation.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
Good evening.
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right. Nigeria matter. Well, the thing is, if I tell you I've not given up on this country, I'm lying, because I have given up already. I don't think this country will be the way we want it. Actually, like We are demanding for a free and fair election. We are demanding for equity and justice with the kind of people in the seat of power currently. I don't think it will happen. See those people, the APC people, these APC cabals, these APC gangs, they see we who are the common Nigerians, they see us as they no follow. Those ones, they are just noise makers. They've captured the state. They have each one of them in every organization. Our security apparatus, every fucking places, they owns it. So there's nothing we will do currently. The only thing that we can do currently is a full-blown revolution. A full-blown, and this one is not just a revolution, because a revolution that the APC people, they will equip their own people, their thugs and everybody with guns, with weapons.
Sorry, can anyone here not see obedient?
I think he dropped off.
Am I not audible enough? Can anyone else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Am I audible, right?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So what I'm saying is, what Nigeria needs currently is a full-blown revolution, whereby if we can be united as one and chase out all these people, whereby they will fly out of this country, they will run away, and before they come back, we have seized this country from them. Without all these things, if we are waiting for election will not do justice to all this.
All
That's
right,
the
okay,
fact.
not obedient. How are you going to do this revolution? Let's learn from you.
You see, most of the people who owns the millionaires, who owns businesses and who are mounted in this country right now, most of them, they keep mute. None of them want to say anything, because anyone that says something, the government, they clamp them and they destroy their things. They make sure they do something that we suffocate them. Now, if only everybody will unite, now it will involve, it will be like a civil war.
I think somebody is missing. Velili, is that you or Duke of Ife?
It's not. It's not me. I don't. It's not. It's not
I
me. I'm
feel
not
like
even.
I feel
No,
like
if he was
somebody is
muted, he would show up
missing.
as mute, right? I think he's getting a call. I think someone is
Okay.
like calling him and he's like ending the call and coming back. That's what I think is happening.
Yeah, anyway, why I was asking him that question is because I always hear this narrative of, a revolution. So sometimes I always think, like, how is this revolution? Do you want to pick up arms and then topple the government? Because I don't.
Greatest. Sorry, revolution. I don't understand what you understand by revolution. Revolution does not mean that you will need to take arms. Which revolution has taken place in anywhere? Anywhere in the world that the people, the citizens, take arm over their government. The only thing that they take is placard and their mouths. That's all. No revolution is people taking arms or anything. So I don't know.
I
I
see
don't know.
that one's. I see that as protest. What we've been saying,
It's protest now.
yeah,
Protest,
to change
where
the system, start to school.
where the revolution comes in when you come out to protest is when the mass number of people come outside to demand for something and the thing change immediately. That is revolution. It's not that you carry arms. When the mass numbers of people come outside and ask for change, and that change come immediately, that is called revolution. A revolution is just like a change,
Yeah.
like
So
a change or pull out of a something.
protest is the action. Why revolution is
Yes,
the
protest is the
results.
action. Results.
So I
Thank
think
you.
people need to. That's what I'm saying. So protest is the action. Revolution is the results. Protest is when you come out there to, In fact, they're different. It can even be a solidarity march as your kind of civil disobedience. There are various types of protests, but it is the results that will define if the peaceful walk or whatever solidarity march is actually a revolution, which means to revolt. It's a French word to turn around the system. So because I don't see where picking up arms or marching these guys thugs for thugs is actually going to work. And that's why I
No,
keep
no, no,
saying,
no, no. Nobody so far. Nobody have
aha,
said we should start picking arms because why will you pick arms? That's you are a
yeah,
terrorist
it's
now.
not
You
gonna
become
work.
a.
It's and
It's not.
the only thing you need to do,
That's like you are fighting against the system, war to war now. So that's war. No, nobody's talking about
you
that.
just need to
That's
make
insult.
these guys fear you, and that's just why we need to come out there in en masse in our numbers. And I've never seen this administration that G3 like since I don't know since 2015 during that end bad governance protests. Like literally, APC was running from pillar to post, from pillar to post. I've never seen them being that confused. And you see where they were preempting. They were not even going after Shawari because the new PO was the oxygen. They were just going straight at PO to make sure PO does not even get involved because it was the oxygen. The fight, the lighter was there, the fuel was there, but it was just lacking that oxygen. If like, not that I'm just calling PO, I'm just saying, but I'm just saying if like PO was like actively like involved and not even ending up to say, look, people go out there and not even just only PO, the whole opposition to say part of what people were actually, because I read the manifesto, he actually touched on electoral reform as well. I saw a passage where they were talking about there should be a constitutional court where you don't have to go to the Supreme Court to interpret, and there should be a constitutional court that makes sure the constitution is very, very plain. They talked about having cameras in, the collation centers, real-time upload, iRev. There's so many in there that I felt the opposition could have been like, okay, you know what? Now we're now thinking about 2027. For we to actualize free and fair elections in 2027, this is where we are actually going to start from. And I keep asking that question. People I speak to is like, okay, why in your camp in the PDP, why are people not thinking along this line? And the response I keep getting is, unfortunately, in the opposition, they are still thinking, pre 2015. They still believe that they can, win election based on how it used to be previously. But APC has gone far, very, very far. So they are not even tuned into all this grammar we are blowing. If the opposition leaders were here, they are not even. It goes in one ear and it comes out. It is not their level of thinking is how can we snatch ballot box? You understand? How can we buy votes? How can we now, make sure there's debates where you can now make it more of an intellectual issue? Like you see Edo States. Edo State even makes me laugh if I think of Edo State. God bless the APC candidates. He was not even bothered about giving interviews and then doing one debate. You were just wasting your time. He wasn't even. So I still like, how did people vote for that guy? Because that guy didn't even give debates. He didn't even give interviews like that. Because they already understand the system. But the opposition is still stuck in 1999, thinking of how to buy votes, how to snatch ballot box, how to actually get more numbers. And APC is there in the future, knowing that you need the coalition centers, grab that. You need division, split the votes, buy votes in the other LGA where their candidates is not strong, so they can get that 25 in 2/3 and then pad the votes. So even when we start, look, I was doing the analysis.
Okay, so good. Just before you you keep just saying these things, and it's like valuable information that's just going out there. So I think you've kind of like summarized what the police, what APC's playbook is, right? I think the first step is you said something along the line of like get the collation center. The question is, how do they get the collation centers? Is it that I know they have INEC, right? But do they pay collation agents? Are there people that are called collation agents under the electoral law?
Yeah, they
If
are.
there's something like that.
LP will have one.
Okay.
He's not on this space, but he did for Labour Party, and then he told me what happened. It's like they're there. He also confirmed that they have the beavers there as well.
So how many collation agents do you
One
is
just
required
that
by
they
law?
all have one representative. They'll be there.
So all sorry about that. So all parties will have one person. Can a party have more than
No,
one
no, it
person?
was
Because one
based
person
on.
can be
I'm
selected.
not. I've never been, but I was drilling the guy and
Okay.
asking him questions. It was like one, and he said they will try and bribe you to look the other
Yeah.
way. He was like, they will try.
And just hold, I know. Hold on for a bit. Is it one person per collation center per state, right?
So that
So you
they
need
have
one
at the
incorrigible
ward.
person in the
They
state.
have at the
Okay.
ward level. So
Yeah.
they get ward level. I think they have LGA and then state level. There are 3 levels. And I think for presidential, you have 4 levels. States, then federal level. I wish that guy he was the one explaining. I was asking questions and then he was explaining it to me. But he was like, they have one representative. And he was like, they'll try and bribe you to look elsewhere. Because he said the beavers are right there. All you have to do is ask to see the data of their collection data on the beavers. It was like, if not so, he's expecting the polling unit agents to at least take a picture of that the accreditation data on the beavers and the serial number. Another key one, serial number. It was like that serial number, he will check, see if that serial number is the same with the accreditation, you understand, number. If it matches, he will then look at the EC8 form. If it's higher, it's within his discretion to raise it. Look, that has to be cancelled. It was like, that's where the bribery comes in. They'll start offering you money, you understand. Once you sign, that's it. It's gone. It moves on to the next level. You sign, it's gone.
Okay.
It moves on.
Yeah.
Then I
Okay. So,
announces.
yeah. Let me just explain. Yeah. Let me explain what I'm trying to do. Right. So my game plan is actually I want to see if there's a way we can put INEC or APC or both of them are the same people. Put them in such a tight spot, right, that they either lose out or they resort to the outright violence, which would then spark the revolution, right? Because I feel as though what's the word we used to use in this? The auto ignition temperature of Nigerians is really, really high, right? You need to do something that is, I don't know, otherworldly before you can get them to come out on their own. So the plan is to block out all the loopholes that you've mentioned here. Right? If you block out all the loopholes, then the APC/INEC would then be forced to rig in such a way. I know we think the rigging now is bad, but I don't think it's as bad, right? You would then force them to rig in such a way that they will show their true color in the open, right? So I've taken some of the things you mentioned as notes. So I really wish that guy was here. Maybe if you send him his number, we'll see not his number, his handle, we'll see what we can do about that. But I'm looking at like inside that collation center or collation unit where all this magic is happening. If there are 25 political parties, there will be 25 agents. Who else is going to be there aside from INOC officials and the 25? But I don't know if you have an answer to that. Great. I don't know.
So you don't even need him. If you remember, there was one video during the elections, presidential elections, if you pay attention, in Lagos states, in which somebody was filming in the collation center. So I think this was where APC anticipated that Nigerians were like, not an insult, that Nigerians were actually in tune with what was going on and very intelligent, like what was going on. If you watch especially in Lagos, even when they were rewriting results, go and watch, I'll find that video where the lady was then saying to the coalition guy, well, if you look at that video, even one of the guy there had an LP lanyard. So there was various political parties in that coalition sector in Lagos. And the lady they were using T-Pest. And the guy, I don't know what he wrote. The lady was like, you can't use that anymore. It was like the tabulation is higher than what is actually on the BVAS, and she was speaking in Yoruba that you've ruined it. I'll find that video and then put it up. That was when they were still uploading the accreditation data. So that gave them a lot of headache. So they were doing a lot of T-testing and then canceling. But since they've removed it, the opposition are not speaking. The opposition is quiet. APC has just, INEC has just carried on with that practice. And that was what Stachiluka did. He didn't do it on behalf of PDP. He did it on behalf of his organization. And then put
hold on. Great. This thing you said it before. I'm trying to get to a point. What I'm trying to get is like this showing us the accreditation information. Is it required by law? Is it something we can raise an alarm online and get these sleeping opposition people to start requesting for it? Is it required by law? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
By the law states, like I said, section 51, subsection 2, the law states it that the only people that are allowed to vote are only people that have been accredited to vote. And it clearly states it, which is the BVAS. So let me read it. In fact, I can read it word for word.
I've heard what you said, right, about what the law says. The law says, if people are allowed to vote, are those accredited. My question is actually, does the law mandate INEC to show the accreditation information, or is it something that can be inferred? Because again, remember, we're trying to box them into a corner, and they are going to look for loopholes.
Yeah. So the law does not specifically state to INEC to actually have the accreditation number on the IREV. There's no mention, but I can tell you that the IREV has that function. I can send you a screenshot if you want from 2023. I think it has all the information you need, and the IREV the BVAS they'll upload it on the IREV. It will tell you how many people are accredited to be able to vote at that polling unit. Now, this is where it's interesting. The law now states if that figure is higher, even by 1, by virtue of the law, you need to cancel the whole of that polling units. That result is gone.
So great. Does that not mean that by extension, based on what the law just said, we need to have that accreditation information to be able to know whether to cancel or not? Is that not an argument that can be made?
Yeah, if we have that, trust me, that's the beginning and the end of APC. And the person I was like, are you sure APC cannot manipulate with that figure? And it was like, right now, I can guarantee you that there's no solution yet. But he can't guarantee me if APC will be able to find a backdoor in 2027. It was like, that's the reason why that data can never come up on the IREV. They'll give you the screenshot, the pre-populated results, even if they write it, but they'll never provide you with that accreditation data. So that was what they did in Bielsa. They went, look at the BVAS, and if the EC8 form, that's what I'm saying. The importance of that is they cannot write results because they're.
So yes, okay. Here's what I'm trying to get an action item, right? My action item now, should it be to try and rally the opposition around getting INEC to show the accreditation data? Should that be the action item? Like, this is what
opposition is. That's what I'm saying. They're still stuck in 1999. They're still thinking of how to buy votes and how to, you understand? That's why Stachiluka had to go outside of PDP to do what he did. And I was shocked. He was like, he put the information of requests to INEC, like, let me see those data. That's when I found out that there's actually 2 ECA8 form, A and B. INEC has their own copy and the party has their own copy. And then you have the data, accreditation data is on one side. So I think you have like 4 different information. And it was like the numbers all differ. But it was like, as per the law, it is the data on the BVAS that should count. And guess the data that had the lowest number, it was the BVAS. So that tells you the 3 other data for accreditation numbers were all inflated. So he did
Okay, so that means we're looking at BVAS, EC8A, and EC8B,
EC8A,
right?
EC8B, and there's one last one. I can't remember the name. I think that's the IREV. Yeah, the IREV. What number the IREV is saying
Okay.
based on the result they were uploading. So it was like there should never be higher than what the BVAS is saying. Guess what? Those three other, even the ones, the agents they had inflated numbers. So he asked INEX for that
Yeah.
data. And for Edo States, yeah, he did the same thing for Edo States. He used his organization to ask Freedom of Information. He asked INEC for that data. And I just started reading the comments. People were just bashing him. Like, what nonsense are you trying to do? Like, I was just shaking my head. At least this is somebody that is trying. That's why I'm saying to you, Nigeria's problem is very, very complex. Like,
Greatest, can I help you guys?
yeah, it's an open mic. Anybody can.
You know,
Wait, so you guys are from Nigeria? You guys are from Nigeria?
who is this person speaking?
Yes, we are from Nigeria. We are from Nigeria.
We're from Nigeria.
Nice. So what do you do in Nigeria? I heard many things from Nigeria. I just want to see if it's actually true.
I guess you might not be in tune with the conversation going on right now. So I don't know who you want to know what he does or does not do in Nigeria. But we're having a conversation about our country and our electoral process, which might not be something that you're familiar with, or you might want to go and do some research on them.
Oh, I apologize. My bad. I thought it was just something like what you Nigerians do, you know?
No, that's not the case. Thank you. Okay. Guys, am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
You're about to help us out. But first, just hold on for a bit. I want to say something because I have an idea what you're going to say, right? What I'm trying to
You have an idea what I'm going to say.
I have an idea what you're going to say. Hold on for a bit, right? Here's the thing, right? Great is right? The opposition is still thinking analog. Meanwhile, APINEC has gone digital, right? They're in the 21st century. The other guys are in the 20th century. But I actually believe that if we collate this, I think I'm beginning to call it now, how to win an election in 2024 by Greatest, and we put it out there and we make a video explaining it, and we make it to go viral, and we drum it into their heads, that maybe something would actually come out, right? Maybe something would actually come out. So that's actually why I'm doing what I'm trying to, because before the last election, I actually had it in mind, and I have notes for it somewhere else, where I was trying to see, can we set up an alternate INEC, right? An INEC that publishes its result the same way the Bitcoin publishes its blockchain records, right? That's what I was looking at. So that if INEC brings their own results, the people can bring their own results and we can compare, right? And at least it may not be the courts, but at least it will be like the court of public opinion. It will be out there somewhere, always there, right? It could be on a Google Doc or whatever it is, just somewhere. Somebody would always say, where are the real election results? Our own area, the people's own area.
Bro,
somebody
I
can go there and
assure
say,
you, INEC would rather eat brick than release that data. Unless
I did laugh. I did laugh.
Comrade, greatest. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah. Okay.
See, let me tell you something, Baba. Everything you are saying, you have good information. You guys are like, Baba. You guys need to realize something. Like you said, INEC will never. They will do everything possible. In fact, they will even tell you there is a part in law that says that they should not expose that to public.
No. Hold on. Comrade, 247. Hold on. See, I was at my polling unit.
No, they did in 2023. I have the screenshot.
No, greatest. See what I'm saying, Sha? I was at my polling unit and I touched a BVAS machine. Right? The Labour Party agent, the guy was just moving up and down. I could see the information on the BVAS machine. Here's what my theory is. My theory is, all of us who are present at the polling unit, we can get the BVAS accreditation data from the polling unit. We can make videos, make pictures, and then send it off to a central database. Like, because the people are there. We are there at the polling unit before it actually goes to the collection center.
See, we did that. Didn't you do that? A lot of people did that now. But they tell you that those pictures are edited. The real one is the one that they have.
The one that INEC released to you is the one that is legally binding.
No. INEC does not release the accreditation data.
No. What I'm the point I'm making is not the accreditation data. What my friend, I couldn't just catch his name, that is trying to, get to the bottom of this. Your intention is honest. I can hear you, my brother, loud and clear. You are trying to find a way to lock this loophole through which these people manipulate this election. But here's the point. Even if you are able to get those data that you think you want to get, if you can even be allowed to reach those beavers to be able to extract those data information, and then you now transmit them into what can be classified as your own independent collection center. My question to you is, at the end of the day, what are you going to do with those figures?
All right, this is the point I'm making. If you have that picture and that data, this is what they did in Bielsa states. Who needs that information would be the coalition officer. And the guy who did for LP during the presidential elections, he said, yes, he has that information, not just the EC8 form, but he wanted to know what exactly was the accreditation numbers at the polling units. He was like, that was what he was relying on, that right before his eyes, they were changing the results. Sorry, putting in the right figures is the right word to say. And it was like where he got let down were in those rural areas that LP didn't have polling units agents. So it was like when they brought those padded results, he didn't know who to speak to say, is this correct? He didn't even have an EC8 form. So he had to agree. In fact, it was like that's where they brought in the padded votes from. But he didn't have anybody on ground to be able to verify this information. So it is key. And what Ustad Chidoka did was to put in a freedom of information request. INEC has that data. I was even shocked they gave him that data. And then he said, look, he was able to prove that whatever you see on the IREV are inflated results. And he was like, as per the law, the only number that should stand is what is on the Beavers machine. And that's the one that has the lowest tally of votes. He even was able to prove that, even sorry to say, that LP even, inflated their votes in in Bielsa states. LP was like small Ashley Shake. LP inflated their votes by like 400.
Okay.
But
okay, greatest.
Come and see what APC was doing. APC was doing doing serious numbers.
Here's
Here's the
my
point.
thing,
No,
right?
let me
This
just
alternate
conclude. Let me
INEC
make
would
my
give
point.
him that information.
Let
Okay,
me
go ahead.
make my point. Okay, my point here is, greatest, I get you. But it was before our very eyes that when this 2023 election problem went to the tribunal and up to the Supreme Court, they still could not get INEC. Let us assume that you have those results extracted and still they upload those padded numbers in the IRF and give you a result and announce the winner. What are you going to do next?
All right.
You have to wait to
See,
the court.
that's what I'm telling you. And this is what APC and INEC they are, because on section 51, subsection 2, clearly states what you have to do to cancel that polling units. Once it flies beyond coalition center, you have to go now to the judiciary. And it's very clear. It is down to the judiciary for their interpretation. And what they're now doing, especially with Kogi states, is saying if it's 10, in fact, there are different interpretations. We saw the one in Imo states in which a judge could cancel and then do a calculation of votes. So it could go either way. Like, you can't even predict what will happen in court. So you have to fight to make sure that you get it right.
I already can predict what will happen in the court.
No. We can stop it from going to the courts if we win at the coalition unit. That's what I'm saying.
Like, there's no need for him to go to court and then prove. They had the accreditation data. I need to play that Stachiloka video. Like, they cancelled APC vote by like 70 something thousand. Even PDP rigged by like 20 something thousand. It was like LP was 400 and something. I even laughed when I saw LP1. As LP2 is inflating votes by less than 500. PDP, I think PDP was about 12,000. But see what APC was doing serious numbers. In even Imo states, he was like, he didn't really see the reason why Hope Uzodinma had to pad the votes this much, that he felt like Hope Uzodinma would have won anyway because he was in a stronghold. But these people, they don't care. And that's what I'm saying to you. Why that's so critical is if that data of if the accreditation data is on the IREV, it will be very, very hard for APC to write results because they have to predict how many people would show up on that day too. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So if it's higher than 1, automatically it needs to be cancelled. People can start even doing their own collation and then highlighting polling units or local government that needs to be cancelled even before INEC announces the winner.
That's exactly what I'm saying. With our alternate INEC, people can collate at home.
Data available. No statute.
No, hold on. Great. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying go and collect the data from INEC. I'm saying collect the Beavers data at the collation unit. It's not collection unit, at the polling unit.
Very easy to prove your case. Yeah. Make sure those pictures you're taking has a metal data. Don't just take pictures. Have a folder where people can upload those folders to. Because the metal data will tell you the dates, the time, the location that picture was. That's all you need. Basically, that is all you need.
Yeah. And then when you have this, I don't know, photo gallery or this album that has pictures and videos with metadata that is showing, what the Beavers, the accreditation data on the Beavers, that's your alternate INEC there. That's your alternate IREF.
People can then collect that. Sending that to be your collation officer at the ward level so he can see it with the serial number. So they don't do accreditation with one Beavers and then provide another one. So that serial number has to match with that. You understand? Your coalition officer, in fact, it was very meticulous in Bayelsa State. That's why I said, look, it will come with a lot of money. And whoever is your coalition, being a coalition officer now, in fact, if you want to do it now in 2027, you're going to make good money.
Who do we need to pay aside from not pay? Who do we need to recruit? I know we're recruiting like an incorrigible and well-fed
coalition officer. Don't just put somebody that's hungry there.
Guys, can I come in here? Good.
Yeah, sure. It's an open mic.
Just
anybody can jump in and okay. Yeah, it's an open mic.
Yeah, I tell you what I observed. You see, what you guys are saying is quite intelligent and well thought about. But you guys tend to forget that the people you're dealing with has captured. You're gonna take these people with all these evidences to the judiciary, right? Which judiciary?
Nobody is going to the judiciary. I think he joined this conversation.
No, my brother. Nobody's going to the judiciary. Nobody's going to court. It's never gonna happen.
Who? So okay, maybe I didn't join on time. So with all these evidences you have, how are you going to get INEC to declare the right result, even if you have all these evidences from data that you've collected from the polling unit? How would then translate to stopping APC from stopping INEC from using the votes that APC they've agreed with APC to chunk out? How is that gonna? I joined late, but how is that gonna?
Wake Up Africa. I think you joined later on. So we're using Bayelsa as a yardstick. So what they did in Bayelsa is they already knew the law. They know the law that if the numbers are higher than what the Beavers is saying, cancel that polling units. So they were collecting their evidence. So what their coalition officer did, to be honest with you, as much as I say to you, I've read the electoral law, I did not realize you could actually cancel polling units at the coalition center.
Who? You mean
I never knew you could cancel a polling unit at the coalition center. And that was what PDP was doing. They were cancelling results. Even cancelling, is a double-edged sword. They were cancelling for both PDP as well. And they were cancelling for both APC. And they were cancelling for APC. any votes that
Sorry,
was
sorry. I
higher.
want to follow. Who was doing the cancellation? Is it the APC representatives
No,
in
the
the collation
PDP
center?
coalition agents.
Center
Yeah,
agent.
was the one doing it.
So who would agree with them? So basically, the other political parties present would also agree with them for that to be cancelled, correct?
The law is as clear as daylight. If it's higher than
So,
one, I've
so
already
what about
quoted the
if they
section
say
to you.
no? If those individuals say, "Oh no, we object," you can go to court. So how? And then the coalition's person who is responsible for collating those particular informations don't agree with you as a party representative. Then how do you effect that particular law?
Very easy. Very
you're the-
easy. 100%. I can tell you what happened in Edo State, for example, because INEC knew the law. Remember, somebody made, I don't know who was able to spot that out. So the accreditation data, that they wrote on the EC8 form was actually lower than the tabulation. And then, I don't know, maybe the person by chance or by stroke of luck was able to look at the IREV and then find just that one and then post it on Twitter, on X, and then it went viral. So INEC saw that and know, okay, this is a violation of what the electoral law states. And then INEC was like, INEC even made a response to that.
Yeah, I saw that one. I have it on my
we're sorry,
timeline.
out of 4,000, this is the only 2 we've been able to see. We are going to investigate. So once you get that information and you put it out there, the law is very clear. But I'm telling you, if the majority are ignorant, the informed minority wins, and APC and INEC, they know. So they will always encourage you to go to courts because they know if it skips past that coalition center, it is gone.
The funny thing though is this. You see, the people also who you are going to, I mean, to be honest with you, what happened in Edo State is a case study. The people who you are also going to entrust to go there to represent you as decent Nigerians would also be offered 10,000 naira.
That's why I said
you pay.
That's why I said you have to pay them. Forget about sticker. These are the people you need to pay. And the guy I spoke from LP front, he was like, it is true.
So you agree that you find one need to pay them.
You need to pay them well. It was like they'll try and bribe. It was like they'll try and bribe you there. It was like they'll tell you to look aside, look the other way.
Greatest, you cannot pay them. You don't have
because
the fund
if somebody come and say, "Oh look, okay, how much did they pay you? I'm gonna give you 10 million. Just look away." How many people? Look, Nigerians have price.
If you have 10 million, then we give them 1 billion. You don't have the money
because these guys are spending federal money.
Forget about.
They're spending our collective funds, and the pocket is too deep. It's limitless. Once they know you are a pain in the ass for them, they will rope you in with how much they will hit your account with something serious. And then if you're not somebody who's not strong, who doesn't know what you would yield.
I think that is where segregation of duty.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but I don't know.
Yeah, segregation of duty.
No, I think we are rubbing minds.
I don't know how PDP in Bielsa did, but I was speaking to somebody and it was like, even aside the bribe, maybe you promise them because the coalition officers are not that much compared to the polling units agents. You need to have that in mind. If there's 4,000, those guys will probably be like 100, and you need to promise them maybe a position or something when you get into office. And the guy who did for LP was like, he only did it because of PO. He was like, he knows how much they offered him. And he just joked. He was like, he sort of like regretted a little bit. He's now left the country. He's no longer in Nigeria. He was like, they offered him serious money that he could have just bought. Because of PO, he just did the right thing. And I believe this is...
He left the country.
He was
maybe
after the election.
doing
He
this,
left
a lot
Nigeria.
of threats have come over.
No. It was like he just gave up when PO didn't win. Just gave up on Nigeria after the election.
So Greatest, that comes to my own question now. That do you think because you have just one person, you can now have all those people. If you have 100 in one street,
Brother,
you
can I
can
just
have
ask
them.
you to say something? Yeah, okay, 1 second. Okay, happiness. Duke, just check your thing is going to host is experiencing problems. So Duke, if you can
So
just look at your phone.
So what I'm trying to say is that if you can have that only one person, you cannot have everybody like that across Nigeria. The thing is that if only that guy, the guy has said that they try to come and bribe him and do everything, but he's just doing it because of his conscience and because of the organization he belongs to, right? Now, I'm telling you now that these people that you are dealing with, like you said, greatest, you said they are the only thing that they fear. You said it, but this, if we now say we don't want to go through that, right? You want to go to this route you are talking about now. That if we can find and pay these people or promise them, I'm telling you, bro, these governments, they don't get job, they don't have businesses, they don't have anything. The only thing that they have is that public office, and they will do anything to protect it. They will do anything, even like make God fall from heaven. They go drag the God come from heaven, come down to make sure say they win that. So they will
And
do
and
anything
and here's another angle to look at this. Okay, my
Okay,
guy, hold on,
okay,
1
okay,
second.
okay. One
they
Another
can
second.
another
do
Okay.
angle.
like
All right, 1
Great.
second. Let's take happiness before you go. I think Aroke has been here, and then also we'll go to Aroke happiness, and then it's like they've just been so patient. So are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
we can hear you, Ene. Did I collect? Did I
Okay,
say your
so
name correctly, or
yes, yes,
okay?
yes. You can. Okay, so earlier on, I heard when Keneke said something, then the guy that followed him also said that they are tired. Even me, I was about joining him, but somehow I am still in Nigeria and I cannot give up. If not, because the matter tire me. So my question I just want to ask is, in your discussions, how are you going to carry the rest of us? Because number is important. We have the voters, we have the system. People are only talking about the system, the process of voting. We also have the voters from the angle of the voters. People have given up. People was able to rise up to make people stand up. Yeah. But after this, plus this don't own, and the one that we are suspecting that will happen next, if it does happen, man, it will take the grace to awaken, to get people to get that number. So even this process, I've been listening to you guys. Yes, it's a nice one, but you still need numbers. You need everything is about numbers. Now, about the revolution this guy was talking about, yeah. Sometimes just to see how to, I think it's just about everything is numbers. How many people are willing? A lot of people have given up. You can see that the discussion, the size of the spaces, the size of discussion is really reducing. People are just giving up. So how do we, what do we need to do to bring everybody back? It's very important because when you have number, you have power. So that's just where I want to come in from. Why you guys, I don't have much to, I don't know, I'm not very familiar with the collation process, so I'm just learning too, but I also know that there's another part of it, which is the voters. So that part is also important. How do we get everybody together? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and Aroke. I believe that's another part of the conversation as well. It's like grassroots mobilization, how to actually make people believe in this dream, again, towards 2027. That's if anybody still believes that there's hope for, Nigeria. So I think that's even a different conversation entirely. But yeah, brilliant submission there. So yeah, let's quickly go to happiness, and after happiness, we'll go to AIDS.
Yeah, and my brother, good evening, everybody. Greatest, I've heard what you said about the Bayasa. And the first thing I've realized on that is that everything you have to do, you must have equal power as APC have. So, meaning that you must be on equilibrium when it comes to power, equal force, for you to be able to dictate the rules of engagement or be able to enforce these laws to be implemented. In a situation whereby the opposition is weak, APC will rewrote them and do what they want. So using that Bayelsa as an example, is that all the whole party structure is intact. The supporters are on ground. So they were able to marshal all the forces at the collection center, be able to detect these anomalies and ask for the because the election to be outrightly cancelled, because any polling unit where one vote, where the vote, the number of accreditation, after the accreditation which was captured by BVAS, one vote added to it when you record the vote cast, it should be annulled. Any polling unit whereby there's any problem like ballot not stuffing, or maybe let's say the thugs go there and disrupt it, the polling unit will be cancelled. So you need how do I say, efficient team that is up in arm that will be able to detect this anomaly, because this thing we're talking about, you have limited time to detect all these things. So now that's why you were able to see the APDP implement that kind of thing in Bayelsa. Now, looking forward at how our election is conducted in Nigeria, we know that after the polling unit, the first stage is ward collection center, and it's at the ward collection center that we declare our councillors. So I don't know if we can do anything in Nigeria to make sure that this handling of election, because at the ward collection center, if the election is declared and transmitted to the maybe let's say RF or whatever, all the thing they have to do at the local government is to compile it and declare the local government chairman. Because I think that this handling of election result from one hand to another, because if you check all these things, it's just like if you work in a government administration, bureaucracies, from one desk to another, they will keep on adding, and before you know it, the total cost of contract will be inflated. So now, how do we reduce this unnecessary handling? Because for me, I don't see a reason why you don't declare the total number cast or the total vote at the ward collection center, no matter whoever it is, the local government chairman. What is your destiny? The PD, because in Nigeria today it's only the party. So which party got what at the ward collection center? Declare it, transmit it. So you compile the number and declare the chairman. Compile the number, declare the governor. So this handling things is one of the things that I've seen that have created this bottleneck that keep on creating problems for us. Because if you look at it critically, the electoral law, like we made this assertion last year, the electoral law is not inefficient as people want us to believe. That electoral law, if INEC implement that law judiciously, we'll get nearly to perfect election. But because INEC is complicit in their destiny, they decided to use to bypass the law and use some kind of justification that INEC have right to do whatever they want. So today now that's the problem we have, and the court is not helping anybody. So my own happiness is that 2023 election, the biggest loser is the judiciary. Nobody goes to court again. So the Lagias, the money they will receive, the SANS in Nigeria today, they are out of business. So that's my happiness. So anybody that wants to see 2023 election, see that the judiciary and the SANS in Nigeria who will be doing the election tribunal thing have been redundant today. They need to go and find job. You understand? So that we have cut off that one now. So the only thing we need to also tackle now or look at is how do we reduce this handling so that election will be from the polling unit, it will be transmitted. Once the first declaration is declared at the polling unit at the ward collection center, it should be equivalent to what will be at the national, because that's where we have our ward councillors. So for me, that's how I see it. So on that Chidoka analysis, he was able to analyze. And greatest, the analysis you're making, and you pointed at the LP rig, brother, it's like me now eating chicken, and I'll use that chicken oil and rub your mouth and say that we all ate the chicken. Is there any evidence that you deny that you did not eat the chicken? So when somebody is rigging, they will be adding to themselves and they'll be adding to other people to make it look like all of us did the same. But we know who is the ultimate beneficiary of that crime, which is like who got the bigger chunk of that inflated number. It's APC. So there's nothing wrong in adding small for PDP, adding small for LP, adding bigger one for myself, and make it look like everybody rich. So this is what I see. So you saying that LP added 400 figure on the other thing, that's how I view it. So another thing I wanted to talk about earlier when Tempo was speaking about Showere thing, he said that Showere criticized Peter Obi, I was like, asking, the trophy of politics, the trophy that time is presidential villa. So it's in football, you tackle your opponent any way you can to retrieve the ball. So if that's what Showore will do to help him win to go to Asorok, it's just the contest, presidential contest. So you come in and say that he tackled a fellow politician like Comrade used to say, it doesn't make sense to me, because you come and criticize and say that he protesting My brother, slow motion is better than no motion. Any protest in Nigeria today is better than no protest. So this antagonism or whatever people might feel, you feel like you don't like somebody, you should understand that in politics, the trophy in politics is power. Remove the power, there's nothing that you're doing politics for. So if during the election he criticized P2B, yes, okay, they are contesting something. So for me, it's just like what happening in US. You use any opportunity to criticize your opponent to score points. That's how you win the election. So if that will help him make saying that all the politicians in Nigeria have failed, or everybody in Nigeria is criminal, if you level everybody like that and blanket that statement, if that will help him to win Asorok, so be it. So people should come off their feelings and look at that fact. So lastly, on what I would say is that reality is that APC is winning the war in Nigeria because APC is driving the narrative. There's no opposition. Opposition is in disarray. Opposition, you don't have to be a united opposition to be an opposition. If you go to so many countries, go to, like, for example, last time, which country conducted election, there was so many results. Some got 27, some got 28. That's how they be. Even if you go to Sweden, they form coalition. Go to South Africa. So you don't need one opposition to be an opposition to the government. The only thing we have today, there's no opposition in Nigeria, no opposition leader, no visible opposition leader. It's not in parliament, not on the street. So this is the problem we have.
Showore is still the opposition right now, both on speech and over on ground. So
thank you. I will acknowledge that. I will acknowledge that, my brother, because he's the only one doing the work. He's the only one putting the work there. So I will acknowledge that is the opposition we see today. Visible, okay.
And my brother, by tomorrow, after all this, what he's doing on the street, you now come and say you are bringing somebody else to become the candidate to run for election, and he should go and sit down. That's where Toure will not agree.
And my brother, that is it. Because for me, in politics, that's the beauty of democracy. The majority carries the day. Minority have their say. Majority carries the day. So no matter how the minority, the minority might feel disgruntled that he's not getting the whole support, overwhelming support of Nigerians. That's the democracy, because people will choose their pitch where they want to be. So you can't force people to rally around him. It's like honey and bee, or sugar and the ant. Once you drop your sugar, the ant will appear. So once he appeal to majority of the people, they will rally around him. There's nothing wrong there. So that's how I see. So for me, my whole conversation is that this penchant criticizing of Showore, whatever he's doing and saying, what, my brother, any motion is better than no motion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Comrade,
Please, good. I want to correct an impression.
All right.
Please.
I don't even want. I was even happy you moved past, this. So
I really want to correct an impression.
Okay, wait. One second. Wait. Yeah.
Okay.
One second.
It's going down, so we need to bring it up back.
Just for me to clarify, just responding to Happiness. So the first one you were speaking, look, you need to understand that with elections there are always patterns, and it's very easy to actually see those patterns. So when Ustach Luka did, you understand, his analysis, he was able to drop a pattern. APC does not, so 99% APC will inflate votes in their stronghold. That is where their strength lies. They will not go to the opposition at the coalition centers. This is how APC is now evolving. They pad the votes in their stronghold. And I believe if there was an analysis of Edo states, you'll find out that APC is getting votes in their strongholds. they will go to those other LGAs where they are not strong. They will buy votes to be able to get the 25% in 2/3 of the LGAs. That's the pattern. So when he was able to
They
draw,
show they are buying votes. They are not buying votes. They do the rigging at the back end.
no,
They are not.
just
They cannot buy all the
sorry,
votes.
yeah, I don't know who was that who was speaking. So the analysis was always the same, like the 4 off cycle, sorry, 3, because now I've not gotten the analysis of those states. So it will be in their stronghold. That's where they pad. So they can inflate their votes by 200,000, 300,000. Like they would murder it in those 3 LGAs. And what they'll do is just buy votes so they can hit that 25% quota. It'd be too expensive to buy all those votes because they know that's the opposition stronghold. You can't go into those coalition centers and then bully your way through, especially if the opposition is the incumbents of that state. So if like he was an APC governor, that's a different story. Even with Hope Uzodinma, he was still in his stronghold, in his base. And that was what Osta Chidoka was saying, that they were ridiculously inflating the votes. It was like he felt like Hope Uzodinma would have won anyway because that was his base. But he was not taking any chances. He was just inflating. And then he showed the same way for Kogi State. It was ridiculous. Bayelsa was the only one in which there was cancellation of votes. And despite it being a Bayelsa governor, APC was still able to inflate votes. Some of their coalition agents, still, went the other way at the end of the day. So it's not guaranteed. But if the majority of them didn't actually fall in line and cancel votes, APC would have won Bayelsa states, was the analysis that he done. And then the second thing I forgot to mention was when I was speaking to the LP coalition agent, he mentioned one very interesting thing. It was like at that coalition center, it's like they need your signature. Because if you don't sign on that results, you can then bring that up. So they'll beg you. It was like they'll try and intimidate you, but it was like their supporters was outside the coalition center, that they even had to bring the army in. They tried to bring thugs to intimidate them, but it was like the supporters that were out there was what gave him confidence. It started from intimidation, and then later they'll start begging you and then start to bribe you. They'll plead with you and see if you collect money. They just only need your signature on that paper. That once it flies at the world level, forget it is gone. And then it goes to the LG and then state level before they announce the results. So I'm just saying, if LP, and so what, LP inflated by 400 and something in their stronghold, go and listen to his Chidoka, in their stronghold. I don't know if it was APC that did the inflation of, or if it was PDP, I don't really care. I'm just looking at the analysis. You understand? But it has to be in their stronghold. That's where they do it. Inflated by hundreds of thousands or 200K. Well, let other people speak, then I'll play that video so you can hear him say that. And go on channels, just post that Chidoka. You see the video for yourself now. He was even showing the visual analysis. So it's not a big deal. You understand? Everybody now knows the blueprint. We all know what the law states. And the law is backing you to say, if you want to cancel votes, do it at the coalition centers. Don't wait to go to courts. Because when you go to courts, the interpretation might just be different. Do all what you can. When people finish voting, everybody march to the coalition center outside there. You know who your coalition officer is. Technology is beautiful. You can wear glasses with cameras to capture what is going on inside there. You understand? So yeah, the technology.
Greatest,
You need to be
this thing you
advanced.
said, this thing you said,
Please, I want to clear the air on something that happened
this thing,
yesterday.
this thing you said now, you
Um,
remember what happened in
hello,
Etiosa.
hello.
Wait, you remember what happened in
247, please
Etiosa?
hold on, please. Somebody made a submission and mentioned my name. Please, let's not Greatest, please. I will not take so much time. I just very brief. Happiness, you see, when submissions are made, if you did not hear the person properly or you did not understand the content of what the person is saying, you don't jump into and start making certain derogatory statements. I did not say Sowore attacking P2B during the election was not fair game. That's allowed. But I was precise when I said after the election, when P2B was an opposition alongside the Sowore, whom was the presidential candidate of AAC, he kept on attacking P2B. That was not necessary.
See, bro.
Hello,
Calm down, brother.
Excuse me, please.
Is still an opposition.
All right, okay, 247.
You're not getting my point.
247.
So Sowore attacking P2B after the election when they were both oppositions. It made sense to you, Abi?
That is what opposition is. It's still
all right, 247. Just allow. See, Heat is waiting. MON. There's a lot of people waiting to speak. Please just allow Temp. Make submission. Then we can move the mic.
He was attacking him as an opposition because so that he would do what now? He's the person in power. At times, make they make people they use some kind of words on honor. Are you?
All right.
Want to talk the right thing.
No, 247. See me. Wait 1 second. 247. Me, I have headache this show already. PO. In fact, me, at this point, I don't even care if they like they align, if they like they don't align. Who is going to suffer at the end of the day is the common man. So I don't even see why, we just get, worked up, Sowore, PO, Sowore, PO, Sowore. At the end of the day, all we just need to do is we as supporters, start from some point to find common ground. The way the country is going, you understand? I think the opposition needs to be unified. Yes, people have some doubts. People have, which is fair game. But do you enjoy the way the country is going right now? If the answer is no, then I think we need to start finding some common ground. I don't even believe anything when it comes to like protest or activism that, look, the opposition leaders, like the leaders need to be in front. I think they even need to be at the back and let the normal citizens, take charge. And we saw that happen in, somebody said Bangladesh. That was true. The opposition was doing it. But when they switch onto the quota movements in which students took charge and they were behind, it was successful. We saw that in Kenya as well. So I think that's the very beginning. We as the supporters, we need to actually find some common ground to unite. Let them stand behind, but give us their full backing. But to then start arguing this PO, sure, two of them are million. They are all right within their own stride. Like I just really don't get it. Like why we really walked up with this issue. But let's go to it, quickly, and then MO, and then we can then go back to Tweet Bin and open mic.
Greatest, I just want to say something you talked about.
Yeah, my brother, please, can you hold it?
Just
let me go.
247. Just hold your question.
Yeah, hold it.
Circle back.
Please.
Let them
Thank
speak.
you.
They've been waiting here a very long time. Please.
Thank you very much, my brother. First of all, like, what really stops either Peter Obi calling Sowore, hey, this October 1st, let me join you. Let's demand for one thing, electoral reform. Or Sowore calling Peter Obi, I'm going for an election. Can you going for protest on October 1st? Can you join us? Like, simple. With the fact that we are
I don't know. I think it's dropped off. His network is bad. But yeah, it's if you can come back, request the mic, and all right, it's back up.
Hello, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You dropped off briefly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, like I was saying, let us not be hitting our head on spaces and even on the ground while we look up to these leaders. The fact that we look up to them as leaders, we have to understand something, that when they emerge as a candidate for an election, either governorship or presidency, whatever they do during that time is we follow them to the victory rather to the election ground. So whatever how that thing turns out to be, either successful or failure, it's them that led us through that path. So it's very important to understand that some of these mistakes, for me, I'm still blaming Asue Godalo, Obaseki, and Olumide for allowing APC to do what they did. If you saw some of the patterns you've mentioned, that they usually have a pattern. I just wanted to correct that narrative. While you were speaking, I was trying to chime in something to say that they inflate the numbers on their stronghold, then portray to be buying votes in places where they don't have stronghold, and behind the scene they inflate the numbers again, because those guys, they wouldn't want to spend that money when they know that they have the liberty to inflate the numbers on the back end. So they just showcase and make them buying votes go viral, and before you know, 5,000. It's only 1 or 2 videos I saw of them buying votes.
Yeah, but
They didn't really show.
it's why I said that is so I don't know if somebody has an understanding, because I know that that coalition center for that LGA has to be within that LGA. So it's like Obaseki being very, very, let's say Obaseki PDP being strong, because that was the analysis that Chiluka was doing. They won't want to stray outside. I don't know if you get what I mean. Where you have
Yeah,
your
I
thugs,
get you,
your
bro.
boys, everybody on ground. It's very hard for them to stray outside. So that's if the incumbent, for example, is a PDP governor. I think if the incumbent is an APC governor, maybe it's a different story. But it still played out interestingly when he did the analysis for Uzodinma. He was like, look, it is still his stronghold. And the LGAs that was not his stronghold was where you're having results that are actually compliance. So meaning that the results on the IREV and what's on the Beavers were actually matching. Although PDP were rigging in Bielsa,
Bro, I concur with
but
what
it
you
was in
said. I
their
was just adding
stronghold,
a step
if you get
to
what I
that.
mean. But PDP was
Yeah, I
doing
get you, bro.
12,000 and APC was doing 100,000. I don't know if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get. The reason why I wanted to add a step to that was I watched an interview where a candidate in this election that said he, in his own polling unit, he voted for himself. He was supposed to get 1 at least. But when that result came out, he got 0. So that means his own voting did not count. It's what they wrote at the back was what counted.
Yeah, but you have to ask the
So,
question, is he strong in his LGA? That's the key question. Are you a strong person
okay.
in your local government? Or you're just one candidate from, I don't know, XYZ?
Yeah,
So yeah,
I get you, bro.
they'll rig you at the
So,
coalition center. I get what I mean. But if you are a
okay, I
strong
get you for sure.
person in that LGA, that was what the analysis was showing, that it is very hard. So what they will do is at least try and meet that 25%. I don't know if you get what I mean. So this politics of division plays well into APC. They can isolate the candidates based on where they are strong. Let's say it's 10 and they need 2/3, which is about 6 or 7 out of 10. And their candidate is strong in 3 LGAs. They'll pad the votes in those 3 LGAs. And then they'll go to that other ones where they are not strong. And they'll buy votes. Let's be honest, Nigerians will take
They
the
don't
money.
buy votes. They just show they are buying votes. They still rewrite the results at the back end. These guys, they are very greedy. They wouldn't want to spend that money to be buying votes when they know they have the power to rewrite the result and publish whatever they publish. So they're just using that buying of votes to show that the media carries it that they are buying votes. But really, they want to buy votes, 5,000 or 30,000. Do you know how much that would turn out to be? They don't want to spend that
Yeah,
money,
that's
but
what
they
I'm
just
saying.
show.
They only need 25%. That's what they need.
I agree. Yeah.
So
So,
if we do the
but we
calculation,
need to
at
let
least it's
them know
not a
we
lot.
know that they are tricked, that they are not buying votes, that they are rewriting the result, which you still come to the same thing we are saying, that the whole thing happens in the collation center at night. So now this thing, it now comes back to people with this leaders that are contesting for this election, they need to be coming up with a very good strategy, because at the end of the day, if they fail, it's their strategy that failed. Imagine now that collation center that you're talking about, of positioning one collation agent in that place. It is their strategy that is the scope that they came up with to say, okay, having one collation center, one agent in that place. If they put it like in the system where they are developing it to say 3 people, this one segregate this one check on this, 3 people report to the person outside. In those circles, that is the way, as you are building the team that will monitor all of these things, that is the way you set it up. 3 people checking on the collation agent. Then that camera thing that you talked about, they need to be able to go all out to save the people. Not just put in one leg, come up, showcase, do campaign and all of that. The next thing, you finish voting, the next thing, you are going home to go and chill. We are supposed to follow that vote to the collation center your own self as a leader personally.
See,
So there's so many.
I have to say, forget Twitter. Like, the main gist is on either Telegram. There, I know. I would assume you're from Edo State, so you won't want to say people. See, people actually sold their votes. I have seen loads of videos, not on Twitter. These are Telegram and WhatsApp conversation. One I
Yeah,
saw
I agree.
was
That's fine, bro.
even two
That's fine.
was
Those
like
are hungry people.
PDP gave 5K. Like, okay, vote 5K. This is PDP stronghold, 5K. Like, before he cast his votes.
Bro, what if you set up anti-vote bias units?
See, just wait. PDP 5K. Okay, I'll vote for PDP.
Anti-vote
It was
bias,
like
people that
APC
will
came and then
prevent
doubled.
that vote buying.
Sorry, it was like
Because that
APC
is
came
totally illegal.
and then doubled that money. He's already collected 5K. APC came, doubled that
God,
money.
are you listening to what I'm asking you?
How are you gonna do that? That's the problem.
I'm asking now, what if this person now, this candidate now, based on their planning or their strategy now, they decided to come up with anti-vote bias units. In all polling unit agents, there will be a different set of group that will be anti-vote bias, because right now you are on the side of the law. Buying vote is illegal. Police cannot be joining Agbero to be stealing ballot boxes. Like, there's no way you can do that thing in broad daylight and you let that thing fly. So that thing pisses me off, because that is where you can hold these people to their neck and bend it. You cannot do that in broad daylight. Put the media, shine the light on them. Let the internet, you have to be well strategic to the point that these people, you are shining the light on them. Let the whole world see it. You are broadcasting this in life, that this is what they are doing. So this is what the Constitution says. You cannot let them be doing this and want to be competing with buying vote with them. No, you're not supposed to buy vote on election day.
There are some people that sell their votes even before election. Even call vote buy happens on
that is fine,
day.
But on that day of election, nobody buys votes. Let people vote accordingly.
I saw this with my 2 eyes. It was
Greatest. Can I tell you
it
how
was
APC,
before
APC
even
bought
elections.
votes in Lagos State?
They're nowhere to go to, and then before.
Greatest, can I tell you how APC bought votes in Lagos State? Because I was in Lagos State. You know that period. That's why I said all these guys, they have, if you think that they will come through this way, they will come through. They have 100 and something thousand ways of winning election, rigging election in this country. You know that election time, there's no money in the land. Emefiele and his policy and everything, right? Do you know that APC created a just like a website? It's not like a website, but it's like a code where you press your PIN and your account number, and immediately 10,000 fall into your account. They are not giving cash in Lagos at that time. They are not giving cash. Just press your code, go and vote. They'll tell you, go and vote. They'll just give you the link. Type your account number and everything and your name. That's all. You don't even need to put your voter's card. And voila, in less than 2 seconds, 10,000 has dropped into your account. You will see it like this. As in, I saw it openly. Like in my own constituency, in my own polling units. Everybody, it was happening. So if you do it, if you like you were saying that if you want to stop it before you go to what's it called? Before you go to court, in Etiosa alone, we can see Kate. You know, Kate. I think Kate votes in Lagos in the Kyoto. They beat Kate because he wants to try all those things that you just said now in the polling. That these tippers, they were using tippers in his front, in her front. She was saying, no. They beat her, pursue her, commot.
Do you mean Kate Henshaw, that video that
Yes, now
went?
Kate celebrity
I think
now.
they stood their ground. I saw that video, and then the guys they
No,
later,
if you get what I'm saying that that they stood their ground, they still do everything they have to do. They still bring people in to beat them up, to tell them no, and they still do a lot of manipulation in that area. Even though they stood their ground, they make sure that they didn't do it as much as they are supposed to do it. But I'm saying that they have 1,000 ways of rigging election in Nigeria. So all these things, I know it is very, very good. It's good information for Nigerians to know about it. But we are saying that after when we've tried all these things, because it's really nothing, Nigerians have tried every means to make sure that we have credible election. Some people are not even part. So some people are just normal organization. They've tried every means, paid people heavily, but at the same time, people still went ahead and rigged the election. These people are
All right, you see 247 before I go to MON, and this is my problem. This is the problem I have with Nigeria, and this is why Nigeria is a very unique case. Even if we have a solution or a feasible solution that may work, Nigerians would rather beat down that solution and then find 999 ways for that solution not to work, and then rather focus on the problems and then laments. And then when we finish lamenting, we'll come back after the Edo State elections and then do more lamenting, rather than be like, okay, you know what, this is feasible, it might be able to work. Like, what can we start doing? Are there any other suggestions that we can ensure, that this is, would I say, like, rubber stamp is very solid? And I think we need to start thinking along that line. Yes, it is not so perfect, but was it successful in Bielsa states? Yes, it was. How can we now make sure that we can build on, the blueprints we saw in Bielsa states? We've mentioned technology, for example. We've mentioned metal data in those photos, which is good. That's the best way you can prove time, location of, pictures. There are glasses that have cameras. We've mentioned that, as well. I'd also suggest that, let's say for Labour Party, to actually put out a list of the coalition centers for the ward level, LGA, and the state level. That's open information. And then encourage people that once you finish voting, this should be our mobilization points. All march from that ward or from that local government and then follow your results. We can definitely build on this little success and then clone that blueprint from Bielsa states, rather than focusing on the problems and saying, look, it's not going to work. Because I can assure you, from where I'm standing, I think Nigeria has been captured by roughly about, 70 or 80%. The only reason why it hasn't been captured 100% is I believe maybe there's less than 5 governors, or maybe 5 governors, that are a bit neutral and not bending towards the way of APC yet. And that's just the reason why it's not a total state capture. So it's either you lament from now till tomorrow, or we start building on the small success. But I'll say good luck and success to Nigerians, especially those that are still trapped in the system. I can only chime my 1 or 2 cents in.
Okay.
Whatever
Can
happens
can
in
can I
Nigeria,
hold on,
guys
guys? Hold on, guys. Can I quickly greatest? Can I quickly tell
All
you
right,
what
okay,
the,
Africa
the
is peace.
solution is?
Let's MON go. Then you'll be an
Okay.
open. So MON and Vehemence, let them go so it can be an open mic conversation.
But I
MON.
want to remember to respond to this question you
Yeah.
asked, or this submission you
Definitely,
asked.
just keep that in mind. We'll come back to you. So, MON, are you there? Okay, I don't think MON is there. So let's go to Vehemence. Oh,
I'm here.
okay.
I'm here. Sorry. Okay, thanks. I wasn't ready to speak, but yeah, I've been listening to the conversation. Nice conversation. I just wanted to chip in a few things. So, yeah, I've been listening to a lot of ideas, right? Cameras, all these things you have to do with collation centers and everything. They are good ideas, right? I feel like, yeah, they would help in any 2027 election. But I feel like people are really underrating the work that happened in 2023. See, 2023 election, there was almost a 100% guarantee that that election was going to be credible. But the issue is that INEC and APC decided not to play fair. It's not about everything was done. There was IRA that had not been used before in a general election. There was BVAS. INEC came out to say so many things. So the election itself was meant to be credible because of all these innovations, but it did not work because INEC themselves and APC decided that it would not work. If you want to bring all these new ideas, you're only giving yourself hope that another election will come and it will be fair.
Can you check your network? You are breaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Continue.
Yeah, so I feel like we're only focusing. Those things are going to help, but they're not necessarily going to be like the game changer because APC and INEC, the chances that they will play fair is very small. So if you say you want to put cameras and all those things, what are the chances that they're going to even use the camera on election day? What are the chances that they're not going to destroy those things? So
all right, MON, we're not talking about installing cameras. We're saying about the coalition. I know these are not what we're meant to be saying on Spaces. No, there are ways to actually capture what is going on. And see, look, this is not rock science. That's why Nigeria baffles me. Like those. All right, so
let me
I
ask
don't
you a
even know how
question.
to
Let me ask you a
describe
question.
Nigeria. You see those NYC guys that actually captured that bribery.
Yeah.
If like you were to bring in that suggestion on Spaces, Nigerians would kill that suggestion. But somebody was able to pull it off, and I've seen a lot of tweets. So something like this does exist. Like, so you can actually do this. That's just Nigerians for you. So I'm just saying I don't want to give too much away because this is not, space-like conversation.
Greatest. Sorry, but do you know that through what you are saying is already in public already? Why? Let me tell you something. Your idea, this stuff you just talked about is very, very right, and we can implement. We can all fight for it and make sure we do it in every polling unit, right, or every collation center.
So I agree with you when you say these things are good ideas, but they can't be kept secrets. No matter what
I'm telling you, they will have another.
Do you know how many polling units there
But
are
you
in
know what? I'm
Nigeria?
scared. Like, if you say it, maybe I
They will
don't know.
block
Maybe
it.
they
They
will
will
then
make
be
sure that
like,
stuff will
no glasses. In fact, glasses are
What
not the
happened
only
again?
way
That's
you
what
can
I'm just
capture.
saying.
There are other ways. There are other devices that you could use to capture what's going on in the collation centers. So I'm just saying, maybe they will now become. Yeah, they are learning from, I think Bielsa State hits APC like shock that they're able to cancel results. But I think Bielsa, Kogi, they all happen within that same off-cycle period. Edo State now won. We've not seen the analysis of Edo State just yet.
Let me bust your bubble. The reason PDP won Bielsa is because it's not because of what PDP did. It's because APC were not desperate enough for Bielsa.
Eh?
APC showed you what they can do
What did you say?
when they are
APC was not
desperate.
desperate enough
APC
for
showed you what
Bielsa.
they can do when they are desperate in Edo State. They showed you
Did
what they
you
can do
did
when
you
they are desperate.
Bielsa
I'm telling
states
you that
APC went and brought
if
in case you are not aware, Dimitri
Mhm.
Silva, like they went and then endorsed one of their heavyweights to come back. In fact, they won Bielsa, I think, in 2019.
Okay, so
They
let me ask you a
stole,
question.
let me not say they stole
Do, do,
Bielsa
do,
from
do you
them.
think
PDP went to
do
court
you,
and claimed Bielsa. So there was
do you think
real, go and look at what Bielsa pulls in terms of
so
like
let me ask
oil
you a
that Bielsa
question.
has. Don't, no, that's wrong
Do you think
analysis.
do you think APC was desperate to win Edo State?
Yeah, APC was
What
equally
about
as
PDP?
desperate as
PDP?
for Edo State.
Yeah, what about PDP? Were they desperate?
PDP were desperate, but PDP did not have a game plan. They were
So
still
why
stuck
do you
in
think they couldn't
1999
use why do you think they
politics.
couldn't use the approach that PDP used in Bielsa?
Okay, that's a very good question, and I've answered this. And I said, with the one in Bielsa States, I will credit it down to the governor. He knew what he was doing. And I could see previous actions of him. When, in Nigeria, once you lose elections, and you go to the courts, you're on your own. A lot of your supporters will either decamp to the other party to see what they can actually derive. But this guy kept going. He was able to prove that the deputy governor had a forged certificate. He went to courts. He was very resilient. He had his own strategy. So he used his strategy for his re-election, and it worked.
Okay, let me ask you this last question.
Yeah.
In between Edo and Bielsa, where do you think the vote buying by APC was more?
Like I said, I have not seen the analysis of Edo States, but based on what I would say, on what I've seen so far, I would say there was more vote buying in Bielsa compared to Edo States. And why I would say that is in the Edo State elections, there was division already. There were people that would vote for that guy irrespective. That's the APC candidates. They've already tuned the people. This man is from my, I don't know, LGA or zone. That's a very strong tool, and it's worked. That's why I saw Akpata was on the losing end, because he was the only one that didn't actually fit into those, definition. So what I'm saying, tribalism and this ethnicity is very, very strong, but we undermine it. People would rather, like I made a quote earlier on where somebody was, it was on the space, that he would rather eat shit, under its Tinubu administration than enjoy under, you understand, a pure presidency. That's how strong tribalism is. And I've also heard somebody said that, look, Tinubu can never fail in his eyes. And I said, why? He was like, he knows from Tinubu's previous antecedent that if Tinubu leaves office, Tinubu has a gift of appointing a very good successor. So even though we don't see the dividends of his presidency now, he was like, he will never disappoint us in 2031. I was like, is this how tribalism actually works? And there are people that knows that Pio is a good alternative, but they'll tell you pump blank plain, we can't vote for him and then leave our brother. But we always want to downplay it. It's always the Northerners that think that way. The Southerners don't think this way. South people don't think this way. Southeast does not think this way. Southwest, thank God, Tinubu has actually exposed it. We all think
But
this way.
greatest, even as developed as the United States is, that same thing applies here.
That's why I was saying somebody was like, people didn't buy their votes in Edo State. I was like, come on. Like in Nigeria, everybody does it, but when it comes to my tribe, we don't behave that way. We all see we behave that way. You understand? People voted for APC. It does not need to even give them a debate. He's from where I'm from. I will vote for him. He will bring development. Let power come to our side of the states. he will bring development. That's all they need, literally. Or it is our turn, Emilokon. It's our turn to rule. You don't need to bribe those guys. They'll vote. And then where he's not strong, you go there and then you buy votes from those areas. People will sell their votes anyway because they don't see any hope. They'll just get what they can and just move on. And they'll tell you the problem of Nigeria, don't stress too much. Just leave Nigeria. Fend for yourself. It's always about I. Try your best and survive. So yeah, that's my response to that. But I believe in Biostar states.
So let me tell you, I respect your opinion about Biostar, but personally, what I think is that APC, don't forget that there were 3 elections during that election cycle. Biostar, Kogi, and Imo. APC must have looked at this in a way that if they win all 3 elections, people were going to be like, oh, it might not be true, but that's what I feel. So I felt like they were not that serious with Biostar. But
maybe on that boy, not on that.
Okay, but they showed you what they can do. So let me ask you this question now. Okay, so how do you suppose we stop a rigging like what happened in Rivers State in that last presidential election?
So Rivers State one is okay. I'll say Rivers State. To be honest, Rivers State was very, very tricky. One, you had Wike, and we saw the level of violence that was in Rivers State. We cannot diminish that. I believe what will happen would be our unity and then power at the coalition centers was what could have been key. You understand? Taking of those photo evidence, like we're saying, making sure people mobilize at those coalition centers, it might have been able to tilt, because during that presidential election it was different. So I won't really blame people. We all had hope in IREV. Even me myself, that day in our polling units, the BVAS was not working. So the person who said they wanted to go to their whatever and then bring a new one never showed up again. And we had the results for that polling units. We never voted. We all went home and then started hoping on the IREV.
Yeah.
So I won't fault anybody during the Rivers State one, but now it's different.
Yeah. So I feel that was the biggest mistake that happened in 2020. We trusted the system. See, I feel like 2027, the most important thing is that, first of all, people have to be more angry than they were in 2023, meaning that you don't sell your votes for 10K, meaning that
my brother, that is where the problem is. Actually, in 2027, that is when people will really, really sell their votes. And let me explain why. The position, the state of mind of Nigerians, the ordinary Nigerians on the street today is that there's nothing you will do that the powers that be will not get their way. So I was trying to say something when the greatest stopped at some point. Look, what we need to do in Nigeria now is not even to begin to think of what we can do to win election in 2027. Is how to reorientate our people to come back to that as realization that giving up, number one, is not an option, and buying into what APC is selling, which is like, take this money, whether you take it or not, we will still win, no, because there's a way they talk to people on the street. After 2023, that based on what happened, and these people were able to pull it off and turn everything upside down, and nothing happened. Any Nigerian common person you see on the street who is already beaten to the ground and extremely hungry and poor, what that person is thinking is, when another election comes, I will just, anybody who offer me anything, I'll collect, because I already know that that's all I get. Trying to explain to that person that no, stand your ground, keep pushing, we will win this election based on what they have experienced till date is it's obnoxious.
And then Africa is peace. Good, you mentioned that. In 2023, a lot of people actually collected money and they still voted for PO. So what I
Yeah.
was saying to you that
So
people actually they bought votes, you understand, even
they still
before
bought
the
votes in.
elections, because I witnessed it,
Yeah,
I spoke to
that
them.
one is different.
Yeah.
My brother, that one is different in the sense that everybody who collected money then followed what PO said. That is your money.
That
Collect
can
it.
still happen. That can
Collect.
still happen.
Well, this current buying of votes, and again, I've never bought, neither have I sold vote. My question is, these people that sells their vote, for example, is it that when I give them my account number and they transfer it to me, they follow me to the booth to see who I templated for? Or do they make them to swear to some kind of
Let me
jazz?
tell you what they do. Let me tell
Okay,
you
go
what they
ahead.
do.
I don't know.
So during the election, they will tell them that when they're about to turn print, that they should snap, after they've turn printed, they should snap what they turn printed and show them after they've put in the ballots inside the ballot box.
The phones are not allowed now. Phones are not allowed.
No, they
Now
allowed
they are allowed.
a lot of polling units allowed. Or what they will do is when they're about to put this into the ballot box, they will turn the sheet and show the person that's going to pay them. They will show them that this is where I voted. They will just stylishly turn the ballot paper to show whoever is going to pay. So those are two ways. So there's no way you can avoid. So they're also getting smarter.
Okay,
Sorry,
but
can I say
but
something?
again, this flies in the face of this idea of APC buying votes in area where in places that is not their stronghold. Because in a place
Exactly.
that is
You now get the G.
in a place that is not their stronghold,
They
they
can't
can't
do
pull off
it.
all these things.
You now
People
get
standing
Exactly.
and
When that's
listening
what I'm
and
saying. When
watching.
people are angry, when people get to the point where they're angry enough that nobody would even have the temerity to bring cash and start giving people 10,000. And that was in 2023, that was a bit of the case. But in 2027,
You
we
can
need
do
to
that
take.
where you have the masses behind you. When in
Yeah,
your
that's
stronghold, you
the
can
masses
do that.
the masses were behind
Yeah, you
people
see,
in a lot of
see,
places
Mon,
now.
that is why their target is 25%. They'll try and do that beforehand. That's why I'm saying they can't really buy all, and that's why you see statistics and data is very good. I know Nigerians feel like, oh, you're speaking big grammar, but if you then start seeing a pattern, which Osta Chiluka was showing, like, look, there's a pattern where they can inflate these votes are only in their strongholds. See, they only need 25% here, here, here. You can see it. This is where they are buying. You understand? If it's down to APC will get all the local government, but it is very hard for them to rig where it is not their stronghold. They find it very difficult.
They couldn't even get 25% in places like Edo and Bayelsa and even some other states in the north because people were really, really rejecting APC in 2020. It's still going to happen.
Bro,
Nobody voted for APC. Good. Sorry, 1 second.
I know very well that LP win close to like 1 million votes.
Yes, now.
But bro, what did PO get? See, forget about these people. Forget about these people. These people go do anything. Forget, even though nobody are strong, they could do everything to Riga.
My brother. Can I just say something?
One second,
more.
Malam, that side. So that is what the analysis is saying. Like when Ostachidoka did in Bielsa, the APC was like really struggling in areas that were not their stronghold. But if you see the votes APC was bringing out from their stronghold, you'll be like, APC fear God. How many people are actually in this one LG? I saw Hope was a Dima one. I made a tweet about it. Like one LGA, had the same handwriting, the same color of pen. So you're telling me all the polling units agents all write the same way and use the same color of pen. And I made a tweet about that. And I raised it on a space. And then somebody said, it's like, good you mentioned this. It was like, next time we'll take that into account. They didn't even bother to, you can tell clearly that result was written for APC. But it is their stronghold is where they are going to inflate the votes. They'll try as much as to buy because you need that 25%. So they'll focus in buying from that 25%. But you see that their stronghold, and you see why P was able to get 6 million in the last elections. it was because they thought Nigerians were intelligent when it comes to the accreditation numbers on the beavers. I'll find that video in Lagos State's Coalition Center. Watch that video. The lady was speaking both in English and in Yoruba. I believe.
I personally
You
remember the
remember
video
one of
we're
the
talking
guy in the
about.
video had
Yes.
an LP
Yes.
lanyard.
Yes.
So even the LP
Yes.
guy was part of it. And the lady was like, oh, he didn't even look at the beavers number. If it's like, she was like, you can't use that again. You can't even see pest. She was like, it's now, that was why the results, in fact, that shamed them. What happened during the presidential election? They were ashamed. It was glaringly that they're rigged. It was so they devised a new way. Hide that
The greatest.
accreditation data and then write whatever numbers on the EC8 form. The
Yes,
only
greatest. You see this idea of buying votes. That's I wanted to just go back quickly on that one a little bit. The idea of buying votes, APC buying in areas that is not their stronghold to be able to make up to 25%. If that were to be the case, I'm not doubting that not happening because, like I said, I've never bought or sold. But if they are doing that, they must be buying those votes not in the polling units. It must be something that happens
they
at
do it
night.
at night. They're probably 2 ahead before.
It
They
can't
will
be in the
not on the day.
public when the vote is going on,
None on the day.
or when people are the polling station, polling units. Okay,
The people
good.
they'll
Thank
find
you.
on the day are opportunistic. People who are hungry on that day will still sell just in case they will buy. But I can tell you, APC is just too expensive.
And they'll be cornering them on
Yeah,
the street
yeah,
as they are walking to the
trust
polling
me,
unit.
it is not too expensive. I'll tell you for Lagos one, yeah, what happened in Lagos. So I wasn't there physically. My mom voted in Lagos. She was like, during the presidential elections in Lagos, APC was a bit laxed in Lagos one. Because they later had their way and they were able to vote. She was like, but you see, in the governorship elections, because Pio showed them in the presidential election that he could win. It was like in the governorship elections, they took their polling units outside their estates because then it was in and it was a gated estate, but this time around they brought it outside. And she was like, when it was time for votes in the governorship elections, they were very plain with them. They said to them, look, they know what happened during the presidential elections, but you see this one governorship, CPU, LP, no way. If you're not voting, just forget about it. Like they were very, very straight with them. And then people went home. They were very, very straight. And that was how it played out. So that's their strategy. People wanted to vote, they'll give you money, obviously. So I'm just saying what happened during the presidential elections was because APC anticipated that Nigerians understood the Electoral Act and what the Beavers accreditation data says. So that's why they put that number up. And after a few hours, they took it off. And that number never ever appeared on the IREV. I was only able to get this screen. In fact, the first person that told me that IREV does come with accreditation numbers was Grandmaster. Grandmaster jokingly mentioned it on a space. He was like, do you know the IREV shows accreditation data? I was like, Grandmaster, hey, don't come again. Where did you see this one? He was like, I swear to God, I saw it during the presidential elections. And I say, Grandmaster, you cannot tell me something that you can't show me evidence. I left that. When he said that, somebody reached out. He was like, I was taking screenshots. Something said to me to take screenshots of this. And he took screenshots. And he was like, he tried reaching out to LP that LP should start taking this evidence, but I didn't listen to him. He sent me, I have them on my DM. If you reach out to me, I'll send it to you. He'll give you all the details of the coalition center. The IREV is a very powerful tool. He'll give you that and he'll upload it on the IREV. Sorry, the Beavers will give you all that information. I'll show it to you and you can make a tweet about it. But Now APC knows that magic. They will never let that figure of that accreditation data open anymore. And the opposition is quiet. So why should I make it available to you so they can win elections next time? But yeah, it is what it is. We can either build on the successes of Bielsa or just keep moaning about what's going on. But yeah, I don't know. Vehemence, if you wanna chime in.
Yes, yes, yes. I think I'm kind of getting a direction of where the conversation is going. I'm listening for a while, but I just wanted to get more clarity. I've listened extensively to what you are saying about how it went in Bielsa, and probably what lessons we can learn from it. But one thing I took note of was that for Bielsa, correct me if I'm wrong, but then the I think the incumbent party was still the one that won the election, right, against APC, or did they displace? So I think, and I heard you mention that about commending the governor for that. So I that would have been easy for them, being that they there's an incumbent governor that was probably ready to go all the way and take all the risk, to get the state still under the party's control. So I don't know how that will look like applying that to a national, if that's what we are talking about, applying whatever learned there in the national stage, where we have oppositions trying to, take power from, the incumbents. I don't know how that will play out. And then, we're talking about vote buying. I personally, I don't really think vote buying really contributes to, is what is the means to all the rigging that APC has been doing. To me, I just think that is just more like something of a what do you call it, like a stimulant, just to see how much they can get, because rigging has to do with numbers, right? So you are just buying votes. It's more like a gamble to see how much you can actually gather, so that you can now use that to rig further. What I see also that we have agreed here is that the rigging is done in the collation center, and that's what everybody has done. And everybody wants, we're talking about using technology or gadgets to monitor what happens in the collation center, and the rigging done. But then, just as like what you said about IREV, to me, that's what is most pertinent to me personally, because IREV is supposed to make collation centers obsolete, from my own little understanding. What I personally feel, even though I don't know how, I personally feel like putting pressure for some kind of reform to happen. Since we've gone into the 2020 elections, we went through all the cost stages, we saw what happened, and how the technicalities played out. Pushing for IREF to be the major, because from the INEC guidelines from the 2020 election, IREF was more or less like the way it was stated, was more or less like a backup, to the collation center. Collation center results from the collation center is still, what is used, to announce results at the end of the day. Well, I don't know how, I'm just, grasping here. What if there's, and this is actually the work of what the opposition should be doing. These are actually the strategies that I feel they should put in place amongst every other thing they will still need to do, working towards 2027. But, something like this is what they should start working on now. If some kind of pressure can be put, on National Assembly, there should be one or two people in National Assembly that can push this and get a kind of reform, for electoral guidelines, making IREV like the major or the front runner. I know it's something that will be pushed against heavily based on what you just said now about even the accreditation number and all that, and how to cover it up. But then we should see that kind of push, using the experience from the court process to make IREV, the major medium that validates, results. The collation center is more like the backup. I might speak ignorantly, but I don't know why that is not the hot to my own little understanding, that should be the hot burning
All right.
conversation.
Vehement, if you, cause so yeah, what Ostachiruka did was like in his analysis, he was able to prove that what you actually get on the IREV is not factual, because the Beavers was showing a different number entirely. So even me myself, I don't know how APC, how they do it, but I know whatever numbers they are writing, it does not tally with what the Beavers is saying, unless they can predict how many people will come on that day to vote. So that is one magic that APC has up their sleeves, how they're able to get fresh EC8 form and then write results and then be able to upload those results via the Beavers. I still don't know how they're able to do it. I don't know if they.
But when are the results being uploaded? The results normally the results are supposed to be uploaded, on the spot at the polling units.
That's still one magic. But it was like in like 70% of the results uploaded that were not in APC stronghold are the right results. So if you want to start scrutinizing, you now need to be looking closely at APC strongholds. So it's like you're looking for a needle in a haystack. You get what I mean?
Yeah, but what I'm actually trying to say is that if the Beavers becomes, because it is very difficult, to one of the reasons why they've been able to circumvent issues about the Beavers and the IREV is because now we don't really know exactly how everything works or how it should work or what to expect at the end of the day. Understand? So a lot of sensitization should happen and should come from the opposition. If they have been able to pressure and secure that, and they make it pass it into law according to the electoral guidance, like IREV is the main, is the main medium to announce results and all that. And if
they can't. That's what I'm saying. They can't really, because he's been able to prove like what is on the IREV don't even tally with the Beavers. But wait, Vehement, let me just play this video because I sound like a broken record now. Maybe I'm not really pressing the point well.
Methodology was absolutely. And so let's begin. The winner of that election, the PDP candidate and the governor, Senator Diodie, also got a re-election just like his counterpart in Imo State, Senator Hope Uzodimma. Yes. But this is what the result and the voter turnout that we saw. This is probably one of the lowest voter turnout that we saw in that off-cycle election. But he won the election, defeated Timi Presiva, a former Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, and Labour Party was in the third position. Yes. So what do we know now? As per what Athena Center brought out in the report. So Beavers accredited 253,520 votes. But EC8D had 300,072. On the EC8A, they even recorded 337,699. When they got to EC8B, they cancelled about 5,000. It brought down to 32,000, and then it eventually ended at 300,000. So there was a discrepancy of about 40-something thousand votes between what the Beavers accredited and what the EC8B accredited. Ordinarily, in the same situation, the only figure that we should know and we'll be working with is the 253,000 as captured by the technology and on that day of the election. Correct. But unfortunately, there are discrepancies. All of these figures are to tally. If they do not tally, there is a problem. Let's move forward quick.
Yeah, it's just an ad coming up. So I don't think if you're getting it, the Beavers is the one that has the lowest number of accredited votes. You understand? Other results are inflated. And you can see by how much they are inflating those votes by. And that was
doesn't that mean the Beavers has the original number?
That's what I'm saying, that only the Beavers has the original number. So I think Imo, this is for Imo.
This is what we know. The man that was declared winner is the APC candidate and the governor of Imo State. He got a re-election and he won that election as declared by INEC. But this is what we do know. 29.4% as a voter turnout. But what did you find out at the Athena Center when you dug into the result and you found out what exactly really happened in that election? So go to the next slide. So these are the key data from INEC and also from the Freedom of Information request. So against the 771,000 voters that was made to call the result, the Beavers only accredited 541,000 voters. Officially. On the day of election. 541,000. That's what accredited by the Beavers. And on the EC8A, the electoral officers recorded a total of 728,887 votes. On the EC8B, some were cancelled. There was vote inflation. We went to 729,000. But along the line, certain cancellations, we come to 717 at the EC8D, the final votes that was used in calling the results. So this is 541, hold that number, and this is 717,000. So you can see the massive difference. So a lot of
So are you hearing like 200K, like almost 200K? Like that's what these guys.
Yeah, but this because they know that the collation center is what.
Yeah, that's where they do it. That's where the magic comes in, and he's saying, look,
yeah, they know that INEC and will fall back to the collation center at the end of the day as what to use to announce the true result.
And
so
then
I'm just saying,
I think 1 second he will tell you where this inflation is happening.
Yeah, let's break it down. This is on the election day. Yes. What the Beavers officially, the instrument for accreditation. Fantastic. Yes. And the Beavers emerge from INEC wanting to say accreditation and voting is going to commence almost at the simultaneous. So you accredit, you vote. So there was no way you could have accredited 541 and 717 will vote. And because usually, no accreditation, no voting. That's usually the Beavers has a memory. Yes. It captures in its memory. Yes, it's stored it. What is being accredited on the day of election? 541,000. But now there are discrepancies. Just in these figures. Now, downloaded from INEC viewing portal, which are the result has been scanned by the officials of INEC onto the INEC, onto the IREF. So if you go to the next slide, you will see what we saw on the IREF. If we see what we saw on the IREF, okay. So here we are. No, go back, then go back. So let's continue from there. So there was significant non-compliance with INEC electoral guidelines in 1,101 polling units, where the results, the total votes cast, did not match with the Beavers accreditation. So that is to say, Beavers accredit A number and they recorded B numbers. So the number of voters were more than what the Beavers accredited. This only happened in 23% of the polling units. Now, hold that. In 77% of the polling units, the results were consistent. Mm-hmm. The total votes and the Beavers matched. So there was very high compliance. Technology has helped us in Nigeria to say that our votes do really count.
Are you hearing it? APC could not manipulate in the majority. So where this vote patterns is coming from is their stronghold. And this is where the votes are coming from.
3% was compliant. 23.1%. Now this is the problem. They altered the election results. If you look at these are the local governments and these are the compliance issues. The highest non-compliance happened in about 10 polling units, in about 10 local governments. So you see Oru East, Oguta, Okigwe, Olo, Oru West, Iketuru, Wangele, Osu, and Dunkwere. Interestingly, all these local governments are in the senatorial zone of the governor.
I don't even know how to even explain this again. You see, that's 20-something. That is where the magic votes are coming from. Like the rest 70-something, tallies. You understand? What is on the Beavers is what is on, the EC8 form and on the IREF. But you see that 23%, 23.1 is where the votes, the big votes are coming from. And then when you go to courts and you're not able to rectify this at the coalition center, what the judges will just say to you is that there's substantive compliance. That means out of 10, 7 was actually right. We only have issue with only just 3 local government. And it's now down to the judges, based on how they want to interpret that. So it's very clear from his explanation.
Was in Oru East, the local government of the governor. That's where we saw the highest non-compliance. So what happened was that whatever we saw as the official result, yes, either the one uploaded on the BVAS, the one uploaded on the IREP, and the one INEC had eventually as given to you by INEC, yes, there were discrepancies. The original result has been announced. Yes. So let's go forward.
All right, sorry. And then also based on what INEC sent Usta Chidoka, he was able to now find out that 101 polling units did not use BVAS to accredit voters. I don't even know how that's even possible, because the law is very clear that no BVAS accreditation, no voting. So 101 did not use BVAS, and I think you'll speak about it later on in the video. So yeah, I don't know Vehemence, because we have Ikenna. So yeah, Vehemence, like you heard now what Usta Chidoka said from his own mouth, so it doesn't look like I'm just making up stuff.
No, it's just very crazy.
Exactly. So I don't think they go far and beyond with polling units that or LGAs that they are not strong. They'll rather focus on, I think APC can get the votes. Don't get that wrong. They can get the votes. But where they will pad would be in their stronghold. They just only need a sizable portion. Like you see, they don't even need 30% or 50% in Imo states. They only need that as low as 23%. Was just all they needed. 23.1%. And they've won the elections. So if Tinubu is able to get, I'm not saying Tinubu, let me not single him out, because this happens at state level and both federal level. If you're able to get, just imagine you're able to get support through divide and whatever I want to say, divide and conquer, bring in tribal or ethnic division in, and then divide the people, and you have your stronghold. In like just say 23, even less than 25%, you've won the elections. And all you just have to do is just try and buy votes to be able to meet up that 25% in those LGAs that you're not strong. So that is the blueprints right there. But Bayelsa was the only state that went against that practice. And you heard when he said about Bayelsa, because they were cancelling votes in Bayelsa. Bayelsa was the state that had the lowest turnouts. Because what the coalition officers in Bayelsa State was doing, you heard it by himself that they were cancelling a lot of votes in Bayelsa. If like they didn't do that vote cancellation in Bayelsa, APC would have snatched Bayelsa State. And you heard who they brought in to run against Governor Diri. They brought in Timipre Silva, former minister of, I think, petroleum also, a heavyweight. So don't let anybody deceive you that APC didn't want Bayelsa. APC wanted Bayelsa.
Wait, I posted something on the Jumbotron where Diri was applauding Tinubu. And I think I remember during that time, I think he probably also went to visit Tinubu. So, see, I think a lot of politics played out in Bayelsa as well, not just this whole. I feel like Timothy Silva really wanted to rig, but I don't think he got the actual backing he needed. And you can see the way Edo State went like. So like I just feel like look at the coalition center you talked about now. You said they were cancelling results that did not tally with the BVAS or whatever. Do you know that in Imo State there was an LP agent that stood up and they beat that in the collation center. They beat the guy inside the collation center. The guy was trying to challenge results. They beat up the guy.
All right, so
Did you
I
see
think
that?
that was at the state level, so it's all gone.
Yeah.
That if I in the state, that was like the final stage. I know that.
Okay. Do you think that happened in the LG? Do you think it could have happened in the LG level?
In fact, you know what? You know how that was even crazy. Let me even tell you something about that Imo State's one. In fact, I felt like people who were beating that guy up were actually mobile policemen. It was later I found out that the people even beating up that guy was the opposition party. I don't know if you get what I mean. Like the smaller parties.
It was APC. It was
No, it
APC
wasn't just
now.
APC. Go and watch that video again. Let me post
So
that.
you think PDP was beating the
No,
LP guy?
I don't think PDP, but you see those smaller parties that actually register.
They were working for
They
APC.
work for APC, exactly. You get what I
Yeah.
mean? Yeah. So
They're all working for APC, all of them.
So I think what they were saying was what.
Wait though. Sorry to interrupt. Good. Sorry to interrupt. Good. So if these other people beat me now and I'm inside the collation unit, if all of us are coming out from there and my party people are outside, mounting outside, they are going to pass and go home to
That's
their
what
house.
the guy was saying.
Exactly.
The LP guy. It was like because they knew that LP
Exactly.
they couldn't try, so it was
That's the
intimidation
most
at
important
first,
thing.
and then later on it was like, "Are you going to bend? They'll offer you money." But it was like they'll try the intimidation. It was like even the army came to the coalition center, and the army saw the crowd. They didn't want to really get involved because if they were to shoot, there will be a lot of commotion. So I don't know.
So
Army and the police are
that's
different.
my point. That's my point. That people have to be angry, such that anybody that wants, assuming that guy now in Imo State, assuming there were a crowd of people outside that were supporting that guy, that knew even inside the coalition, I knew a lot of people that were standing up with that guy. Instead of only him standing up, assuming there were like 50 people standing up, do you think they would beat all of them?
And
That's the thing.
see, and this is where you need a unified opposition. So I would expect if PDP is standing up, LP is doing the same thing as well, and then saying,
and not just even them, like if they assume there are 18 political parties, if you have like, even if it's just like 6 or 7, at least there will be like some sort of, any coalition center you are, if 6 or 7 agents are standing up to defend their vote, like you will not have APC just use other parties to beat up other people. So that's the thing, like they need to be like, apart from the fact that people have to be angry enough, there also needs to be like a conglomeration of parties that will come together and say, no, we don't want this anymore. So that's what I feel like, regardless of all the new laws. There were laws in 2023. There were laws that you stick to IREV, and whatever IREV says is final. Suddenly they jettisoned everything. So even if you bring in laws, something can just happen. They'll just jettison it if they want to. But the issue is that are people going to accept whatever they do? That was the mistake that happened in 2022. People accepted. First of all, people were not ready. That those things, people did not expect INEC to just suddenly just turn around. But this time around, I feel like the most important thing is that people have to, first of all, be ready that INEC is going to rig, and then resist that rigging by force. Anything outside those things, honestly, I've not really seen any change. The people themselves have to be ready to resist any rigging. That's just my
even
opinion.
one. Even I thought Hope Uzodima's stronghold in Imo State was like maybe 40 or 50%. I didn't even realize his stronghold was roughly about 23% was justice. That's how scary it is. And that was where the bulk votes was coming from. So you heard it that 700 and something K actually voted as per the results INEC, you understand, announced. 500 and something K voted. And when they announced results, Hope Uzodinma got about 500k votes. I don't know if that's sinking in. And this is he only has the stronghold is only about 23.1. But you heard it's Olu, those his stronghold, which was about 10, was where those massive numbers were coming out from. So if you have an instance in which people are now, if you cancel those votes, you've cancelled votes roughly about, let's say, 200,000.
Yeah.
That would now shrink his votes to, let's say, about 300. You understand? He might still have won that election. But if it was in the case of Kogi states, I'm telling you, SDP won the elections in Kogi states.
Yeah, I agree. But even the rigging that Hope did in Imo State, everybody knew it was rigging, right? But people are saying that he might still have won despite it without.
No, 100%. Because even if you look at the votes they inflated, let's say 200,000, you understand? So even though you were to reduce his votes, it will come down to about, give or take, maybe 300 and something thousand. You understand?
Yeah.
So out of 500 and something, so he already has the majority anyway.
Yeah, to be honest, the opposition in Imo State were not that.
Exactly. But Kogi State and Bayelsa was a different story because it was so close.
Exactly.
So in Bayelsa, if they had not cancelled those votes that they did, you heard him saying it now. See how they were cancelling votes at Coalition Center in Bayelsa. APC would have snatched Bayelsa states. But Kogi was a different version because they were not doing the cancellation at those, polling units, coalition centers. That was how APC was able to win Kogi states.
Let me say something about this because it looks. I think APC's new strategy, like you said, is they rig where they are they rig so blatantly where they are very strong. Because let's say there are 1,000 accredited registered voters in a polling unit, they can get like 999. That's what they are trying to do.
No,
now.
they even do more than even so. Forget about accreditation. If they're even more than, I think what they use is the number of registered voter. So that is why INEC is hiding that accreditation data, like the numbers. So I don't know when PO or when the opposition will then be like, enough is enough. Like INEC, look, you need to start showing us the accreditation data on the BBAS. You did it during the presidential election. Why can you not do it now? I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
The thing is that you're not accepting the reality that INEC
But good then. Sorry to interrupt, guys. What I was looking at was, can we not get one of these organizations, right, that's hanging around or always maybe Amnesty International or I don't know, there's always one of them here, and get them to set up a parallel INEC. Now, it's not as if that parallel INEC is going to produce evidence, quote unquote, that we use in courts, but at least it will have documented information that someone can always refer to. Right now, right? You know what? Here's what my thing is. Right now, I know this guy did not win the election, but I cannot, quote unquote, prove it to someone in a logical and step-by-step fashion. But assuming we had alternate accurate results, videos and pictures cataloged somewhere, in as much as the Supreme Court in Nigeria could throw it out, any other sensible court anywhere, and even a journalist, anybody that wants to research the information can go there and say, no, something is actually like outrightly wrong. And it will be there for millennia and generations to come. Someone can always go back and say, whatever it is INEC did in 2023 was a sham. And I can be sure it's a sham because there is documented information somewhere else, right? I'm hoping I'll be able to do this even if I don't do it for the entire, it will be difficult to do for the entire Nigeria, but I'm hoping I'll be able to do it for Abia State in the coming elections, right? Like, just focus on and get alternate results. I know at the polling units there, when you can get access to the beavers because there's how that environment is. Everybody's doing everything at the same time. If you meet the right people, they can allow you to take a picture and take a video of the beavers and get, both the serial number, the number of accredited voters, the number of registered voters, get all that information and store it up somewhere and then collate it. And then whenever INEC brings their own results, we then put it side by side with the results. And then so it can actually make sense. Like, so for example, if APC goes and inflates all their numbers in their strongholds, and I have a picture or video of their strongholds, I can put it side by side to say that does not make any sense. And somebody can be able, even if it's for just discussion's sake, right? For just the existence of evidence sake, someone can be able to say, all right, look at the information we have that exists that actually makes sense, that looks like real data, and then look at the nonsense that INEC put together. I'm saying I don't even have that type of thing, in a sequential fashion from the last election. That's why it's almost as though it's difficult for the discussion to be had, from my point of view, right? A parallel INEC is what I'm suggesting,
But Vilili,
and with
I
that parallel
sent
INEC,
you
yeah,
something. Just look at what I sent your DM.
okay, I'll check. So yeah, to me, right, that's my structure, right? That's actually what I think should be my structure, right? It will be a case of, oh, I see.
You see I'm telling you, the Beavers is a
Ah,
wonderful tool. Like, it will let you know when
yeah, but
was like the last accreditation it did. It gives you even the
interesting.
polling units, like you track the number. So the polling units, you see the serial number, it will give you everything out to track it, then tell you how many votes you understand you are accredited. The last
Yeah.
one, even the location down to the is a beautiful tool.
So
And
yeah,
you see, INEC
so for
never made sure these data are available since the presidential election.
yeah, so from what I'm seeing now, right? From what I'm seeing now, if I take example, I'm using Abia State, right? Just so I can break down the problem into 36 smaller problems, right? So 37, including the FCT. If I take Abia State, for example, and I count the total number of polling units and the total number of collation centers, if I get all that information down and I can be able to dispatch, again, comes back to structure, and like you mentioned, it will cost money. I can be able to dispatch 2 polling unit agents, and I tell them, guys, in addition to mounting on the ground and doing what you need to do, I need you to get me, with valid metadata transmitted via the standard means, get me pictures and videos showing the serial number of your beavers, right? The serial number of your beavers and the final accredited information on your beavers, right? If they can just get me that information for their own particular polling unit, in fact, I will pay you a bonus, right? So I'll pay you something already for you to be there. But then if you can get me this information, within the right way that I described it to you, I'll pay you a bonus. So if they're able to get that information, someone can be able to produce their own, not their own, but another version of INEC, because what INEC is doing for us is not, how do I explain it? It's not, it's just like, let's say all of us are in a
But see,
room and we say
Vilili, why
the roaster,
I
yes,
can't
yeah, go ahead.
understand is, okay, now you've seen proof
Yeah.
that the IREV has that data. You've seen with your 2 eyes, right? Why is your position not asking INEC to make?
No, so here's what I've understood about the way things happen. I mean, 247, when he was here, he said something. He said when that first protest started, him and Jay something he said they set up the protest, and then the next day the opposition at that time came and hijacked it, right? So what I'm actually hoping to do is, let's set up the system, and then hopefully the opposition would hijack it, because it seems as though the opposition we have here, even including PO themselves, right? They are lazy people. Remember, I don't lie, right? They don't, and I don't blame them, because they are comfortable, right? It's the uncomfortable Nigerians, or those who are quote unquote in comfort that might slip into discomfort, that still have some, resources to do some thinking and some of these things, that can build the system and then put it out there and hopefully, get the backing of these people when they see that it will work, right? If somebody starts seeing, how this prior INEC can help them, or how this thing can actually work, or, that the structure is somewhat there, someone can then say, since the formwork is in place, let us bring funding to actually carry it out. Again, you have to bear in mind, for me, this is not even about anybody winning the election. It's about so that I can be able to actually just know who won the election. Right now, I know, just based on like sentiments and what people say, I don't have that evidence, hard on ground. It should be somewhere out there in the public space. So someone can always say, you know, like for example, you go to and I think this is what INEC is doing. Why they've gone back now to start putting the real results back online, because they know for posterity's sake, somebody has to be able to, in the year 2030, in the year 2050, to say, guys, this election was supposed to be online. Go to INEC's portal to find out what was there. Right. So that's kind of like the angle I'm looking at it. We need to have a prior INEC. It could be a coalition of social societies or coalition of, I don't know, but some people who are well-meaning need to come together, send their own polling units that are maybe anti-partisan, that would go and collect that information so we can checkmate INEC. We can't have INEC, which everybody already knows is corrupt, doing a good example is, you know, somebody is not going to do something right and you have nobody to checkmate him. I feel as though it's just nonsensical, right? We need to have somebody that will go there and say, oh yeah, election officer, I beg, let me snap this thing. Or even if you're doing it covertly or you're doing it normally, any which way, you get like a video, get a picture of that information. And here's the good thing, right? You know, even if it does not have metadata, let's say, for example, you manage to send it through the wrong way and the metadata gets wiped, because it is the real data, it will look better than the fake data that they are going to bring. Because, you know, that relationship between those who are accredited and those registered and those who actually voted would be there, and it will make more sense than, you know, the inflated figures that they normally put together. But at least we'll have a real data to compare it with. What is happening here now is that INEC brings out nonsense, and INEC is almost telling you, you say my data is wrong. Where's your data? Right. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. And I guess
INEC has the ability to manipulate their credit. Like you clearly saw on that screenshots. You can even see the details. It's like, is the Beavers just putting out what's there? It's even giving them the time that it's finished with the accreditation and then putting those numbers out.
Yeah.
And you could see that happened during the presidential elections. You've seen that with your eyes. He's even giving you a location
So
of where it is. He's telling you, this is my location.
Yeah.
This is the LG I am. This is the polling units. This is how many people. This is the time that I'm giving you this. But for some reason, INEC is... So if I didn't see this during the presidential elections, and I think this is where PC made the mistake, would have never known that the IREV has, or the Beavers has, this kind of function. Would have never known. But it was because somebody took, and like I said, it was Grandmaster that said to me, I saw that. I was like, Grandmaster, did you take a screenshot? He was like, no. And when he said that, somebody reached out and he was the one that shared. He was like, yeah, you're right. I took some screenshots. The IREV the Beaver is a very powerful tool. You see where he's putting that information. Where
you know what? Let me actually look for the video I made of
guys one question.
Okay.
Victor, if you wait, let Abimbola go. No,
Victor, go ahead.
You've asked next. Abimbola came up first. So yeah, Abimbola, over to you. Then we'll go to Victor. Abimbola, are you there? Okay, I don't think Abimbola is...
He's unmuted, but he's not speaking. Oh no, it's Victor that is unmuted but not speaking. Abimbola is actually muted. Abimbola, your hand is up. You can unmute and speak.
Yeah, if Abimbola is not there, then let's go to Victor instead.
Question is this: if you go to make a deposit of your money in a bank, please, which one is more important to you? The copy of the paper deposit that the bank teller gave you with the bank stamp, or whatever it is that the teller posted onto the bank server? Which one is more important to you?
For me, I would say it's whatever is reflecting on my accounts, if you want to actually use that word. So whatever paper...
I gave you two options. The deposit slip paper that the teller gave you with the bank stamp, or whatever it is that the teller that collected your money posted onto his computer or up to the server.
So look at the way I look at it, right? They both of them exist to cross-check each other. And the bank analogy is actually flawed. Hold on.
person who is
All right, that's what
depositing.
I'm trying
Which one is
to
more
hold on.
important to you?
Hold on.
Victor.
Let him
Okay,
speak now.
Victor, before I answer that question, I'll ask you a question. Let's say you go to the bank to make a deposit of 100K. The cashier now gives you a teller saying you've made a deposit of 100K. And then you check your accounts, it was actually 50K. What would you do?
That's why I'm asking you the question. Which of those two things are more important to you? First, answer my own question.
Okay, so what should be important to me is what that cashier is actually putting in my accounts.
Yeah, it's what is on your slip. What is on your slip
No,
is more
the
important to
slip
you
is a
because that's what you're
paper.
gonna use to make your argument.
Yeah, the slip is a paper. People take a paper like people do, I don't
You
know.
see, the answer to this question just shows you people's either deliberate, not being honesty or dishonesty. Everybody who goes to deposit in a bank, make sure no matter what the teller says, they collect that copy. Why do you collect that copy of the teller of the teller that you feel when you are making the deposit, even though you know that they are going to post it in a computer? Why do you wait, no matter how long it takes, to collect that paper copy?
So yeah, Victor, I'll say to you, even both are
Because that's
important,
your
but
evidence,
I'm
isn't it?
telling you,
Sorry to
for
hop in,
me,
because that's your evidence.
yeah,
But that's the
one
only
second,
thing
one
you
second.
opposition in Nigeria never collect. You only start asking people the second day after election to post it on Twitter. Is that how you do your deposit? If you go and deposit your money, you say the person that should just give the money to the teller and go. Then the next day you say, let them put it on Twitter. This is the part you people are missing. Election has been decentralized. 176,876 locations. Your evidence, like the teller you collect from the bank, is each of those papers. If you don't have somebody to collect the paper on your behalf, then it's your fault. It's not the opposition's fault, or it's not INEC fault, because there are 20 copies of that paper. Each one given to every political party, then one given to NGOs, one given to police, one given to SSS.
Okay,
If
Victor,
you don't have any of those 20
all right,
copies,
Victor, let me
whose fault is it?
all right, Victor, let me ask you a question. So based on the freedom of information that Osita Chidoka did to INEC, and this was what INEC gave to him, was there proof from what you heard that what is on the IREV does not tally with the BVAS, yes or no?
Bro, there is no proof. You can't go to a teller and ask the bank to show you their own copy. You must first bring your own copy. If you don't have your own copy, you don't have any argument.
Okay, so let me play the video again. Maybe you missed that part.
Wait, great. Calm down. Just calm.
This is what I'm
Calm.
saying, Victor.
Before you play,
This was
I understand
INEC.
what
One
what
second,
he's
wake up
trying to
Africa.
say.
1 second, wake up
Okay.
Africa. So this was INEC responding to a freedom of information request. That was when I even knew that there was two kind of EC8 form. INEC has their own copy. Political parties have their own copy. The accreditation data was two different data. The IREF data was different, and the BVAS data was different.
That's not true. It is a booklet.
Do you want me to play the video?
Automatic copy. So it copies into 20 pages. Whatever is written on page 1 appears on page 20.
Okay. This is INEC responding to a freedom of information request. So I say the IREF is different. What the political party they have is different. And whatever they use to collate is different. And what the BVAS is saying
What is important as evidence in a tribunal or anywhere is that physical copy that your agent, your party agent, is supposed to collect. Anything else cannot be evidence because they are copies of copies.
Okay, this is where you're
That's a
getting
big
it
lie.
wrong. And I think you need to get clarity because when you go to that tribunal and then you argue, what the judiciary will say is, first, whoever is coming to court has to be a first party witness. They always hide behind, that block to say,
Which
oh,
is that
you have
person
to
that
be
has that
directly
physical copy,
involved.
that person that collected it at the polling unit. Do you have that person?
And this is what
No.
this is what we say. For
So you will bring
example,
one
the presidential
Is that what you're
elections,
saying?
yeah, because we learn every day from what is going on. Do you believe that during the tribunal, it is possible to bring in 170,000 people to contest?
That is what the law requires of
But I'm
you.
saying, I'm
If you
asking
can't
you,
do
is
it,
that
then you don't have a case.
is that
Stop
feasible
lying.
to bring
In Osun State, is that what this
170,000
guy
people
did?
to court?
Is that what
You
he
have
did?
a case. That's what Uzodima did in Imo.
No. In
Every
Osun
single
State,
place where they
you are
cancelled, he
stop
brought
lying.
the physical paper
In
of
Osun
every
State,
single unit, and the
in
court asked for
I
police
don't
copy
don't
to
know who
corroborate with his
one
own.
second,
So
Victor.
you people just stay on the
One
internet, say
second,
things
Victor.
you don't know.
Somebody is
you
saying
just said
something.
now that all of them will come to court. That's not true.
Sorry, somebody was saying something. I don't know who was talking.
So he just said now that all of them will have to come to court.
No, I'm saying
That all
because when he
the
said you need
Every
to
single
bring them,
person that
yeah, that's what he's
represented you
saying.
at a polling unit that you can claim they rigged must come to court with
That's
that
a
hard
lie.
copy
That's what I'm saying.
of
That's
the
a
copy.
lie. In Osun State, this guy, the governor of Osun State, did not need to do that. So what are you saying? He even used IREV as evidence. What are you saying? Stop lying.
But in 2023, in the tribunals, I think it was in Zamfara State. I made a tweet and I put put a copy of that judgment in which, it was just a very crazy case. In their PPT, there was like you could rely on IREV, and then the courts, I think Supreme Court was like, no, you can't actually use IREV. If our INEC even came to court to testify, I'll put that tweet up on the Jumbotron. They say they used the IREV to collate the results. I think it was in Zamfara State. INEC came to court and testified that the collation was done via the IREV. I'll put that on the Jumbotron. So the point I'm making, Victor, is it is not necessarily so. So where we're looking at
Your opinion is not the law. Try and read the law. The law says that your primary evidence has to be that paper from EC8A. It can only be A even.
All right, so
it cannot be B, C,
Victor,
D.
Victor, I don't know if you want to have, a conversation or you want to disrupt the space.
But because you are telling me opinion, you are not telling me what the law says. If you read the law, I will agree with you.
All right, let me ask you a direct question and don't try to, I know you try and dodge the question. A direct question I'll ask you. During elections, who are allowed to vote? Is it somebody that has been accredited by the BVAS? Do you agree, yes or no?
Everybody who has been accredited by the BVAS, who is also on the list, because what is on the BVAS is simply the voters list of that particular polling unit.
Electoral register, you're not eligible. But I'm saying accreditation on that day should be somebody who is accredited by
there are
the
two
BVAS.
things for you to vote. You must have your voters card,
Victor,
and your name
we know
must be on that particular unit.
We know.
BVAS voters registration.
We know. So you agree that the numbers on the BVAS is the accreditation data should be the number of people allowed to vote or voted on that day.
The numbers on the BVAS
is the number of people that
registered voters. What the BVAS does,
you say the numbers on
the BVAS contains a hard copy of the voters register of that polling unit.
We also know, even though there's
hold on now, let me explain it to you.
I think you don't want to have this conversation. You're just trying to derail the space because I'm asking you a direct question. We all know what.
I've answered your direct question.
So you agree?
I said that what is on the BVAS is the electronic copy of a voter's register.
and accredited
Now,
voter.
No.
hold
So,
on.
so Victor,
Accreditation is now, hold on now, let me explain to you. Accreditation is now when you come, they check your name on the voters register that is on the beavers, and if they find you after verifying you either with your fingerprint or photo, once it's verified, it does a tick, a green tick mark at the end of your name, and records that tick in the beavers.
Yeah, that's what he's saying
that's
now.
what we are saying. Like, we understand the whole process. So it is the number on the beavers that is the correct number. What the machine is saying, these are the number of people I accredited to vote, allowed to vote. Yeah, put that aside. Now, why is it that INEC, just like we've seen in Kogi states, we've seen that in Bielsa, and then we've seen that in Imo, based on the Freedom of Information request by Usta Chidoka, that the results that are being announced by INEC is actually higher than the number on the beavers by law, which are the accredited voters. And the second question is, why is INEC not putting up the accreditation data of each polling unit as they did earlier on during the presidential election? Why have they yanked off that data completely off the IREV?
Okay, let me
Coach,
explain
Coach,
it
can
to
I
you.
just come in here, Victor? Can I
Hold
just
on,
come in
let
here?
me explain it. Okay.
Yeah, let me just chip in what I think. You see, Coach, I think you are right in what you're saying, and Victor is right. But let me just say this: primarily, if not that the Nigerian INEC is so corrupt, right, including the judicial system itself, these things are very simple for judges to determine. But let me put it this way: for instance, when you allege that something is wrong, like we know, then they say provide evidence. So I think that the perspective where Victor is coming from is to say, okay, right. So assuming that the IREV, the Beavers has got less accreditation than what they have inputted into Beavers, and you now present that from EC8A, I think that's the first point, the polling unit, and say, listen, this is what we have across the country based on our representation in every polling unit. And we have tabulated them, and this is what they give. So we need INEC to come and tell us how then did they get this number, and can they also provide what they have in the individual beavers for this particular place to dispute what we then have. I think that's a valid point to have.
Let me tell you, wake up Africa. Let me tell you why this is not feasible in Nigeria. See, in a presidential election, this guy, they know what they are saying when they say they want all of you to go and carry 120,000 polling unit results from every single polling unit. They want you to carry the hard copy, because they know that if you stick to that, they will be able to manipulate. There's no way you can get 100,000 people.
No. If you don't have representation in every polling unit,
How come the established party have them?
Sorry, Victor. So if you don't have that, then basically what it means that you give them room to rig you out. And that is the issue.
It's not possible. The fastest, easiest way is to have an electronic. That's why they brought up this electronic thing now.
Stop looking for what does not exist. Electronic is a backup. First, you must prove your case with the physical paper.
I agree with you. That electronic thing is there, but your own evidence that you're using to say, listen, I want you to bring up the electronic data. This is what we have.
First of all, do you know that even APC don't have polling agents in all polling units? Do you know that?
But they
we
have, for
in
instance,
everywhere more than even one. We have two.
Go and check.
This is what you people make assumptions. You don't go and visit the field.
It's
we
not
have two.
Every polling unit you see every
two and a coordinator at the ward.
I can pick up IREV now and I'll check. You see that it's not every polling unit that PDP agents sign. It's not every polling unit that you can never have it.
In fact, I agree with you. That's true. Even some polling units, you see one signature is there.
They know.
Yeah. Victor, that's
you can't monitor.
Let me tell you what happens when you see one signature. If you don't know, your party agent has been paid to go and play
Do you know the amount
So
of
they
logistics
Your
pay.
they need
party
to
So they
agents
pay.
have
They
been
pay
paid to go and
APC. They
play.
pay
So it's
APC
only
as
one
well.
party agent that is left.
You see what APC know this game they are playing. They're not arguing that they don't rig election. All they are simply saying is that we are smarter than you in making sure that we make the platform
Yeah,
okay for us to rig the
You
election.
they
see,
have
They're
the
not
you
saying
see,
that
logistics,
Wake
they
they
Up
want.
understand.
Africa. What you guys have done
There is
now,
no
you've
INEC
allowed
at the
Victor.
polling
You've
unit.
allowed
All the
Victor
people
to.
running election are ad hoc people. NYSC people they pick on the street. None of them is INEC.
Okay, I beg.
None of them is INEC. They
Okay,
have the same access as your agent.
all right, Victor. We've answered the question that we said. I asked you earlier on. Should whatever results INEC is announcing be higher than what is on the Beavers? And then
INEC
secondly,
will only
no, let
announce
me.
the
I'll ask you the
results.
two. And then secondly, why is INEC not putting the accreditation number on the IREF just like they did at the earlier stage of
Okay,
the presidential election?
let me explain it to you. INEC is not present in the polling unit. The polling unit is made up of ad hoc staffs, which are people hired and trained just for election purposes. As far back as 1993, I was a presiding officer and I was a student. So I was just picked to do it. So I wasn't INEC. I don't even know anybody in INEC. Now, what happens is that the election has three processes. First, the accreditation of the voters based on the voters list. Second, the actual ballot that is thrown into the box. And after that is counted, the third process is the writing of the result on the form EC8A. Now, the writing of the result is where things happen. If your agent is not loyal to you, your agent will collect money and go and play or agree with the other parties' people, and they will write whatever it is on that paper, and all of them will agree. The moment everybody in the polling unit agrees on what's on that paper and is taken to the ward collation center where the INEC actually is, there is no dispute. It's only if one of your people from that place or enough of the agents of that place.
Victor, you're still not answering my question. To be honest, I know how the process, you understand. I don't even disagree with you. I agree with you.
So
But
if your house girl steals your money, how are you blaming the police
all right,
for your money getting lost?
Victor, I asked you a very, very simple question. Thank God Ade Lawan is there as well. A very, very easy question. Maybe if you can't answer it, maybe Ade Lawan will answer the question. Should the data on, so whatever results, should the results INEC be announcing greater than what is on the Beavers, yes or no? And then second question is, why is INEC not putting up the data from the Beavers, the action data, on the IREV? I have proof that the IREV can show that data. The IREV will even tell you where the polling units is. Is a beautiful tool. Sorry, the Beavers. I have a copy of that. It will tell you literally where it is, its location, when it's finished with the accreditation, and when you uploaded the numbers. It will give
It's
you the
not
tally.
IREV that does accreditation.
No, the Beavers.
It is Beavers that does accreditation.
When the Beavers
IREV,
Victor.
IREV is just like your phone.
No, Victor. You won't play this game with me. I know what I'm saying.
IREV, it just takes a picture. It doesn't do it.
No. So when the Beavers takes that picture, yeah, and he uploads it to the IREV, he uploads also how many voter it has
That is a lie.
accredited.
It only
Do you
uploads
want
that
me
paper.
to
That's all it
show you?
uploads.
Vilili, are you there? Vilili, are you there?
Hello.
It does.
Who's talking?
So,
Is
sorry,
it...
Adelawan, before you go on, it does.
No, just let me clarify that. No. IREF is a viewing center.
Is a view
to view results.
Is a viewing center.
Simple.
I'm saying to you, the Beavers
Yes.
has that
No.
functionality to let you know how many people it's accredited to be able to vote. And Osita Chidoka said when he asked INEC for that information, FY, INEC gave him that data. That was what he did, his analysis.
Stop making reference to Osita Shidoka. Anybody can say nonsense.
No.
It's not a
The
law.
data
Stop backing
Osita
your point,
Chidoka
Osita.
got was from INEC. So INEC has the accreditation data. The Beavers keeps a record of how many people he accredited. We saw that number at the earlier
Viva,
stage
yes.
of the
Viva, yes.
presidential elections.
Viva, yes. Viva, not IREF.
No,
IREF is a viewing center.
Beavers
Simple
has
as
that
everything.
function. And when it uploads the results to the IREF, I'm speaking about the presidential election. It
No,
showed
IREF
us
is just like a
Beavers does not
website.
upload the result. In fact, some presiding agents use their phone to upload the result when they cannot capture the picture function of the beavers. They
What
don't
you're
have to
saying,
use the
what you're
beavers
explaining,
to upload.
what you're explaining happened in Kogi and Bayelsa as well. INEC sent not just the picture of the results to IREV, they also sent the accredited voters to IREV.
God
It was
bless you
showing the
now.
it even showed the last accredited person that was accredited. It showed like the last time accreditation
God
was
bless
done.
you.
The last one. It
It's
showed the
like
guys.
it's
What are
letting
these
you
guys
know
arguing about?
what is actually
Edo,
going on.
IREV
for
is
some reason
still
they
up.
stopped
Go
it.
and download one and show us here.
I said in
Edo IREV is
Kogi,
on.
Bayelsa, and Imo, it was showing accredited at some point, so they stopped that one too. It was showing it.
No,
If
it
you don't know
has the
something, just
function. It's like they turn it. I don't know how INEC does it. It's like they turn
INEC
it
decided
off.
not to show it at some point.
But what exactly is the
Let
point
me
now?
know the function that Beavers should be able to do at the polling unit. One of the function is just that. One, he accredits the voters that are eligible to vote at that particular day. He has it at the Beavers. He has a capacity also to show the location in which the picture after voting is being taken. It will show the location of the picture at the location of the results with the picture at that particular place as well too. When it being uploaded online, everything will reflect on the IRF. So that's the function. That's how it's meant to be function. So if it doesn't function that way, that means they might have turned off some function just for their own manipulation. Simple.
Exactly.
Yeah, God bless you. It's simple as that. Like, there's
Mr.
no need
Goats.
to then dance around. You understand the
Mr.
issues.
Goats.
But there is still an IREV up. Can you prove this thing you are saying by copying one result and showing us these things?
I've
Because
checked
all I have
checked
ever
for
seen
I've
on
checked for
IREV
Edo
is
State.
the
It
picture
is
of
not
the Form
there.
DCH.
It's not there. Like the accreditation data is not there. That's what we're saying. They've taken that. They've taken that information off.
Mr. Goats, the problem here is this. It's like you want to rely on a document that ordinarily you should have a copy of. You see, when voting has taken place, they count the votes in the presence of everyone and it is recorded. When they record it, each copy, each agent of every political party, you have your own copy that you have to collect from there. Now, the uploading usually takes place in the presence of your agents, in the presence of voters at that point in time. If the uploading does not take place at that point in time, or there is a network failure or something happens, then that copy you have in your hand and your agents, the copies they have, each party has, that is your evidence. It is there for you to use. But on many occasions, people keep complaining. You say, I rev this one did not happen, this one did not upload. Your duty is to make sure that they upload that thing in your presence there at the polling booth. Stay with them. They upload it in your presence. And when they upload it in your presence, it is there, it has entered the system. Then you cannot be making recourse
The
to the
problem is they don't want to admit that they don't pay their agents or that they don't have agents.
Let me tell you what.
You see, okay, I don't know who was speaking. I think it's so sorry, Duke, check your phone. I think you're having network issues. So sorry, sync flow. Okay, let me not even let me just say, look, not everybody is stupid. You understand? Maybe some spaces you can fly off with this narrative. We've also seen in the Edo State elections in which the number of accreditation data, you know, is more than the tabulation of the votes. In fact, this was the results that was out there on social media. And I think INEC actually made a tweet to say they are going to investigate, the issue. So you can't tell me everybody in that polling unit are illiterates that can't actually count. So you've also seen, based on the expose that Ustad Chidoka did, in which they compared what was on the IREV, yeah, and what the accreditation data is on the BVAS. And the results from the IREV, for some reason, is higher than what is on the BVAS. This is information that INEC willingly gave to him. So, like I said earlier on, I said, look, I don't know at what process the picture is being manipulated. I said, look, I don't know at what process, but there's proof based on the data that INEC has given that whatever is on the IREV, the number is actually higher than what is recorded on the BVAS. So hence why I'm saying, and I asked that question, why is INEC not making the accreditation data on the BVAS known so we can see that on the IREV? We've seen instances where they've done it. I think somebody said in Bielsa it was visible at some points in time. I can't verify because I didn't check for Bielsa, so I can't
I
say.
just posted it. I just posted it. Look at the jumbotron.
Okay, let's just see if that is true. Yes, you're not lying. That is true.
Accredited voters.
But please, can I correct one
Okay, the
impression
only
here?
thing,
Because
the only thing
What you are posting is
one
this
second,
the form.
Victor, please.
What you are posting is the form.
All right.
This is accredited voters on the side of the on the left.
One
top.
second, MON. The only thing I would say on that is, so you've just proven to us that the IREF has that function and the BVAS does. But I'll say don't rely on that because it is yellow. So synchronization is still ongoing. Once it turns blue, you know the data from the BVAS has finished synchronizing. So it will go up. Once it's synchronizing, it will go up and then you see the total number. Now, if the BVAS is saying accredited 300 people and that result is saying 350 people voted, by virtue of the law under section 51, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act, that polling unit should automatically be cancelled. But you can't go into that
Did you notice
conclusion.
the caveat on that data that says this is not the final
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
accredited number? It has
synchronization.
not been synchronized.
Yeah, so it's still, that's why I say to him, don't rely on that number. If it turns, when the color will go to blue, that's when you know synchronization is done. And I said that earlier on. I was even the one that pointed it out. So, but go in Edo states and go in other elections. Why is INEC hiding that figure and not making it known? I think
Mr.
this is a
Goat,
good question we should be asking INEC.
see, INEC is not hiding any figure. The mere fact that your agents and the people at the polling units have
All
this
right,
figure
so
shows
sorry,
that
Sync Flow. I just have to stop you there. I'll respect you, and at least I respect Victor at least engaging in the conversation. But please, I am not stupid. I just need to make that.
You guys should continue crying in the dark. Don't worry. You will
Just
cry again next
have a
election since
normal
you don't want to meet
conversation.
it.
Don't treat me like I'm stupid. You understand?
Yeah, let's say that impression. You mentioned that there's a particular there is a
Sorry, I don't know. Yeah, sync flow. Like I was saying, don't treat us like we're stupid. Even
Mr.
see
Goat,
Victor knows, and then Victor has
just
just
wait.
dropped off because
Just wait.
yeah,
Just wait. I don't want you to think or to have that perception that anybody thinks you are stupid. It will even be bad for you to even think anybody thinks you are stupid. No, we are just telling you
actually you
this is the
sound like
situation.
Raji, but I'm not sure if you're Raji, but
No, Raji is a friend of mine. The
How
thing
come
is
you and
this.
Raji then sounds the same?
No, we don't sound the
You
same.
sound
We
like
don't sound.
Raji, but yeah.
No. The thing is this. These figures are not hidden. One, if you want to know how many names are on each voter's register or the voter register at your polling unit, even before the voting takes place, you can know.
No, I
On
don't want to know about
I'm
voter
coming.
register,
I'm
yeah.
coming.
See, Raji,
Okay.
voter register, yeah, is people who are eligible to vote at that polling unit. We know. You can even know that figure. But I want to know how many people were accredited, how many people turned up that day to vote. That's what we want to know. So if they are writing results, like I've said, they will have to predict how many people will turn up on that day. That's if that data is on. So we can compare it side by side. If the Beavers is saying I only accredited 100 people, and somebody says, oh, alleged like they're writing results, and it's saying 200 people voted, we'll then be like, okay, that's not possible. The Beavers is saying one thing. How come the IREV, what we're seeing on the IREV, is saying another thing? So that's why the accreditation data is very key. So we're not really focused on, electoral register or electoral roll. What exactly, how many people were accredited on that day to vote? So at least we've now seen that the IREV has that function.
I get your points. You understand? The system is not perfect and it can definitely be improved. As a matter of fact, if it's possible, not only should the total number of registered voters be captured, total number of accredited voters should be captured. If possible, the exact time they were accredited too should be captured. We know there's a bit of anonymity in the what's it called in the system whereby you can vote. The system knows that you voted, but the system cannot predict who you voted for. Do you understand me? So those things need to be improved upon. But as it currently is, it's very essential that every agent at every polling unit collects that form, signs, and make sure it is uploaded in his presence. Once this thing is uploaded in your presence, it's very extremely difficult to even change it on the IREF. You cannot even change it because once it has gone, it has gone. So you have to wait until it is uploaded. But in many areas, you find people voting. After voting, you go and sleep in your house, and then when they are doing the uploading, you are not there. Then you start hearing people are canceling figures, people are changing things. You see things mutilated. It's because the people that should have stayed to ensure that the proper thing is done haven't stayed to ensure that the proper thing is done. When I vote, any day I'm going to vote is the whole day activity. Until they upload that thing, I'm not leaving that place. I'm not leaving.
But yeah, Raji, I want to ask you because maybe you know, but how does APC do it? Yeah, like we saw, I don't know if you were here earlier on when we're talking about Usta Chidoka, the information he got from INEC. So, like in Imo states, the accreditation data was like about 500K, and then yeah, 70, correct me if I'm wrong, everybody. I think 76.9 of the polling.
700 and something.
Yeah, I think Kopos stronghold was 23.1 was the stronghold. And those vote padding was actually coming from that's 23.1% of the local government areas that he controls. So are you saying that the opposition does not so how are they writing results and then uploading it on the IREV? Because if you were to look at that number, I think Kupos Dima actually even had more votes in that election than what the IREV actually accredited. The Beavers accredited 500k, and Upuzodinma got 500k in that election. And the results they were looking from the EC8 form and on the IREV was saying 700 and something thousand people voted, but the IREV is saying only 500k. So in my analysis, everybody who voted in Imo states actually voted for Hope Uzodinma. So how
Mr.
does
Goat, let
APC
me
do it? Do they write the
let
results
me
and then
answer.
upload it, or I
Let
don't
me
know how APC does
no,
it?
no. It's not about writing results or uploading. No. There is this thing. I have to check in some areas where the accreditation process takes place. I don't know. It seems in certain areas, either the proper accreditation does not take place and some people get to vote, or some people are accredited and you understand their votes are not properly being uploaded, or the proper information is not being uploaded. I can't really say for sure. But as to what happens in certain areas where opposition is weak or where APC is strong, a lot of things happen when it comes to gathering votes, when it comes to people coming to vote and things like that. It's very important. But the thing is this: as to how Hope Uzodinma got more than those votes, I can't say for sure, because I've not even looked at the data you were talking about from INEC. I will have to look at it. And then again, they have to be able to properly break these things down in a, what is it called? There is this, in a forensic manner, and analyze it, whereby they can even identify, okay, from each polling unit, how many people registered, how many people voted, you know, in each local government. This local government, you have maybe 30,000 people that registered, that were
Oh,
accredited. Then the votes are more.
Raji, he actually did a forensic analysis, and where these votes, padding is coming from, in which, he was killing it was in his stronghold. So
And he won that election as declared by INEC. But this is what we do now. 29.4% as a voter turnout. But what did you find out at the Athena Center when you dug into the result and you found out what exactly really happened in that election? So go to the next slide. So these are the key data from INEC and also from the Freedom of Information request. So against the 771,000 voters that was made to call the result, the Beavers only accredited 541,000 voters. Officially.
okay, keep that data in mind. The Beavers is only saying he accredited 541,000 people to vote. That's what the Beavers machine is saying. Now listen to how many votes Hope Uzodinma got and where those inflated votes were coming from.
Election, the day of election, 541,000. That's what accredited by the Beavers. And on the EC8A, the electoral officers recorded a total of 728,887 votes. On the EC8B, some were cancelled. There was vote inflation. We went to 729,000. But along the line, certain cancellations, we come to 717 at the EC8D, the final votes that was used in calling the results. So this is 541, hold that number, and this is 717,000. So you can see the massive difference. So a lot of almost 200,000. Yeah, let's break it down. This is on election day. Yes. What the Beavers officially, the instrument for accreditation. Fantastic. Yes. And the Beavers emerged from INEC wanting to say accreditation and voting is going to commence almost at the same time. Simultaneously. So you accredit, you vote. So there was no way you could have accredited 541 and 717 will vote. And because usually, no accreditation, no voting. That's usually, the Beavers has a memory. Yes. It captures in its memory. Yes, it's stored it. What is being accredited on the day of election? 541,000. But now there are discrepancies. There's discrepancies. Figures. Now, downloaded from INEC Viewing Portal, which are the result that has been scanned by the officials of INEC onto the INEC, onto the IREF. So if you go to the next slide, you will see what we saw on the IREF. If we see what we saw on the IREF, sorry, okay. So here we are. No, go back, then go back. So let's continue from there. So there was significant non-compliance with INEC electoral guidelines in 1,101 polling units, where the results, the total votes cast, did not match with the Beavers accreditation. So that is to say, Beavers accredits A number and the recorded B numbers. So the number of voters were more than what the Beavers accredited. This only happened in 23% of the polling units. Now, hold that. In 77% of the polling units, the results were consistent. Mm-hmm. The total votes and the Beavers matched. So there was very high compliance. Technology has helped us in Nigeria to say that our votes do really count. Our 73% was compliant. 23.1%, now this is the problem. They altered the election results. If you look at these are the local governments and these are the non-compliance issues. The highest non-compliance happened in about 10 polling units, in about 10 local governments. So you see Oru East, Oguta, Okigwe, Olo, Oru West, Ikeduru, Wangele, Oso, and Dunkwere. Interestingly, all these local governments are in the senatorial zone of the governor. This of the winner of the election, the winner of the APC candidates, interestingly. But the highest was in Oru East, the local government of the governor. That's where we saw the highest non-compliance. So what happened was that whatever we saw as the official result, either the one uploaded on the Beavers, the one uploaded on the IREF, and the one INEC had, eventually, as given to you by INEC, there were discrepancies. So the original result has been announced. So let's go forward. Now, there was overvoting in 807 polling units. In 875 polling units. Which makes 18.3%. 18.3%. And it accounted for 345,000 votes. 560 votes.
Lord
so
of
these
Jesus.
votes.
See, Raji, did
No,
you
let us hear what he was saying. Can we just hear to the end?
500K. Wait.
This is heartbreaking to say that I'm from Imo State and I'm listening to
300K.
this.
Come on.
This guy is a that guy is a
Fear
criminal.
God.
That guy is a
300K
criminal.
overvoting.
Good. Did you hear what Ugo Chinyere talked about Omuma Magic when he talked about what Hope Uzodimma was doing in Imo State? Did you listen to Ugo Chinyere?
I even thought
when he did analyze it.
I even thought he was like 100,000 or 200. I didn't even know it was like 300K. And
that guy, you see, APC.
Let me just play like 1 or 2 minutes.
Let's just hear.
Substantially impacted the final results. Now, again, where did these votes come from? It came from Oru, Oguta, Okigwe, Oso, and all the Wangele. So this is where these votes came from, where 54% of these polling units with overvoting are in 5 local government areas. 4 of those are in the senatorial district of Olo. So we saw a situation where the total vote cast were higher than the votes accredited. All right. If you look at it from the diagram on the screen, so in blue you will see the Beavers accredited voters. This on the day of election, the blue. Yes. So, and you will see as against the EC8A vote cast, which is supposed to be the vote. It's supposed to tally. It's supposed to tally. But unfortunately, they are not tallying. So you will see the increase, which gives you the 347,000. I mean, the 18.3% unaccounted for, which we could not validate. We could not validate. So what that means is that by the INEC rules, once the votes are more than the Beavers accreditation, you cancel that polling unit. Now, in the polling units where there was this distribution of overvoting, APC got 293,000 of those votes.
It is well. So, Raji, you've heard.
It is not well.
I
Prof,
don't
we
even
should
know
stop saying this is it
300,000
is not well.
votes, like
This is pure
overvoting
criminal,
for an
broad
election
daylight
that had.
criminality.
So basically, the Beavers accredited 541,000 people. Hope Uzodinma had 540,000. I believe that was the figure. So Hope Uzodinma basically, if there was to use compliance, he basically got 99% of the accredited votes. And now you've seen that the result padding were coming from APC stronghold, in which Hope Uzodinma got almost 300,000 votes in terms of overvoting. Now, take 300,000 from what Hope Uzodinma actually got during the election. That will bring his figure down right about 200K or there. So Raji, you're now seeing where I'm coming from. That if the accreditation data is right up there on the IREV, it may not show us the votes distribution as to who voted for who, but it would tell us basically who are the people, the number of people accredited to votes, and then we can compare that to whatever results that INEC has uploaded. Worst case comes to us, you can only raise alarm for results that have been uploaded in which the EC8 form is higher than the Beavers, and then ask the coalition agents, to push for that polling units to be cancelled. Or like I did in Edo State, to say, raise that, we are going to investigate. So I don't know, Raji, if you get where I'm coming from, but you've now clearly
I
seen
get
that, like, come on,
I
in Imo
I
States, it's clear as daylight. And this
I,
was information that INEC themselves gave to not Ostag, but used his organization. I think it's called Athena Center. They were the ones that asked for that information. So it was INEC giving them that information. He didn't just pull that information out of his backside. So I don't know what your response to that is, but you've now seen that the IREV does have the ability to show us the accreditation data. Why is INEC still holding this information? And I see no reason why the opposition is not pushing for this to be made readily available on election day. So I don't know, Raji, if you have a response to that. Sync Flow, are you there? Okay, I don't think it's there. All right. Yeah, over to you, BC.
Good evening. Good evening, God. Good evening, Velele. Duke of Fever, I greet to everybody. Good evening. Well, this my submission is going to be a bit far from the center of the discussion this night, because I think for a very long time everybody have been discussing about the electoral process and INEC and every other thing that pertains to election. Well, I think it has not dawned on us yet that there is no way out to, all these things. These guys have rigged the game even before it has started. No matter the kind of strategy, or no matter the kind of idea we're going to come up with, they can decide that day to come and write the result, go there, declare it. They might not even conduct elections, and the judiciary will uphold the result, and that is it. You get? See, there is nothing wrong in accepting that the problem Nigeria is facing has no solution at the moment that we can't even think of. There is nothing wrong in saying that this problem looks very unique. It is not a kind of problem that other countries are facing. And for that fact, we need unique solutions to them. There's nothing wrong in admitting that. But the good thing about our situation is that Nigerians, being intelligent people, also have a way out of this, which is not even what we are looking at. So there was a time I saw one post by David Hundeyin when he was talking about Nigeria. He was saying he just gave us this template that if we can even implement it, it will work and it will work perfectly. And the template is this: all of us that are Nigerians, young people, that the system is cheating, INEC, the government, they are cheating us. What we can do is to enter all these political parties in mass. Imagine a situation whereby 1 million youth enter APC, another 1 million enter PDP, then another 5 million enter Labour Party, become card-carrying members, find a way to walk through the ranks, become delegate, become world chairman, become agent. Then will now be the tail point of the rigging. Let me give you this example. Let me buttress this my point by saying with this. See, political parties, they need people to work with. No matter what, it's still going to be human beings that will be the party agent. It's still going to be human beings that will be sent as delegates. It will still be human beings that will be made their internal electoral, those way that will conduct primary elections in the party. In a situation whereby we, well-meaning Nigerians, can find a way to flood or to put ourselves inside all those parties, they cannot reject us now. If I go to pick APC form, will they reject me? They will not reject me now. We then know I'm an obedient. It's not written on my face now. I can pick an APC form or a PDP form or a Labour Party form, become their member. If we do it in mass, imagine every local government we have, like, even if it's 100 or 200 youth enter from every local government, register in their ward level, become a delegate, become something of prominence, so that when the time for primary election starts, we will now be the ones in the forefront of doing all those things. They will now bank on you and you now start doing the right thing. That's what I'm thinking. That's what David Hundeyin said, which in a way looks very doable. But we can only do it if we do it in mass. It's not something 20,000 people or 100,000 people can do. It's something we can do in mass. And then that is where the problem is. The problem right now is that majority of Nigeria, they are not even conscious of what is happening. They are taking this hardship and this suffering as the will of God for them. They are not even concerned. It is as if you come, those online crying about the hardship are the ones that are feeling it more than those offline. Because those offline, they are passing through all these things and they are not even ready to confront their problems. Rather, they will keep looking for ways whereby on their own they try and mitigate the hardship. If your transportation to work becomes very expensive, you trek some and you enter motor for the remaining distance. If the price of food become expensive, you eat in the morning, fast in the afternoon, and maybe eat in the night or go to bed on empty stomach. We just keep finding ways to manage. If tomato becomes expensive, we start cooking cucumber stew. If anything happens, if there is no light, we find another way. We keep coming up with alternatives. Those who are feeling the impact, the majority of the people, they are not. I don't know. It's as if they lack the right direction to funnel the anger and the frustration in a way whereby those who are meant to represent us will see what is happening. Because all I'm saying is that the government looks very, very detached from the realities of Nigeria. Like, it's as if we are living in parallel universe whereby the government in their own eye, they are doing the best, and we the citizens are not seeing it. And whenever we talk, they will find a way to share rice and make everybody to close their mouth. You get? So we need to, if possible, if Nigerians agree that the suffering is enough, we find a way to win them in their own game. Because no matter the kind of reform you want to bring up with INEC, that was the kind of thing Peter Obi thought was going to happen when he was confidently going to court, that the court is going to look at this one, that one, that one, and deliver the right judgment. They don't care. You get, these guys don't care. He has increased the salaries of the judiciary. He has given them houses. So if now you unko, like they have pocketed everything. Is it the legislature that you want them to hold the executive accountable? They cannot, because they are in there for their own interest. They don't even align their interest with the interest of the people, the interest of the people they are represented. Now imagine a situation whereby we the youth are the delegates that are supposed to elect the House of Rep members, members of Senate. From there, at the point of primary election, we have started substituting them. Imagine if Tinubu loses primary election in APC. Imagine if Akpabio couldn't even go through a primary election. They start losing at the primary election level. So that is what I believe we should be thinking about, because this INEC and everything, they've won us. So there is nothing we can do about it. If we talk too much, they go Kukuma keep the beavers, and you cannot do anything, because do you have force? You cannot do anything now. If you come out, army will shoot you, because they are paying the army, the military, their bosses, they are paying them well. They have contracts, so they don't even have any reason to topple or to go against the current administration. So we need to beat them in their own game. That is just what I think we should be looking for, ways to beat them in their own game, not to come not to confront them, because these people are bigger than us in resources. They are bigger than us in controlling the military. They are the power. Anybody that controls the means of coercion is who has the power. You get? And if you look, the population of us who are conscious in this country about how things should work, we are very, very little. You get? So we need to just start this campaign. Forget about the party. The party doesn't even matter. The name of the party doesn't matter. Yes, it's APC. They are wicked. We know. Let us flood there. Let them start witnessing massive inflow of young people. Let it be that 1 million young people registered in 2 years. Let it be that 5 million young people registered in APC in 5 years. They can't say no. You get? We start making those decisions there. We start taking them to court. We start that internal party. We start those internal party wahala that used to cause commotion in parties. We've seen them do this thing. We've seen it in our lifetime. We see PDP have 2 functions. We can start 10 functions in APC. Like, let us beat them in their own game. That is just my own contribution. I'm not going to talk about INEC and this thing, because no matter what you want to talk,
I like to actually take action
Can I
pointers from
respond
these
to what
spaces.
you just
I beg, just no vex. Just hold on before when you respond, I go take down your responses. But I want him to like enumerate how he thinks we can do things if what we're doing now is not like just give me like line 1, line 2, line 3. Your line 1 your line 1 is sounding like register for the APC, Abi. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I heard anyway.
In APC, register in PDP, register in Labour Party. Those are the 3 major parties we have. Other parties are not really important. They are just mushroom parties. All their votes, if you check, I don't even think all their votes in the last presidential election was up to 50,000. So APC, PDP.
Okay, no, well, so aside from, are you advising? I'm sure you're not advising us to register more than 1 party at a time, right? Where your head figure you enter, be.
Yes, like you, all of us, Velele can register for APC. Gold can register for PDP. I will register for Labour Party.
No, me, I did APC already. I don't submit my form. I'm already in APC.
Not be mouth register. I mean, register, become a card carrying.
I registered online.
You walk through.
I registered online, yeah.
And you go know whether that online they valid though. Because young people are the ones who are fond of online. Let it not be when they see that more young people are registering online, they will not come up with it's not in our constitution to register online. You need to register at your ward level so that they will give you card. You'll be paying membership fee. No, there is not. See, this time around, there is no morality to this thing. Our parties in Nigeria don't have any what is it called? Any philosophy. I'll be waiting. There is something they used to call it. They don't have any philosophy. So you can be in APC today, you can even still come to
Ideology.
PDP.
You are trying to say ideology. Correct.
They don't have ideology. You forget all those things that they don't have ideology. So you can be an APC member today. Be there. If your watch chairman move anyhow, take him to court. If this thing, but you know it is a dirty game, so many things can come up. You get, but that is just the only way to beat these people. David said it in one. He spoke about it in one. He mentioned it in one of his posts, and I think that is just the only way, because you cannot do the revolution now, people. There is no way we can do revolution, because revolution means toppling the government. Who wants to topple the government for you? Is it police? Is it army? Who can we do impeachment? Impeachment will not work. Who is going to impeach the government? Is it see if these people have checkmated us? So let us now play their game. That is just my own contribution. Let our focus be on how to infiltrate. We now need to change it from inside. We now need to enter the mud with them. We now need to find a way to infiltrate anything, be the errand boy, so that one level they will send you to, or delegate level they will send you. If Velela you come and you are the delegate for your state, Goat is the delegate for his state. All of us in this state are delegates for our state. Primary election, we don't vote him at least a better alternative. Then find a way to make an account at that delegate level. Anyway, that's my own contribution for now.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Vilili, was Sync Flow trying to speak? Because after that Usta Chidoka video, he's just gone quiet.
Oh, okay.
Can I say?
Sync Flow, if you're there, please
Can I
speak.
say something, guys?
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
here.
one
I'm
second,
here.
please. Sorry, God bless. Yeah, Sync Flow, because Orajira, since that video, he just went quiet. So yeah, it'd be
No,
good to hear what you have to say.
no, I actually wanted to say something, but quite a number of people have been making a lot of sense. So I said, let me keep quiet and listen to what they have to say. You see, what the last speaker said, he actually made a lot of sense. You cannot influence political decisions without being an active participant in the political process. It doesn't work that way. If you want to have a say and you want that your say to be loud enough to be a stakeholder in the politics, you have to be there when the game is being played. There are so many people here that if you ask them, okay, who is your local government chairman? They don't know. Who is your senator? They don't know. Who is your House of Rep? They don't know. When last did the election take place in your place? They don't know. They don't vote. Some don't even have PVC. And that's why we keep telling people, you must participate in the process actively. You must be an active participant. Why? Because it's when you are actively participating, that is where you get to have the opportunities to stamp your feet in certain places, and your say will have a say. That your say will hold ground. Now, from the entire process, you need to be a member of a political party. You have to be at any political meetings. You have to play an active role. Don't just be the type that, okay, when it's 3 days to election, you wake up and say, oh, you want to come and determine who the president of Nigeria will be. You want to come and determine who the governor will be. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. I can tell you as a person, almost every 1 or 2 months, there are people that we do send bags of rice in different locations. There are people that we know when they have challenges, it is us that they will call. There are people that, oh, their children want to pay school fees, so they will call us, see whatever we can do, we assist them. You have to be in touch with people at the grassroots, supporting them one way or the other, so that whenever political process comes in and you want to mobilize, you want to get voters, you want to be ensured that, okay, who are we going to support? This young man wants to be local government chairman, let us support him. You can get people to mobilize, but you distance yourself from the village people. You distance yourself from people at the grassroots. Then when it's election time, you want to come and tell them who to vote for. It doesn't work that way now. If they have not been seeing your face, how can you then tell them what to do and you think they will listen to you? It doesn't work. Why do you think politicians are always traveling? Every politician that is an active politician, they are always traveling. Today they are in Abuja, tomorrow they are in Kano, next tomorrow they are. What do you think they are doing in all these places they are going to? It's to hold their base. You can't be a politician without your base. It's not possible. It's not possible. But you have a situation whereby you want to determine who becomes what is it called, party chairman in APC. But all the while, when they were doing right from the grassroots, all their grassroots meetings you did not attend. When they were voting, you did not attend. When they are doing party congress, you are not part of it. Whenever they are taking decisions, you are not part of it. But at the end of the day, you want to determine who. It doesn't work that way now. It doesn't work that way. You have to be a shareholder before you can vote. And that is what we are telling people. Participate actively in the political process. If you're a member of APC, be a member of APC. If you're going to be in PDP, be in PDP. If you're going to be in obedient, be in obedient. Go and register. When it's time for your party congress, attend. Know what is happening. That is when you can now take decisions. And when it's time for primary, you can vote. You can support who will vote at the primaries. And at the end of the day, when it's time to vote, you will vote. And then you can have a say. But if you didn't participate in the primaries, you did not vote in the primaries, then you are complaining about who emerged at the eventual process. It doesn't work now. It doesn't work. You think politicians are people that just you because you are just a politician, you did not hold on to your base. But when election time comes, you want to hold on to that base. It doesn't work. I can tell you there is one thing that people might want to insult INEC, people might want to castigate them and say all manner of things about it. But I can tell you, certain things are happening in Nigeria now in our electoral process, whether you like it or not. This man that was Abia State governor contested for Senate and he lost. He lost as a sitting governor. What's his name? After Theodore Okezekpeazu. He contested and he lost. With all the power of incumbency, all the money, all the influence, everything, he tried everything for Senate, he lost. We saw quite a number of things happening in certain places. No matter what people say, in Lagos, Tinubu lost. You can say Tinubu is the godfather, he's the richest man, he has all the properties, he did this. Say whatever you want to say. They did that election and he still lost. And then there's so it is not everywhere you can manipulate easily like that. No, it's not as easy as it was before to manipulate. That's why we are saying don't lose hope. I know the system is not perfect. There are lapses here and there, but at the same time, that calls for more vigilance. And know that when election comes, that's not the time to sleep. It's not the time to sleep. Whenever they come and vote, go and vote. I tell people, there are certain things that are happening in Nigeria now. If you are not careful, even as a big politician, they will mess you up. You see people winning election for Senate with 10,000 votes, 15,000 votes, 8,000 votes. House of Reps with very few votes, people are winning. So if you are not careful, somebody that is able to mobilize can mobilize and win. Even if you're a big man, they will defeat you. Election is not something where that you take lightly. Or when it's election time, you are sleeping. No. Some people are playing football. They tell you you want people to be begging you to go and vote. No. 2 days to the election, if it means going to sleep in that polling unit to make sure that you vote, go and sleep there. It's worth it. Election is not something of play. But many people don't understand. They don't understand. I am sure if you check on this place, there are still some people that don't have PVC and they're over 18. There are still some people, if there is election tomorrow, they will still not vote. They will tell you they are going to their shop. They want to go and sell wosi in their shop. Some will tell you they are traveling. So you cannot ignore it. It's very important. The more people put eye on election, the more difficult it is to manipulate. I'm not saying INEC is perfect, though, but if you put eye on the election, I am telling you, even with all the effort, with all the power of a governor, with all the money and everything, if people come out and they vote, their vote will count. It will count. So don't lose hope. Let all of us get your PVC if you don't have your PVC. And know that election time is not time to sleep. It's very, very important. Everybody should come out, mobilize, and come and vote. Participate in election. We have seen 20-something-year-old lady winning election in Kwara, State House of Representatives. 20-something-year-old lady. She's not even up to 30 yet. She's already in office. We have seen young people winning election in different places. So this is not something we should take lightly, or you want to lose hope. After all, APC, all of them are corrupt. Are there because of that you won't participate? Then tomorrow you want to determine. No, now. Nobody should think like that, though. If you don't have your PVC, go and get it. There is going to be election in see what happened in Edo State. A sitting governor, with all his power, with all his might, with all the money, what happened? They still voted another party, and the party entered. When he was in APC, he moved to PDP. People voted for him, he won. Now people voted against his party, he still lost. So elections elections, and the electoral process is improving. Regardless of whatever people are saying, it is getting better. If people are saying, if people support you, you will win. Just hold on to your base, continue to play the politics and participate. Your time is coming. Thank you very much.
Raji, this one APC is bringing also Hope Uzodinma, bringing in almost 300,000 from a base of 23.1%. That's scary. His base alone is bringing over 60% of accredited, I think this is where it gets scary, like the volume and how APC is able to do it. So you heard the video, that whatever
Yes,
is on the
I heard
IREF. You see, he doesn't even need 50, he doesn't even need 30. All he needed was a base of 23.1%. So if you were to look at it at the face value, majority of the election in Imo State was actually compliance. So
okay.
about 76.9% was compliance. 23.1%, which fell within the stronghold of the incumbent governor, was able to bring an overvoting of almost 300,000. I think that one even scares me. I thought it was 100 and something. I didn't realize it was
sorry, great. I wanted to ask, this BVAS serial number, where exactly is it on the machine? Because
I think it's
I know
at
on
the
that day
back or so.
on the
Yeah,
back,
if
because
you see, you won't miss it. Just like
I took several pictures of my own beavers. The guy they sent to my place, he didn't really. That time the thing was not connecting, so we were doing many things. We were buying data, we were connecting to Wi-Fi. It was a mess. So I took pictures of it, but I didn't take pictures of the back. There's a number they pasted with masking tape. I'll see if I put it. There's a number they pasted with masking tape on the front. I wanted to know if that was the serial, because I even like
they were all products have
every
serial number,
BVAS
They
number.
always have serial number.
It's like a full.
Yeah, I wanted to see what a sample of the number is. If somebody can just snap, let me put the one I have, then somebody will tell me whether that's the serial or not. Let me just do that.
So I don't know if you get me, Raji. This is where it gets really, really scary. Like
Now, Mr. Goat, the thing is, even if you discountenance the entire 300 and something thousand votes that came from those local government that look a bit questionable, Hope would have still won the election. He would have still won the election. Because I think the next person got about 70 something thousand votes, thereabout, either 77 or 74,000.
That was
I
it.
think was it something or 100 and
No, 70 something thousand. Thereabout. That was what the next person got.
let me check that. I think you might be
Check
right,
it.
but I'll check it. I'll let you know if you're right or not.
I mean, see, another person fit talk. So we just silent like this.
I beg talk, oh, I beg talk.
I mean, you know, like say the person we just talk finish. Like say an APC person, I don't understand. All this preaching that's saying that
Nah.
Good. How
But
far
at
now?
least you
Abeg.
can with Raji, you can have a conversation with him. I think he understands. Like he understands. He's right. It's
bro,
actually 70 something
bro,
thousand.
the electoral process in Nigeria is shit. Nobody should come and tell me the electoral process in Nigeria is getting better. Nothing is getting better in Nigeria.
Hey, Ajibola. See, I'm going to post one of the results.
In all the results you see,
This is the craziest election result I've ever seen in my
Did you
life.
vote in the last election?
Hold
Voted in
on,
the election.
hold on, Nigeria, hold on.
don't work for INEC before. If you don't work inside INEC, when you know as all these things they happen, if you know as everything they happen, bro, you will know there's this country is shit. Nothing is working, nothing is going forward. So don't let anybody tell you. See, do you think Nigerians don't want to come out? That don't want to come out vote? Do you think they are dumb?
Look, if you don't come out,
Yes,
ask
everybody understand. We have to come outside to come and vote because that's the only way. Because these people pay us. But the fact is, there are some things, there are some laws, there are some rules that need to be in place before we can see people should come out and vote. Why do I come out and vote when I know my vote is not going to count? Are you telling me to come out 2017 to come out and vote when I know Tinubu? Tinubu is already is sure to read his way to
come and vote. Peter Obi had 400,000 votes in Kaduna. The day
vote
he
how?
won. He won in Lagos. He won in Plateau. He won in Nasarawa. He did that one.
Boss, see, I be Lagos boy. Let me tell you something, boss. If Tinubu was in Lagos, wallahi, Peter Obi will not win Lagos. If Tinubu was present in Lagos, Peter Obi will never win Lagos. And I'm telling you today, 2027, come and bet me, Peter Obi will not win Lagos because every apparatus in Lagos, they will use it to make sure that Tinubu wins Lagos back. You see that big country you saw in 2023, you see times 2 of it in 2027. I mean, Negotiation, I'm telling you the facts now. Go and fact check it facts.
Just wait.
You think what? See, the fact. See, let me tell you something.
Lagos
see,
was
don't let us deceive ourselves. Stop deceiving ourselves.
Did he not win Plateau? Are those ones? Did they use bigotry too?
Obi won. Yeah. Everybody won most states. But bro, did he win the election? That's the most important thing now. That is the most important thing. After he won in his party, he won. Why didn't he win the election? He won in categorically almost all the places you're talking about.
Look, let me tell you.
See, let's even accept the fact that okay, that was an election that okay, Buhari was the president now. Maybe let's say Buhari was a little bit unpartial. Or let me say it was a little bit unpartial. If they don't pass a law that make it compulsory that what is on IRF, what is showing on IRF, and automatically it's at the polling unit, it is what that they will use to declare the president. Forget about it. Boss, all the figure you are seeing in those Imo State election, all those things, they are written at collation center. All those fucking things are.
So who is going to pass the law?
Yeah.
The people that they think will not favor.
Why are you telling people to come out? Why are you telling people to come out?
That is what
Why you know that they're still going to do it? Are you telling me those they didn't write this results? Are you telling me? Can't you see that this person was on the right IRF?
All
And
right.
what?
So one second, Ajibola, 1 second. Let me just play Kogi State. In fact, Kogi State's one is clear.
Left from INEC. So BVAS accredited 656,000. So this result should not have been more than 656. Yeah. Any figure that we're talking about has to be in the realm of 656,000 people who turned up for the election. 792,000 was what was in the INEC IREF 8A. That's about 130,000 plus. But when you got to 8B, it increased to 821,000. And then when we got to 8D, after some corrections, it came to 794,500. So this was the number that declared the governor the winner, and that was the number for this. Now, significant non-compliance with INEC electoral guidelines in 786 polling units in 22%, 22.5%. That's where we had the alteration. 78% of the polling.
So just like Imo State had 23.1, you're seeing what these guys need are they just need to control a small portion of local government. In Kogi State was even lower at 22.1.
In Kogi, the results were in tandem between the BVAS accreditation and the total vote cast. All that time. So in 22%, we saw the culprits. Okehi local government, Adavi and Okene, Adavi and Okehi. So in a number of INEC non-compliant polling units from 280 in Okehi, in Adavi 185, in Okehi 91. And then it peters off as it's going down other local governments is 1, 2, 2, 3, 5, all the way to 34 in Ampa and 30 in Ajokuta and 29 in Tekina. But this is where the major problem is. Interestingly, you discover that most of these local government areas are in one senatorial district. Absolutely. In fact, these are 3 contiguous local governments of the immediate past governor and the governor.
Sorry, 1 second. There's an ad coming up, so I'm just waiting to. Yeah.
So overvoting occurred in 691 polling units, in 19.6% of the polling units, accounting for 318,000 votes. Now, if you look at these votes, total votes versus BVAS accreditation, again, the culprits, Okene, Adavi, Okehi, Lokoja, and Ajokuta. But the 3 biggest ones, 75%, occurred in 3 local governments. And if you distribute the votes, distribution of the overvoting, in those local governments where there were overvoting, APC got 278,000.
Almost 300,000. How much was the governor vote? 442. If you're getting almost 300,000 as inflated votes, I didn't get up to about 150 or 160,000.
Good. These guys know what they want to do from day one. It's a planned work. They know where they're going to rig. They know where they're going to.
Good. Hi everyone. Good. Can I say something? Can you hear me?
Go on. Like I'm just speechless.
Okay. Do you know that what they did was the same thing they did in 2023 election?
Exactly. That's what
somebody was arguing with me the other day, and I was saying that it was scientific. And the Imo template was what they used. Okay, they just need to ensure that everybody see the result as it's largely peaceful, and it's also there's no rigging in my area. They selected places where these things will happen. It was a scientific rigging. When you see that result, it's mad.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, how that day? See, my inbox don't full. Sorry, guys, for the little delay. Trust me. The number one citizen. Let me just for the little delay. Please, what you just need to do for me now, without wasting much of your time, just quickly share this update, please. We have the number one citizen of Edo State, His Excellency Governor Godwin Obaseki in the backstage. So we don't waste like 12 minutes now. Let's just quickly share this broadcast because people are asking for the link so that we can start sharply. Today is going to be interesting. Trust me, today you hear a lot and you're going to learn a lot. All the misinformation, the lies, the propaganda, trust me, will be quashed today. The reason why we say Mr. Governor's side of the story is because he has actually been speaking. He has actually been responding to a lot of things, but he has not come out like this. He has been speaking through people like us, through the commissioner, the special advisors, the SSAs. I think this is the first time Oga is really coming out to speak on issues. The opposition, they are only strong when they tell lies. The governor is strong when he tells the people the truth. And trust me, no matter how bitter is the truth, it is the duty of the number one citizen to say the truth to the public. We are streaming and our people are viewing. Give me another 1 minute. Okay, on YouTube we're live. Okay, on YouTube we're live. Facebook, okay, we are good. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to today's broadcast, Mr. Governor's side of the story, and today we are discussing the Bini Cultural District. The Bini Cultural District. Without wasting much of your time, ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome the number one citizen of Edo State, His Excellency Governor Nogegase Obaseki, to our platform this evening. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Albert. How are you?
Domo sir, Obota sir, Domo sir. Good evening, sir. How are you, sir? Domo sir. We can see you're looking good, looking too, you're looking sharp. Domo sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the number one citizen of Edo State. As you all know, this is our own street media, and it's like a family meeting between our father, the number one citizen, our friend, our brother, and we, his staunch supporters. Trust me, even people that are not the governor supporters are also here to hear the truth. Trust me. And after today's broadcast, they will know the truth and they will run with the truth. The first question I want to ask Heshi today, Your Excellency, how are you doing? Maybe I hear, sir.
Well, yes, I'm fine. I'm good. I've just taken a few days off to catch my breath, to relax. I also use the opportunity to come into Venice to close the Nigerian pavilion at the Venice Biennale. As you know, Edo government, I just sponsor the Venice Biennale, just like we did a few years ago. The Venice Biennale, for those who don't know, is like the Olympics for the arts. This is where all great artists come in to display their works and installations, and it happens every 2 years. You have, so this year, Nigeria put up an amazing installation at the Biennale, and MOA worked with the Nigerian contingent, the Federal Ministry of Culture, and we opened the exhibition in April, and I was commissioner. For the Biennale, this is the second time I'm commissioning Nigerian stand, and Friday was the last day. We came in to close the exhibition.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And after you traveled, the children of misinformation, they started spreading lies, propaganda. Obaseki don't know, Obaseki don't know. Yes, let's see.
Well, what do you expect from them?
Okay. That's a good one. That's a good one. So it is clear that to our people that the governor is on official assignment. This function didn't start today. The function started years ago. I think the governor was also there 2 years ago, just like he has told us. Your Excellency, as I just dropped the notification, people have been sending questions, and I don't want to hold you today because of the time difference. I learned that you are 1 hour ahead of us. You have, let's say, too many misinformations during the election, even before the election, a lot of drama in our state. That is why we said it is time you clear the air. It is time you say some things before you leave office. Just like you always tell us that your eyes have been on the ball, you have been focused on doing the job. Now you are done with the job. Trust me, it is time for you now to say, okay, bye bye, or I don't do my work. But before you go, you need to talk to us. My first question to and you drop out with PG at Benin because my culture want to discuss today. Well, Miss Esa, it's like a family meeting, it's like a family gathering. You know, what is your vision for art and culture in Edo State?
Well, thank you so much, Albert. I'm really grateful and happy to say we're talking about art and culture, which is, the second name for Edo. And when you talk about culture in Nigeria, Edo State stands out.
Wow.
And not only in Nigeria, but also in West Africa, Edo State stands out. So it's natural to us. Art and culture is natural to us in everything we've done through the centuries. So there's really no reason why Edo is not the cultural capital of West Africa. So if anybody in Africa has anything to show the world about the African civilization, African way of living, the essence of Africa has to be Edo State, has to be Benin City. As you said, where Edo or Isiagbo.
Yes, sir.
And this is not just glib talk. It's not just talking casually. It's because for centuries we developed our own way of life, our own essence in tropical Africa. So to answer your questions direct, when we came into office in 2016 and we're laying out our manifesto, we had a 6-point agenda. And 5 of those 6 points, it was anybody else could do. Everybody said they'll do those 5. Infrastructure, social development, economic development, environment, and so on. But one thing that came out, which we said we would do, which nobody else had in a development plan, was that we said we're going to promote culture and we use culture as a platform for our development. And how did we decide to go about this? First, because of the richness of our culture, because we knew we had something to show the world, we therefore felt that if we create the infrastructure for showing this culture, people will come and see. When you come to Edo, when you come to Benin, there's real genius. Even look at yourself. Look at what you're doing in terms of creativity. Look at what the younger generation, people like Rema in music space, people like you have Notier, or different young people who are using different media in terms of arts to express themselves. You can't talk about art in Nigeria or artists or creative people without mentioning Edo. And there's a reason why. It's in our DNA, our blood. But what happens is that we tend to take, focus on taking our culture outside. Edo today, you come to the and say, okay, this culture we hear about, where is it? We can begin to take it, okay, let's go to Igun Street. Well, we talk about the boat, you point in a direction and say, go and look, see that place on our moat we did there. What does it mean? You're just all over. And meanwhile, this is something no other person has. So we just felt that as a government, if we can organize ourselves, we can bring all of these various aspects of art or culture together, create a space where people who are talented can come and express themselves. When people travel all over the world to say, we want to go to this Benin, we want to go and see this Benin Empire, just like we go to Greece today, we go to Rome, we go to Egypt.
Yes.
They say,
Yes.
when they come, what do we show them? And if you can build something that is world class, you can imagine how many people will travel from all over the world to say, look, we want to go there, or at least this year. What are we doing? Where are we visiting? People have most people, or most tourists, they have their place to go to.
Yes.
They'll say, okay, this year we're going to Africa. When they talk Africa, most of the time they want to go to Kenya. We build something to represent what we are. They would like to come. And there are many countries in the world today that just live off tourism, just to come, they attract people to come to just show them what they have. So to answer your question, it's, the culture is something we have that we don't believe that any other city, any other state in West Africa, if not Africa, has. And if we could just organize it, display it properly, it will be a major source of economic development and of revenue to us. So that was, that for me is one of the things we promised as a government. And I'm glad that, it is an area we have worked very hard over the last 8 years. And finally, I think we now have something to show to the world that, when you come to Edo, something about our culture, a place you can go to see at least some aspects of what we are about.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm reading comments from our people, your fans, your citizens. They said you should raise the volume a bit so that they can hear you. Because some said, yes, on my radar, on my radar. No, you can. Yeah, you can still relax. You can still relax and just raise your voice a bit. Yes, we are still very okay. Your Excellency, thank you for that. And it's really, really key that we show that in our art and culture display. Your Excellency, this question number 2 supposed come later, but I want it to come now because of people that don't have data. It's not everybody that can watch a full 1 hour stretch video. So I want this question to come before other question. What is the fight? I want to know the fight. And today, Your Excellency, be very honest and tell people the honest truth that 30, 40 years to come, we will still refer to this video to say this is what Mr. Governor said 40, 50, 30 years ago. We want to know, what is the fight? Is there a fight between your government and our royal palace? If there is a fight, what is the reason for the fight? Is it connected to the return? Because we have the opposition saying you want to steal artifact that doesn't belong to you. Some said you are dragging artifacts with the Oba. Some said the artifacts, different things flying on the internet. Sir, what is the fight about? And if there is no fight, clear the air. What is the fight between the government and the palace as it regards artifacts?
Albert, when you're in government, so many things, you hear so many things. I think first and foremost, where have you read from government or from Godwin Obaseki that there is a fight or there's an issue with the palace or any traditional ruler for that matter? I need evidence. I need somebody to show me something. So in most, like I've said in the past, it's in most people's conjecture, in their imagination. There is no fight I am aware of, and there cannot be one. I mean, because there's no basis for one. There's absolutely no basis for one. Certain things may have been misconstrued or misunderstood in the past, but it's not the basis to say there is a fight. I hear the talk about artifacts, no artifacts, and I just laugh. First, let's get certain facts right. When I came into office, the conversation about our stolen artifacts have been on for more than 20 years, and we were not making progress, right? And when I got informed about this, the steps that have been taken so far, I found that there was a missing link. If you recall, from the time of our late father Obaidi Awa, they had started these conversations. He had sent delegations to see how these works can be returned. And most of the time, we've been rebuffed. You remember, when the federal government in the 70s wanted the Festac mask back from the British Museum, and they refused. And that conversation increased about 20 years ago. But what was missing was that it was between the curators, people who were holding some of these works in the different museums, and the federal government, and there was no state involvement. So the state then joined the conversation. So it became a 3 or 4 week conversation between those people holding these works, the federal government, the state government, and the palace. And thank God we came in, because these people had formed themselves into a group called the Benin Dialogue Group, based out of the UK. And they were mainly made up of curators who were holding our works. I then asked, I said, well, would you have a problem with the Edo State government joining the conversation? They said no. And we started attending the meetings. I then got the Attorney General of the Edo State government to be involved with these conversations. And at one of those meetings, we then asked them, what is the real issue? Why you don't want to return these works? They came up with a series of explanations. We are holding these works under various structures. We are holding them for trusts. I said, well, okay, so we don't have that authority to just deal with them the way we like. So it will take time. Then we then asked, okay, how many works are we talking about? How many works do you have? They went around, we were not clear whether they were 5,000, Then we said, okay, so we don't know how many. Well, maybe we should start with the first thing is to even find out how many and where they are. The second thing we discussed was, they came up with, you see, many of these works are very fragile. If they're going to return them, they'll have to be careful. How will they be kept? Look at how we're keeping them here. If we pass them on, how would they be stored? How would they be kept? We said, well, look, that we can talk about. If you return them, we'll work with you to create the same facilities that you have where you're keeping them in Nigeria, so that in Edo State, so that you can return them if that is an excuse. And They then talked about, oh, who will they return them to? So, well, where did you take them from? You took them
Yes.
from in the city. You should return them, to the place where you took them from. It doesn't matter who is the original owner of the work. So, well, it doesn't really matter. Send them back to Nigeria, because when you took them, there was no country called Nigeria. Now there's a country called Nigeria. So these were the areas of conversations. But you could tell at that point that they were reluctant. They were looking for excuses not to return the works. And that's why these conversations had dragged for that long. Then I then said, you know what? 2018, I said, I now invite you to come to Edo State. We can't be having meetings about these artifacts abroad. Come to Benin and let's have this. So we invited them to Benin in 2018. More than 20 of them, 20 curators. And then we then said, before they came in, we said, okay, we will move to work with you to build infrastructure in Edo, so that that excuse of not having somewhere to store them properly and all that can be taken care of. Secondly, let us work with you to find out how many pieces, where they are, how they are stored, and how they got there. So let us know the provenance of these works. Anybody who is holding a piece of work from Edo State should be able to tell us how they got it. And then when it came in 2018, or 2019, by the way, we then invited a world-reclaimed arts architect to design, to design what could be a museum. I mean, and have a discussion with them to see how we could build something for them to bring it. Because our intention then was to take care of all the excuses they were making and ensure that these works are returned back to where they come from. At least, if not all of them, some of them. Because if you see some of these works, they speak to you. They have a meaning to you. Unlike where they're just displayed on the shelves or, in spaces in Europe. And then, when you read some of the meaning of these works, they're just not in line with what we know them to be. So that's the background, and we started the conversations. The conversations went on. Then you had the issue of COVID, and then you had the issue of the Black Lives Matter movement, which then put pressure on a lot of these museums globally to now begin to return, these stolen artifacts. So at no point in time have we been in a disagreement with the palace. At least we agreed that those works should be returned. We agree that those works should come back to Benin and they should find their home back in Benin. For us, that was the reason why we went in as a government, and that hasn't changed. So I don't know where this conversation about trying to take these works has come out of, honestly, because the issues are so clear.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining, please, we have the #1 citizen of Edo State, Mr. Governor Obaseki, talking to us on issues that some of you are aware of that have been flying on different platforms. Please, we have 141 shares. Please, can we just take these shares to 500 shares? Please, if you are watching, we have almost 3,000 people watching. Please, let's share this video so we can get people to hear directly from Mr. Governor. Just let's say, I still want to ask this question, because in this engagement between your government and the curators, you said at some point you people were holding meetings abroad. You had to invite about 20 of them to Edo State. Was it your government that was dealing with this curator, or it was the government in partnership with the Palace of the Oba of Benin? Or it was just your government that was dealing with them? The palace was cut off, or they were not carried along?
No, Albert. I told you the Benin Dialogue Group is made up of the federal government, the Edo State government joined, the palace, and the curators.
Curators.
So at every point in time, all the parties were involved in these conversations.
Okay.
And these negotiations. Yes, it was led by the federal government, and we just provided inputs and support. So
Okay. Yes, Excellency, I saw one of some of the travels that you made. I saw a picture of you, the former Minister for Arts and Culture, Lai Mohammed. I saw our Crown Prince. Those movements, was it part of the old negotiations to bring artifact to Edo State?
certainly,
Okay.
that was when, fortunately, the conversations had progressed significantly at that time, and that
Okay.
was at the Humboldt Museum in Germany, where some of the works were kept.
Okay. Now we also heard and we read on social media that the museum, I mean the artifacts were supposed to be taken to the palace. Why we also heard that you said no, that you want to build a place different from the palace. We saw some posts on social media where some said the Benin Royal Museum. You now came up with your own to say no. Edo Museum of West African Arts, Emoa. Was there a disagreement between the palace and the government on where to keep these artifacts when they are returned?
First and foremost, just trying to understand that Edo State's government did not have money of its own to begin to build museums. And that's not our priority. At every point in time, the conversations, and we don't think was that Edo State government was going to partner, right, either with the federal government or whoever, had the expertise to come and build a museum, or whatever spaces you need. For us, it's always been clear that as a government, our role, our responsibility is to enable things to happen, right? Not us doing it ourselves. So it's for us, what we have is what we call convening power, bringing everybody into a room to have a discussion about what we think should happen or what needs to be achieved. And that has been the role of the Edo State government. To say, we want to make Edo a cultural hub. We want people to be able to come and spend money. So if it means supporting groups to build a museum or spaces where you can express yourself culturally, we'll do so. So whether it was MOA, the Museum of West African, or the Royal Museum, as what is being proposed by the palace, the Edo State governments will support them all, to the extent we can, but it would not be our full responsibility, because we just don't have that kind of money to be building museums. But whoever is going to build a museum, we will support. We support the federal, the National Museum in Benin. If even as governor, you remember we spent some money and resources to help them refurbish that museum to carry out some exhibitions. You remember when the Alunga photographs were brought back from the Smithsonian? We put in resources to help refurbish so that you could have a world-class display of those photographs and for people to come and see. So as a government, I think our role has been misunderstood, which is that we want to see how people can come and enjoy and experience that rich culture of Edo. And they can't come if you do not have the infrastructure to support, the museum. And I don't really see why there's an argument. For us, the Edo State government cannot own any of those assets. The law is clear. All artifacts, monuments of national importance belong to the federal government.
Wow.
So that's why I don't know where this argument or this whole idea is coming from, that, there's a disagreement or we want to keep the artifacts. As far as I'm concerned, it's part of a nonsense. It's part of these crazy ideas that people just keep spreading to create tension, to cause mischief, and as I've wanted to drag our royal palace into our local politics. And it's unnecessary. People just feel that they always score political points by bringing in misinformation, bringing in, our revered institutions into our politics. And I keep warning that we will not I will not allow our government to be dragged into, such conversations. Let's keep the facts straight. Facts are that part of our strategy is to ensure that we encourage the development of our culture. We should use culture as an asset because we're very blessed with a rich culture. We should support the building of infrastructure that will encourage and enhance our culture, and we should use culture as a means for economic empowerment and development.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for this, for clearing the air. At least the people now understand better. Your Excellency, I want to ask you this question. MOA, Museum of the West African Art. Now, we are aware that the central hospital was demolished for we to have a museum called MOA. So I want you to explain the MOA thing and why your government decided to demolish a hospital to build a museum. Because during the electionary campaign period, it was one of the food of the opposition to say, how can the governor demolish a hospital that is supposed to take care of sick people to build a museum? So we want to know why MOA, why the demolition of the central hospital to build a museum? Why?
Well, here again,
And you also link it to the economic benefits of MOA to Edo State people.
I think first, let me correct this impression that we demolished the hospital for building, no. As part of our master plan, we said we want to, bring culture to the fore, and we want to redesign the city center as a cultural district. Two, the hospital, the so-called hospital, the claim we demolished, was a 90-year-old hospital. Nobody, you can imagine what the state of a hospital that was built 90 years ago would be today.
90 years.
90 years. And what was it called? It was called a central hospital. And we had made a decision as a government that we did not want to centralize healthcare anymore. Whereas that hospital in that location made sense 70 years ago, it doesn't make sense today. What we, as the government, decided was that we're going to decentralize our healthcare system. Rather than have one central hospital in the middle of the city trying to serve 2 million people, we were going to have what you call a spoke and hub model, primary health, neighborhood clinics, around the city. And today we have built almost 15 of them. And the whole idea is to build about 40, clinics, remote clinics around the city, in Bobauka, in Eko, in Oredo, across the place, so that rather than travel all the way to the city center for cure, and most of the time, what do people come there for? They're not complicated diseases, deliveries, malaria, typhoid. So we said, look, let's spread and take healthcare closer to the people. That's the model we decided on as a government, and build some specialist hospitals. So in that same location where you are today, there is a specialist hospital, that it provides more services than the central hospital used to. We also have rebuilt the Stella Personal Hospital, and perhaps in the next session I will have with you, I will show you what we're doing in the healthcare space, which I think has been revolutionary, in Nigeria. So it was not, we were not demolishing a hospital for a museum. Rather, we had made a decision not to decentralize the hospitals. Take that facility from that place, I mean, and then use that space for something that's for something unique. So the hospital, the whole roundabout space today has been redesigned as the cultural district. And there's no city in the world, I mean, in Nigeria, in Africa today, that can lay claim to such a cultural asset. So it's been a deliberate decision to move Edo forward, to take advantage of what we have, what God has given us for our own development. Do you know that estimated complete total with all the facilities that we have there? And this center, by the way, extends as far as Victor Waifo Creative Hub. Do you know how many artists, how many people it will attract into the city? How many visitors? When people come into the city, there's somewhere they can go. Our estimate is that, in another 2-3 years, if we just assume we have 100,000 people just coming into the city every year, and they are spending $1,000, that is a lot of money. And you will be able to train guides, people who will take them around. They will stay in hotels. They will go to restaurants, and eat at places. They will buy things in the city. And we just increase the size of the economy. So, and here is what we have, an asset we have, just lie and follow. So it just requires, a new set of thinking, a new way of thinking about the future. Fortunately, many of us travel. And when we travel, where do we go to? And when we go to these places, what do we do? Right? Apart from shopping, they say, oh, come, let's take you on a city tour. They need to show you things that don't compare with what we have. So today's world is about knowledge, is about information, is about tourism. People like to move and see things and experience things they only read about. So that's the whole idea behind us demarcating an area as the cultural center. I don't know if that's to send you the layout. I don't know if you have it. Maybe you want to show it up so that, okay, fine, fantastic.
Yes, we have it.
Okay, if you just you put it out there, I'll just explain very briefly. This is the proposed cultural district that goes right from the roundabout today to Ezoti Street. The street you see close towards that is Ezoti Street, right?
Yes.
Fortunately, I can't see the legend, but there's a legend that shows you every building there. I mean, so there are about 17 spaces, right, which were earmarked, which will constitute part of the cultural district. I mean, number one, there is the existing National Museum, for instance. Number two is a proposed Royal Benin Museum across the palace. Number four is going to be the audience hall, which is going to be a space for the performing arts. You see, all that area, is being greened. You're going to have what you call the Rainforest Gallery, which to just show people what Benin, what this area used to be 100 years ago in terms of, the kind of plants that existed here in the rainforest. Number five is the Abakanda Cultural Center for Performing Arts. It just goes on. There's a legend. So you can see that whole 12 acres piece of property in the city center is supposed to be that cultural district. And I think number 13 is the MOA building. Number 8, I think it's accommodation. I mean, it must be a hotel for tourists who come in. And you just go on and on. There's a legend, and I think I'll put it, you can put it on your website for people to see. So this is going
Yes,
to be very,
I'll
very
post it.
unique piece of property that will exist nowhere in West Africa. So it's not just about MOA. MOA is just one of the pieces.
It's
And by
just
the
one.
way, the specialist hospital is still there because this is an ultra-modern hospital that today attends to over 3,000 or 4,000 people daily. So I think it's been a win-win for us. But I don't know why a few very vocal people who just are angry about our progress. Maybe they don't want Edo to progress. They just come up with all sorts of lies, distantly lies, to just not to allow us to make progress as Edo people.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. Another question I want to ask you. We've seen the beautiful, the Benin cultural district. We've seen the plan. Just like I spoke when I got that design this afternoon, I was like, wow, MOA is actually a part of the cultural district. A lot is really coming to our city center. Let me just quickly add this, Your Excellency. Recently, I agrees with my wife. We went to the Acropolis, we went to the museum, we went to different place. And trust me, sir, one question I asked my wife, because this conversation of Governor Basaki destroy Central Hospital to build museum, I asked my wife, I said, all these places, because all the tourist attractions were sited around the city centers. I asked my wife, I said, we never see any hospital here, because the tall lady that was taking us around, I said, we even asked her, I said, any hospital around? I said, no, this is the city center and everything here is designed for tourism. Just let's say you need to see the thousands of people that fly into Athens every day to see the Acropolis, to see what they have there. And I was like, I told her, I said, now what you governor they try to do be this way the whole opposition they make noise. Just let me still ask you this question around this MOA. Did you discuss the sighting of MOA with the custodian of our art and culture, the Omonomba or the Oba Benin? Did you discuss this MOA with him?
See, Albert, I don't want to have conversations. I want to discuss private conversations at government circles, public.
Yes.
All I can tell you is that MOA is a charitable trust, not funded by the Edo State government.
Wow.
It's not funded by the Edo State government has contributed, just like many other reputable organizations in the world have contributed. You have groups like the DIA, the British Museum, the Berlin Museum, Oxford University, Yale University, Mellon Foundation. There are so many reputable world-class institutions that this idea of building cultural infrastructure in Benin have appealed to, who have put in the resources. And it's only proper if other people are bringing in their resources, they also want to see that the host government is supporting, this venture, just like we do for many other ventures. So that's what I can tell you. That this is a private effort. It's a what you call a charitable trust. It's not for profit, right? That and people have raised monies to build this because we were able to convince them of the idea to do this. And so that's how I want to leave it. I just don't think, I think what is important today is that we've been able to get a project off the ground, design something we believe will transform our economy, transform Edo State, for the next generation. But what is even more important, beyond building, no building, is the idea that today in Nigeria, in Edo, you have a space you have that recognizes the need for the creative arts, where people can come in and express themselves. So those people who designed, created those works of arts, that we're admiring hundreds of years later, they're Edo people, right? The same that have flowed in their veins, flow in the veins of our young artists today. So if you create an environment for them to be innovative, to express themselves, who says they won't do or create works that are even greater than what their forebears? Just come to the Bene Biennale and see what young artists are putting out there. So what I think is important is, let's go beyond structures. Let's go to the essence of what we're doing. Are people. Edo people are one of the most creative people on earth. What is lacking is they don't have enough support, particularly from their governments. They're there doing things themselves. Nobody recognizes them. What we've decided is, let's encourage the building of the infrastructure they need so that they can do their work, and we can get people from all over the world to come and acknowledge and see what they're doing, particularly in the contemporary arts. And we're not just talking about the physical arts alone. What are we doing in areas of film, in areas of music?
Yes.
That's part of the Creative Hub district, extends to the Victor Waifo Creative Hub, which is just a walking distance. And if you go there today, we have, perhaps one of the best sound stages in Nigeria. As at year to date, I'm saying Edo State, I'm sure, contributes about 25% to Nollywood productions as we speak. Because as we're doing with the visual arts, that's how we've done with music and film. We've created the facilities. I'm going to get the managers of the Creative Hub to come to your show, and so that you can see some of the investments that have been made and why we are now pulling business in the film industry into Edo State. This year alone, you have MultiChoice, you have Rock Studios, so many other studios that have commissioned productions in Benin City and Edo State. I mean, it's 5-6 years ago. Who cared? Nobody would know what was happening in Edo. Barely, you barely saw any productions coming in. If we had anything, they were quite local. But today, we can proudly say we can host a film festival, which is to create a marketplace for film. And you know how big film and movies have become in the world today, particularly with the growth and rise of Nollywood. What about music? Look at what happened a few weeks ago with world acclaimed Rema and Charlie
Yes.
Kobe coming to perform. I was at that show, and you will not believe that it is Edo. It's Benin City. You had all over 10 young women just come to watch their idol. And I was so impressed, that first you have so many young people who today can say we saw a show in Benin City comparable with a show anywhere else in the world.
In the world. True.
And these are all young people, and so you must relate that to what we're doing in the space of culture. It's about our people. It's about helping them tease out the creative instincts in our people and building an economy around arts and culture. Just that Rema show alone, I mean, I can't, we're still calculating how much it brought into the States. All the hotels were booked. Every room in the city was taken up. There was no space on any flights coming in. And the tickets sold out weeks before. So that's the power of culture, the amount of the side economy that it helps you create. In fact, that's one of the reasons why we even focused on the helping restart build the Radisson Hotel. So I smile today as laugh when I hear all the misinformation and that's been peddled about that. You cannot. A city like Benin has become prominent, has become important in Nigeria.
Yes.
It's now a destination to come to. Because of its unique location, people must pass through the city every day. People must pass through Edo State every day, right? You cannot go from this west, from Lagos to the east or the south without going through Edo. Don't you think it makes sense that we could build out facilities, we build out things so that people who are passing through at least can stop and spend money rather than just drive through? I would think it makes a lot of sense to do that. So
yes,
whether it's in the space of, particularly when you're building something that is unique, where they would not, what they would not see anywhere else, particularly in the area of culture. I mean, cultural assets. So you want to, you want to go see museums, you want to buy pieces of artworks, you want to, watch movies, you want to, so it's all linked together. It's all part of a design to regenerate Edo State, to regenerate Benin City. So you can say, I'm going to Benin, right? And there'll be something for you to do when you get there. Whether it's a retail experience, whether you want to shop, you have a world-class mall, you have world-class outlets, shopping outlets. Whether you want to stay in a decent hotel, you have a 4-star hotel to stay in. Whether you want to watch shows, there's places for you to go and watch shows. If you want to go and see, museums, you want to see the history of the place, there are places to go. And by the way, part of the cultural district will include also refurbishing and resuscitating some parts of the moat. People could talk about the Benin moat, the Benin moat, the Benin. When you come to yes,
yes,
tell us about it. I mean, tell us about it. This is all part of what we're putting together under the cultural district. So just isolating one particular, an asset, say MOA, and making it seem as if, no, it's much beyond MOA. It's just that MOA, the unique thing about MOA is that it's encouraging younger people in terms of contemporary art, and it's also helping us with research and archaeological facilities so that we can be able to do research more into our past, understand how we came about this our prowess, how we came to achieve what we achieved. Much work hasn't been done in that area. It's just mostly oral tradition. But today, with the kind of institutes that MOA is trying to build, we're seeing more work being done in the area of archaeology, in the area of research, in the area of testing materials, and there are people, there are families who have things they're holding, who have assets they're holding, and they would like to understand, date those assets, age them, and preserve them. So all those, facilities don't exist today in West Africa. I would feel that if it's going to make meaning anywhere, it should be Edo State and Benin City.
Your Excellency, we want to appreciate you for your time. We will still hold you small, sir, because we will still ask you some questions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you are enjoying this broadcast. Trust me, now one area where many people, the MOA, the palace, the store, but we just need to clear the air. And from the comment, if you read your comment, you will see that a lot of our brothers and sisters all over the world are appreciating the idea behind having a cultural district. When I saw that design this out, I was like, now only MOA, now we talk about. Now, Your Excellency, my next question to you, during the campaign, we saw the deputy governorship candidates of the APC saying that museum will not exist if they are sworn in, that they are going to bulldoze whatever they are building there in the whatever MOA is doing there, and they are going to demolish everything and then bring the hospital back. Like, I was engaging with one of their social media people. I said, have you visited what the governor is doing at Stella Obasanjo? They said, no, they don't care. They do that one, but that particular one there, we are going to destroy it. We are going to do it. Now, just let's see. Now that you are leaving office by the grace of God by November 12th, and the INEC, in collaboration with the police, they've stolen our mandate, because we all have been praying and working towards continuity. Another man that will take Edo to the next level. It is clear, because these people, they refuse to go for interviews. We don't even know their manifesto. It's clear that they are taking Edo backwards. What is the plan for MOA? Because they are threatening to destroy MOA. Are the owners of MOA still going to invest more resources? Are we still going to continue the plan for the Benin district now that they are threatening?
Well, it's one area I've said I will not talk much about for now. Well, if people who've been let in say they now want to destroy and stop the progress of the people they're supposed to govern, it's between them, God, and the people. Let's see how far they can go and how much they will succeed. Clearly, what we have done is set a path to progress, and we have begun to see this progress. So if they say that their purpose of stealing the mandate and getting into power is to come and stop the progress, then it's between them and the people, and let's see how far they can go. That's all I can tell you. I think that any sane, normal person, will want to encourage growth. We want to, make sure that they improve on whatever is on ground. So I would think that's what any normal person will try and do. But like I said, let's see whether they are normal. Because if someone says I'll come and destroy something that is bringing benefits and improving the economy of a place that I claim I want to govern, I think that person or those people must be, special type of people. But I think the important thing is, the core of your question is sustainability. How do we sustain what has been built?
Yes.
There is a market. There is a need. Like I said today, take movies and film, right? Do you know how many people feed daily in Benin today from the activities of the Victor Waifu Creative Hub? Do you know this year alone, like I said, there's been more than 50 films produced in Benin or in Edo State. And they hire transport. They hire our young people. They train them as cinematographers, as makeup artists, as artists, as sound engineers, as cameramen, so on a set, see how many people get employed. So you're going to stop all of those and put those people out in the job market, or get all of them to now leave the city to go and look for work elsewhere. So I think that in terms of sustainability, we have already started something, and those people whose lives are affected must now come up and speak to ensure that that there's continued sustenance for them. What about all the people who feed them? What about the hotels? Do you know how many new hotel rooms have been built in Edo in the last 6-7 years? So if people don't come anymore, what will happen to those investments? I know it's easy to destroy, but I just believe God that they will not have their way.
Wow. Your Excellency, I'll ask you some political questions because of the nature of my job and what we see online. There is a video that trended the day this INEC people acted some funny drama. The next day, the media was awash with videos of you walking out of the INEC office. With some media houses reported Governor Obaseki walked out of the INEC office. Even some reported that you went there to try to meet with the rec, or some said no, you went there to stage a protest that night. Some said no, you went there to influence. Sir, were you really walked out of the office? Did they walk you out to say, no, you must leave it?
I'm the governor of the state. How could that have happened? No, I think people must know what happened.
Okay.
Collation was going on at about 10 o'clock. I got information that collation has been halted, has been stopped, particularly in Ropota, Erosa, that's where Ropota, where they were collating already results, Erosa, where they were collating EGOR results, and Western Boys, where they were collating Obaka results. And that collation had been stopped, and there was instruction to move the collation from those areas designated by INEC to the headquarters. And this was about past 10 at night. And then I also got information that some agents, particularly PDP agents, were not even allowed into the this so-called new collation centers. I called the rec to find out what is going on because it was a very dangerous move. Remember June 12th, collation was going on and suddenly everything stopped. And look at what happened. So I then said, this could be dangerous. I then went to INEC when I couldn't reach the rec to get information, to say, Mr. Rec, what is going on? You stopped collation. And there's no information. Because when I got there, I didn't see collation going on. I just saw people loitering the place. And I saw a lot of APC thugs outside, wondering how did they get there in the first place. Anyway, as I said, I needed to see him and I needed explanation. I needed to know what is going on so we know how to manage the situation in town. And fortunately, the DIG in charge came later that evening and we discussed. And I said, look, you have to inform people. You have to let us know what is going on. And we then agreed that they were going to issue a statement, a formal statement saying that collation had been halted that evening and that it was going to resume the following morning at 10. So I sat there and they drafted that announcement.
Wow.
And issued the announcement around 3 a.m. And upon issuance, they gave me a copy and then I then left.
Wow.
But as you can see what happened, I mean, there was so many movements, so many things going on that night because collation had been stopped. So when you saw strange results coming out the next day, I wasn't surprised.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for clearing the air because what we were reading was, Governor Obaseki walked out of INEC office, blah, 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 blah. Thank God that we've been able to clear the air. Now, another question in the minds of many people is that you are the leader of the state and you are the chief security of Edo State. That very day, we got reports that the police were clearly working for the APC. As the chief security of the state, what move did you make? Because it comes and say you be chief security for months. Now, other people like they run the affairs of the security, the affairs of the state. What move did you make to stop the police, the army, from doing the bidding of the APC? Because people are saying, why Governor Obaseki not defend the result? Why Dr. Asuwa Ighodalo not defend the result? What move did you make to stop the madness of the police that night when they were snatching electoral materials, taking people, depriving our party agent from accessing the state headquarters? What move did you make?
Well, what move can you make when you are chief security officer on paper?
How?
You don't control the police. You cannot give the police instructions and they'll take. They're receiving commands from Abuja, not from the governor. So I don't have police. The local vigilante which we had in place, what happened? They were asked not to operate.
Yes.
So it comes back to this issue of our federation. It comes back to the issue of our federation, where it's either the states matter or they don't. Because at the end of the day, the federal government can just decide on what it wants. It has enough military and power and force of coercion, and just take over a state unconstitutionally. There's nothing you can do. So this is the nature of the country we run. And I hope that Nigerians are not seeing the need for us to amend our constitution. If we don't, well, we're going to continue to see this kind of conduct.
Just let's say during the campaign, you charged the people to come out. You charged the people. You gave them your word that you were going to secure them. You gave them your word that you were going to defend their votes, that their votes will not be wasted. You gave them your word that you are the chief security of the state, that they shouldn't fear. Didn't you see federal market capture? You didn't see it coming when you were making those statements, sir.
In fact, I never believed that people could behave the way they did and disregard the constitution the way it was disregarded. And I didn't believe it. And I'm sure most Nigerians are in shock. Most Nigerians are in shock that if this is the way we're going to run our country, then we certainly are going to face uncertain times. It just like the constitution doesn't mean anything. It's like you said, there can be a state capture at any point in time, and the people deprived of their rights to act and live the way that the constitution has prescribed. And so for me, I think it's good that Nigerians across the board saw what happened, and it's only us Nigerians that can resolve this quagmire we're in, because it is not good for our country. It is really not good for our democracy.
Yes, let's see. What is your issue with President Tinubu? Because the narrative out there is that the president is fighting you. You campaigned, the party candidate campaigned, everybody campaigned. The people came out to vote your party against their ugly narrative that the Benin don't like Obaseki. And those South will not vote PDP. They don't like Obaseki. He is Ogiompa, he is fighting Pala, he is doing this, he is doing that. It's clear that you won your local government landslide already. The deputy governorship candidate by Sasrajo, they won his local government Kubaka landslide. We won Ego. Our candidate won his local government in Esan. In fact, he cleared almost the entire Esan. What they are not telling us is that, because some of them even told me before the election to say, about talk to the shouts, all this talk when they talk, so on election day your eye will clear. Some of them told me that they have written the results, that all the military, the Obubuyeye was just to create space for them. What issue do you have with the president? They said you have a cause to settle with the president, and an opportunity for the president to deal with you with this, because they say the Aswe Godalo is your friend. So we are dealing with Aswe because of Governor Baseki. Tell your people, we have almost 4,000 people watching. What is your issue? What is the issue between you and Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
You're the one asking the question. Maybe you know, but as far as I'm concerned, I have no issue
the president
with the
not
president.
conclude. Say all those time we're campaigning, say Edo move forward. As well in other country, no, it's the same president they look and say they always they know what they do.
No,
We are coming to capture.
I mean, I would be surprised if that was the case, because the president, he even says it himself that he's a Democrat, that he fought for democracy in Nigeria. He had to go on exile as part of NADECO. One of his credentials he boasts about. So someone like that, I'll be shocked, surprised that he will also not allow democracy to take its full force. If he became president because people voted for him to be president, I'll be shocked. Therefore, if he encourages a situation where people who go out to vote and their votes are not meant to count, that is not, that's not the credential of the president we have. So maybe I cannot speak for him, but I didn't see him say anything in our elections. I just know that there were local actors, who just are anything but democratic, who were at play, who will do anything, who will corrupt any system to achieve their devilish goals. And we know some of them. So for me, I would just deal with what I know, which is that I know of people who just lie compulsively, create wrong and false narratives to achieve their goals. And the whole world is asking today, what happened? Fortunately, we thank God, the results were posted directly on IREB, and the country saw what happened. So it's now their responsibility to explain what happened, why the mandate of the PDP was stolen. So fortunately, like I said in my broadcast, there's space for redress. The tribunal has been set up, and we'll go and plead our case before the tribunal, show the evidence, and we hope and believe that justice will take its course.
Your Excellency, where is the tribunal going to sit? Because I'm also hearing that the Tigers Alliance are going to be sending, the APC are going to be sending talks to attack PDP leaders and PDP supporters at the tribunal.
Well, when it's that time, we'll see. Like I said, there's a process for this. Let's hope that the men protect the judiciary and the judicial process.
This is my last question for you tonight, sir. Thank you for your time. It's already over an hour. Yes, let's see. Some of your citizens, your followers, are not happy with you. They are not. I just want to tell you the truth today. They are not happy with you. The reason they are not happy, the reason they are not happy with you is that they said you have a disagreement with the former governor of Rivers State, Governor Wike, who has openly criticized you, who has openly come out to attack your person and your government. The question in the lips of Edo people is, why did you allow Wike's cousin to be posted to Edo as the INEC rec? They said, why didn't you raise alarm from the beginning to say, this man, the brother is Wike, the brother is the one sponsoring the so-called legacy PDP, the infighting the party before some of them were thrown out of the party. Why did you allow that posting to stand? Why you not talk? Say no, this one go bias. This one go do
Albert. I'm really sorry if you want me to apologize to my followers, but there's nobody. In fact, I got over 100 posts on social media raising this issue months before the elections. INEC received the reports during the peace signing of the peace accord, which we refused to sign. It was one of the conditions. Was it not? Okay. What else could we have done? Taking guns to Abuja?
No, the former governor, the current minister of FCT, came out to tackle the PDP and our campaign structure. That why are we complaining now that Mr. Ono has been posted a year ago. Why didn't we raise?
The,
Why didn't the party raise
the
alert
issue,
a year ago?
the issues had been raised over 6 months ago. Over 6 months ago, the protest had been made. You know, you say, look, a child, an owl cries at night and a child dies in the morning, and you see there's no relationship.
Mm.
Hmm? This issue had been raised months ago, over 6 months ago. So if INEC was sensitive and wanted to run a proper, free, fair election, what was wrong even a week to the elections when we raised the issue during the peace accord for them to have said, okay, for the sake of transparency, and well, you please step aside. They even told us that no, there will be many other recs that will come into Edo to, to check and to checkmate, with him, and that one man alone will not be able to determine the outcomes, and that they had put all safeguards in place. But from what happened, you can see that it was not the case. But like I said, I don't want to sit here and begin to complain. And thank God the whole world saw what happened, right? So, and the whole world saw that our candidate won that election fair and square.
So betrayed by people. Do you feel betrayed by your people that they didn't come out en masse despite what you have done for the state?
Those who came out voted for us.
Yes.
And we won.
Yes.
You understand? So why would you feel betrayed by people who came to vote for you and you won? I don't feel betrayed. I know people are good people because they know what's at stake. They know what they wanted and they know who they voted for. And you will see. And they know why they voted the way they did. And because they had believed in our democracy, that their votes will count.
As a father of the state, just let's say, as now that definitely we are going to take you next week by the grace of God, because that health area will suit us well, because I know your investments in the health sector, the area of the health insurance, the different structures you are building, the different health centers across different local governments. We're going to discuss on your investments in the health sector next week. Just let's see. We'll have a new government come November 12th. As a father of the state, you get good children, you get bad children. Someone like Okpebholo, now still one of your people. We are one of your people. What is your advice? Because we are praying to get justice at the tribunal, but we don't know how far they don't hijack the judicial process for Nigeria. What is your advice to the government when you want to hand over to, whether good or bad? As a father, what is your advice to them? What do you want them to do? Which area of the state you want them to focus on? Which area you don't want me to destroy? Because
Well,
and looking at that's what they say, you mean everything I've labored for the past 8 years. Now, this is what advice you get for them. Maybe we see whether they get conscience.
Well, Albert, I think first, Edo must move forward.
Okay.
With what is going on in the country today, we cannot afford to compound and complicate a very difficult situation that we are in, because it will not do anyone any good. So whoever takes over from me has to understand one thing, that he's there to serve Edo people, and not to serve himself or whoever he claims put him there. Things are very, very tough. We know the kind of sacrifice that we've had to make in the last 8 years. There cannot be any room for excuses, because there is no time for experimenting. So I just hope and pray that whoever takes over understands that and has an understanding of what it will take to sustain the progress we've made. Even then, as you know, we're still struggling. There are so many factors that are even out of the control of the state government, as you can see. So if you have a situation where the state government is not doing the little it can, the situation will just get terrible. Because we're able to hold, we're able to hold back and absorb some of the challenges that other parts of the country were experiencing. You ask yourself, why were so many people coming into Edo? You go to our villages today, you see it's almost overrun by people who are coming in to farm, to look for opportunities in the construction. Seeing Nigeria economy was not growing as fast. We're seeing growth in Edo State. But that growth was being dragged back because of what was going on in the rest of the country. So I'm hoping that whoever takes over has to understand that it is not going to be easy. So all those wild ideas have to be tamed and focus on the people of Edo State. There is no time for experimentation, to say. So I don't know what they're about. I haven't seen them. I don't know who didn't, Pebolo is. I've never met him. I've never read anything about any manifesto. I don't know. I have no idea of what their plans are. So that's what I want to say for now. That as I do people, we should just remain hopeful. We know where we are going, right? And we'll continue to fight to ensure that we put in everything we have to move forward. Because we cannot. We've suffered for too long, and we cannot, as I do people, go back to those dark days.
Your Excellency, we want to thank you very much for your time. You remain the first governor to pay 70,000 naira minimum wage. In fact, now you mount pressure on the federal government to do the right thing. And other governors, they ask questions, say, Edo, how much Edo get to a governor? Pastor, can they do this kind of thing? Now you be the only governor where they pay 13 months. I love you said, room for experiment, no excuses. By December, the 13 months, they could pay them. Just let's see, before you go, I want make you drop some words for your supporters and those citizens who don't stand by you. Just say you are popular. Forget the noise from some people when they talk. You are very popular. People will understand how system works abroad. It's like even our people in Nigeria, in Benin, they appreciate you. Now, they promise insecurity. Just like you no longer have control of the police, they not do any, and the police now work for them, do their bidding. The insecurity they promise, even before you hand over, don't it happen? We no longer have our vigilantes in the streets. The police are only in the street harassing young boys, harassing Yahoo boys. They are not doing their job. We are not hearing of insecurity, kidnapping, robbery. What is your message to Edo people? Because they don't miss you already. Some are crying.
Albert,
They are crying.
well, I still have, by the grace of God, I still have about 4 weeks or 5 weeks.
Are they still listening to you? Is the commissioner of police still listening to you? Where are your vigilantes that Ali will they see for nights when they try to go?
Let me just rest for these next 2 days and go back home. When I reach house, me and you go talk. Let me, and I have ideas that I'm processing now. Make I reach house. Once I reach house, I go do a reevaluation and I go talk to my people.
I know you see they go out. They say you don't run, no. You see they go out. Your former deputy governor, your impeached deputy governor is everywhere. He's not the one doing the work of Alfredo, sir, showing your project, moving from project to project. People are asking, well, I say this man don't work. Where you can see project when they go, they inspect. Yes, let's see, it's like a family gathering with a joke here, we say touch some. One of appreciate you, sir. If you reach house, make you still get time to talk to us like this by next week,
Next,
Wednesday.
I can tell you next Wednesday I will come and I'll talk with you.
Okay, sir.
We'll talk about health. We'll look at some of the other things when we don't do. And
okay, sir.
Like I said, make everybody just calm, make everybody be in a prayerful mode, make everybody know, say, this is just a phase. God getting reason and a purpose for everything. I believe that reason will prevail. What happened 2 weeks ago is well, so many people have described it in so many ways, but it's very dangerous, and we should not allow it. We should not allow it. It is very, very dangerous for our country and for our democracy. And I pray and hope that reason will prevail so that these issues are resolved, so that we can continue to make progress. You see what's happening all over the world today. There's so much instability, and let us not use our own hands to create instability for ourselves. It's totally unnecessary. So I want to ask when people just continue to be prayerful, continue to be calm. I didn't do many things. I didn't say so much because at the end of the day, I'm here to serve you. And I just don't want one life lost. This will be my third election. And the previous two, we didn't lose one soul. And I didn't want, no matter the provocations, I didn't want to lose one life this time around. So I thank God that at least we're all still alive to witness today. And I'm very optimistic that, God is a just God and just will prevail.
Thank you very much, sir, Your Excellency, Mr. Godwin Obaseki, for your time. So I would really appreciate. Trust me, people are going to share these videos. They're going to keep watching this video from now till next week, Wednesday, 9 p.m. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you. God bless you, sir. Thank you, sir. Where's it, sir? Where's it, sir?